Good morning, everyone. Please take your seats. It's time to get our activity started for today, Science, Technology, and Energy for Monday, February 10th, 2025. Welcome to everybody. We have a full day of activity, and before we get started, I'll ask everyone to rise and join Representative Reynolds as he leads us in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Okay, so thank you, everybody. We're going to have 3 public hearings this morning. The first one is a continuation of a public hearing that we recessed last week. That's House Bill 567 FN, relative to the elimination of useful thermal energy from renewable energy classes. We'll then move to a public hearing on House Bill 674 FN, relative to non-wire alternatives, time of use tariffs, and multi-year rate settings. And then wrap up the morning activity with a public hearing on establishing a statewide online energy data platform. At 1 o'clock this afternoon, we'll have an executive session on 5 bills. And then after the executive session, we will have public hearings on 3 additional bills. So it's a full and busy day here today. So I'm going to now reopen the public hearing on House Bill 567 FN. And because we recessed this public hearing last week, we have 11 pink cards from last week. So we're going to go through those first. I have a bunch of pink cards that were submitted this morning. I suspect some of them are dupes, but we'll go through what we have here first, and then we will move on, look at the dupes and see if there's the duplicates and see if there's any need to call up anybody else. So that is a nice refresher for everybody. If you want to testify on a bill, you must submit a pink card. So do so as soon as possible. We have another new innovation here this morning, and that is on the right-hand side of the table that we use for people to testify before the committee. There is now a placard. I suppose the people in the back of the room can't see it, but we can see it, and people watching from home will be able to see it on the camera. It says "Now hearing," and then it lists the name of the bill, HB 567 FN. There's a stack of papers on the edge of that table that has the numbers of all the bills that we'll be hearing today. And so I'm going to ask for a volunteer from the committee to change that placard. Representative Matson has volunteered to do that duty. So once we finish one public hearing and move to the next public hearing, I'll ask you if you could change that placard, please. So with that, now we'll continue this public hearing, and I'm going to call first on Representative Harrington to sort of reintroduce the bill and at least refresh our memory about its contents. So Representative Harrington, you're up.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I look at this useful thermal energy as one of the worst examples of government that we have. It is just favoritism for a small group who decided rather than spend their time and effort selling their product based on its merits, they decided to come to Concord and spend their time and effort on lobbying to get a law passed so they could be subsidized. Useful thermal energy has absolutely nothing to do with electricity. There's nobody out there that's saying, boy, I have electric baseboard heating and I'm going to put in a wood chip boiler so I can get useful thermal energy. No, they're converting from maybe natural gas or oil. Natural gas would be about maybe a 95% efficiency if it's a condensing modern natural gas furnace to a wood chip boiler, which is a lot lower efficiency. But the fact is, it's got nothing to do with electricity, and why we bury this in the electric rates is still, I find it amazing. If you were to poll, let's say, 10,000 people in New Hampshire and ask them, do you pay higher electric rates so wood chip manufacturers can get a subsidy from your electric bill? I bet you 9,999 would say, I don't know what you're talking about. Why should I pay higher electric bills to subsidize wood chip factories? Or why should I subsidize? I know there's a particular county that has this, so I would be open for some grandfather amendment because I'm realistic and realize people aren't going to vote against their own, what's good for their county. But the fact remains is that the electric payers in my towns should not be paying higher electric rates so that some county pays lower because they use wood chip. They took advantage of the situation. I can understand why they did that. But that's not my big problem. My big problem was the bill itself. Like I said, this is government at its worst. Secret lobbying to get a subsidy where nobody even knows it's being done. Again, go around when you get home, ask your constituents, how many of them realize they're paying a higher electric bill? And someone's going to say, well, it's only, 50 cents or $1 or whatever it is. But, we have a 50 cents here and 50 cents there and $1 there and $1 there. And pretty soon you're talking real money, to kind of paraphrase Everett Dirksen. And that's the problem with this. It's got nothing to do with electricity. If you want to subsidize wood chips and burning of wood chips, then step up to the plate and say, I will sponsor a tax on something else so that we can subsidize wood chips. But you won't do that because, oh no, taxes are bad, so we hide it in the electric bill. Like I say, this is an example of government at its worst, and there's nothing more to be said than that. Any questions if there are some?
Okay, questions for Representative Harrington. Representative McGee.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Harrington, for taking my question. We heard
It's Representative Harrington.
Representative Harrington, yes. And you're still Mr. as well, but Representative. So we heard quite a bit of testimony from folks who would be affected if we passed this bill. And I've heard you make this argument that you've made this morning in the past about the fact that it's not electric energy. But can you tell us what REC stands for? The RECs.
It's renewable energy credits.
Right. So it does qualify as energy, correct? It doesn't say renewable electric credits.
I'm not debating about what it qualifies, whether it's energy or not. My question is, what does it have to do with electric rates? It would be the same thing as if you said, okay, let's put a hidden fee on, I don't know, your water bill, because we're going to subsidize people who put up solar panels. Nothing to do with solar panels, nothing to do with hiding it in your water bill, but that's what we're doing here with electric rates. We're hiding it in here because we don't want to step up to the plate and say, I think this is worthy and I'll pass a tax on it. So again, go back, ask your constituents, make 1,000 phone calls. You will not get a single person, unless they're actually getting the subsidy, that will say, I'm paying higher electric rates and I'm glad to do it, so subsidize wood chip people.
Follow up?
Follow up.
I hear what you're saying. So the Renewable Energy Credit Program, though, is part of the state's overall approach to the renewable portfolio standards, which renewables include all of the local sustainable energy that is non-carbon emitting. And so you were still trying to pull out of the renewable portfolio standard just, one section of that standard, which was identified as beneficial for the state, which was why it was included in the first place, because it's a resource that we have here, and industries and jobs and all that go along with it, right? That's what we keep hearing testimony on. Is that
Well, I have
Your
to disagree
understanding,
with you on two points. First, it wasn't in the original renewable portfolio standard. It was added some years later after a lot of lobbying by one particular group. So it wasn't in the original bill. It was an afterthought. They could sneak it in and get away with charging people higher electric rates, and no one would know about it. Second, you mentioned carbon emitting. Well, obviously, when you burn wood, what happens? You give off carbon dioxide. You give up a lot of carbon dioxide. In fact, if it wasn't for the lobbying of the wood people in New Hampshire, it probably wouldn't be considered renewable. As in Massachusetts, I think you have to have a thermal efficiency of 40% to qualify for a half a rec, and I think it's 50% to qualify for a full rec, which obviously no wood burning plant makes. So it's that assumption that you're saying that it's not emitting carbon is wrong. It does emit carbon dioxide. When you burn wood, you give off carbon dioxide.
may I clarify a point?
Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Representative Harrington. It was my understanding that the Department of Environmental Services actually has to qualify plants that are, receiving thermal recs in terms of their emissions in order for them to qualify for renewable energy credits in terms of what they're emitting. Is that accurate to your understanding?
There are standards, but one of them is not carbon dioxide, because none of them would meet that, because when you burn wood, you give off carbon dioxide. I mean, you can't, it's an absolute byproduct. You have an option. Don't burn wood or give off carbon dioxide, one or the other.
Further questions? Representative Swanson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Representative Harrington. Just a couple of things, but you saying trees give off carbon dioxide, but in growing, trees consume carbon dioxide, and you wouldn't have trees if they didn't consume carbon dioxide. So it seemed to me that trees would be, or burning wood would be, part of a renewable cycle, as long as you didn't burn up all your wood and you did it in a sustainable fashion. So I'm having trouble with the notion that it's bad to burn trees, and almost equally as bad as burning fossil fuels, which are not renewable as far as I know. Are you saying, so it's clear,
Remember, we're not here to debate, we're here to ask questions.
so it's clear that it was intended here as a place to identify incentives for energy, whether it's electricity or thermal energy, doing that in the state with state resources, as opposed to burning fossil fuels. Are you saying you would rather get rid of this incentive for a native capability to generate electricity, and you would rather burn fossil fuels?
Well, first of all, your question is sort of doesn't make a lot of sense. Let me put it that way. To start with, if you're looking at options here, I have a facility. I can put in a condensing natural gas-fired furnace that's going to be 95% efficient. I don't even have to have a chimney. I can use a plastic pipe because the waste heat is so little. Or I can put in a wood chip, which is probably somewhere in the 25% efficient range. And as far as this concept of with native energy, well, we don't have native cars. Should we have a subsidy so we start building cars in New Hampshire? I don't know. I don't think we build any refrigerators in New Hampshire. So this concept of that we're getting it from other parts of the country is somehow bad, because we export an awful lot of products to the rest of the country. Do we want them to shut us off and say, oh, no, all of our high-tech manufacturing that we do here should be made in Michigan, rather than us selling them to people in Michigan, so we can get native? If they do the same thing to us, all that's going to do is drive the price of everything skyrocket. This concept that we're somehow not one country, but individual states that have to look at how we do things, that's a farce. I mean, it just doesn't make any sense.
So follow up.
Okay, no follow-up. This is degenerating into a debate rather than a question and answer session. Representative Reynolds, do you have a question? Go ahead, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Representative Harrington, do you actually know the technical specifications of any of these high-tech wood pellet boilers in terms of combustion efficiency? I mean, you're citing some figures, and it seems like you're just pulling them out of the air. Do you actually know the technical specifications of the heat conversion efficiency?
I don't have an exact number for that, no.
Okay, thank you.
Any further questions? Seeing none, We'll next call on Morton Bailey of the Lime Green Heat. Of Lime Green Heat, whatever that is. Morton Bailey. Not available. Okay, we'll next hear from Thomas Christensen of Limeboro. Mr. Stock? Okay, Mr. Christensen has submitted written testimony, so he will not be testifying. Next is Brooks Peterson of Froling Energy. I'm sorry, I didn't understand. Okay, Mr. Mark Froling. Okay. Hang in there. Okay, next up is Jim Van Valkenburg of Froling Energy. No. Okay. How about Jason Stock? I know he's here. From the New Hampshire Timberland Owners Association. And remember, we don't need a discussion of the wood industry. We just need specifics about this bill, please. Okay.
Good morning. For the record, Jason Stock, Executive Director of the New Hampshire Timberland Owners Association. And I appreciate the opportunity to come and testify in opposition to this bill today, to House Bill 567. Last week, you got kind of a primer on the forest products industry and kind of how low-grade wood markets interact with the ability to manage timberland in the state, but also how they dovetail with all the sectors within the state's forest products industry, including solid wood, which includes lumber as well. House Bill 567 does more than just modify the thermal rec portion of Class 1. And I don't want that to be lost in this discussion. It completely eliminates Class 3, which are the existing biomass plants, the existing biomass plants, which do produce electricity. So this is more than just thermal recs. This is also an electricity generation bill as well. And I wanted to just make sure that's on the record and that you folks, just to kind of put a point on that. Thermal recs, but also the existing biomass plants, both contribute to the state's forest products industry and our economy. And one of the pieces, so you heard last week about Class 3, kind of the industrial, or I'll say commercial electricity generation. To bring the focus to the thermal piece, the thermal piece, the thermal recs are an important component of a growing and emerging portion of our industry. You heard last week from two testifiers, Durgan and Kroll Lumber and Britain Lumber, two sawmills that are installing wood boilers to generate heat and also electricity. And they are also participating in the thermal rec program. This program is working. It is spurring innovation. It's spurring renewable energy. And it is a great example of, I would say, a success story in trying to diversify what's happening out there on the landscape when it comes to electricity, but also when it comes to just energy in general, or heat. So I think, I wanted to just get on the record today that for all the reasons that we mentioned last week on House Bill 219 and kind of the broader impacts on the industry and kind of what we're seeing on the landscape and our ability to manage that landscape, this bill also would stifle what I would consider some really neat projects, some innovation that we're seeing that helps diversify and make sure that these New Hampshire businesses remain viable and continue to operate. And those businesses, again, as you heard last week, are generating local taxes. They're supporting local jobs. And again, this is also making them self-sufficient. And then on the environmental aspect of it, I think Durgan and Kroll said their project would displace 90,000 gallons of propane consumption a year. So with a local wood product and a product that they generate as well. It was touched on earlier, and I'll just bring a point to it about the carbon aspects or the carbon aspects of burning wood. Last week, I passed out a document. It's from the U.S. Department of Agriculture. This is the state's, it's called the Forest Inventory Analysis. The USDA does an analysis of the entire landscape of New Hampshire once every 5 years. They go out, they have a series of plots across the state, and they measure timber growth, they measure timber removals, land conversion, and a host of other things. And Representative Swanson hit the nail on the head. Trees sequester carbon. Yes, you burn carbon. Carbon is released when you burn a tree, but that tree, if you don't pave over where that tree was removed, another is going to grow in its place and sequester carbon. On page 2 of this document is a pretty, what I say is probably the most simple way to look at what we call sustainability. In the state of New Hampshire, forest growth continues to outpace both removals and tree mortality. And during this period, 111 million cubic feet of trees are growing. That's the net change. So in the state of New Hampshire, we continue to grow more wood, i.e. sequester carbon, than we do release it from burning it or putting it. And I guess the other piece is when you put it in a solid wood product, this is stored carbon. So this discussion about whether or not burning wood is sustainable or whether it's carbon neutral, we think our premise is what clearer picture do you have of sustainability and carbon neutrality or positive carbon than you do with the USDA when you look at the health and growth of our forest. I just wanted to point that out. I'll conclude my comments on this. Again, you heard a lot about it, the RPS in general and the forest products industry on my testimony on 219. There are, in addition to Tom Christensen, there are a number of other folks that did put in cards that were unable to make it today. In the forest products world, winter is the time that you make hay, frozen ground. And so to take 2 days off they just couldn't do it. So they came on last week, submitted their testimony and said, please provide the regards. You have their testimony on 219, which is also applicable. As you pull cards, I'll give you the high sign that they're not here, but their 219, House Bill 219 testimony applies. Thank you.
Thank you. I have a quick question for you. Since 2014, when Class 1 thermal became a part of the RPS, there has never been, since 2014, there has never been a sufficient number of RECs generated to cover the obligation in the RPS. And yet the percentage has gone up every year since. It went up 0.04% in 2014, 0.6% in 2015, 0.8% in 2016, and also increased annually by 0.2% through 2023. If we're not generating enough RECs, should those percentages go down? Should the obligation be decreased?
It's a great question, and it's certainly something to look into. I would suggest if this does go into some type of a study, or if the RPS in general is being looked at in terms of a study. I know back when this was passed, there was also some expectations that Concord Steam was going to be generating thermal RECs. And of course, as we know, that project did not come to fruition. So certainly that would be a question, something to certainly take a look at. I know Charlie Niebling, who's I think slated to speak later this morning, he can speak forwards and backwards about the number of projects and the number of projects in the queue and whether or not there are sufficient projects to fulfill that obligation. He's looking more globally. I tend to focus on just the Durgan and Crolls, the Britton Lumbers, the lumber people. He's looking at beyond that at other facilities, commercial, county, that are installing thermal projects.
And he is on deck. He'll be next.
All right.
Additional questions. Representative McGee.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Mr. Stock, for taking my question.
I wanted to ask about the industry because I know that's pretty much who you represent. You have a lot of knowledge in that regard. My concern is what changes we would wrought if we heard testimony last week, say from John Moses, who came in front of us from a family business up in Bath, Britton Lumber, and he indicated that margins are small, but with the between the class 1 and class 3, they're investing in innovative technology, right? So they're making investments benefiting the community. Can you give us an idea of the balance right now in that industry in terms of how precarious it might be for some of these businesses to be staying in business? Because I wouldn't want to think that we would be passing something that would hurt New Hampshire businesses and the timber economy.
Sure. Thank you. Great question. I think with any business or industry, stability is paramount. You start, they're making their investment horizon and the time that the time and money that they're investing today may be for a project that's 2, 3, 4 years down the road. That project, if say thermal RECs, as in the case of Britton Lumber or Durgan and Kroll, is part of that investment decision that they're making today for that project down the road, to start introducing legislation or passing legislation that pulls that out of this decision process, that is incredibly disruptive and really hurts that project, but ultimately hurts that business. We see it in the logging side of the business as well. If I'm a logger and I have a chipper and I'm trying to decide, all right, I need to make a capital investment. I have a $700,000 chipper that I need to purchase. Do I upgrade that chipper or don't I? Well, I hear from the timberland owners that House Bill 219 is being considered, House Bill 567 is being considered. All right, as a business person, as a New Hampshire business person, am I going to invest in that chipper if I know there's uncertainty in those markets? And so that uncertainty really wreaks havoc with kind of investment, but also business planning, capital planning. I hope I answered your question.
Representative Wendy Thomas. Okay, Representative McGee.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So the follow-up would be also about the low-grade timber. That's another thing that we hear about a lot, is the sort of forest maintenance, if you will. Would that aspect of New Hampshire forestry, would that suffer, or would jobs go away for the people who actually move that timber and get it where it needs to go if these businesses that take that wood are no longer in operation, or their operations are scaled down because they are losing these investments that they're trying to make?
The answer is absolutely. We have seen that when the plants, when there were a number of plants that idled after all the vetoes that occurred 3-4 years ago, we saw an immediate contraction in logging capacity. Companies that had 3 crews maybe a hand crew for big timber and then a chipping crew for chipping type jobs, said, all right, I'm getting rid of, I'm going to lay that chipping crew off and I'll just go with one crew. The other piece that happens out of that dynamic is okay, let's say I had two crews operating in the woods. One was doing chipping work, one was doing hand cutting on kind of the high quality saw log lots. And then on the biomass chipping lots where I had clients that wanted that product, I get rid of that. Well, that company is no longer producing the same volume of saw logs at the same time that they were when they had two crews. And so what we have also started to see is pressure in the sawmill or the solid wood side of the sector because there's just less wood being managed. The other piece that I think is important is that there are a lot of woodlots in the state of New Hampshire that have been, the term is high graded, and products like biomass are the only feasible way to economically go in and do that weeding and thinning and remove that junk wood. And so we've gotten to a point where the markets have gotten so tight that there are landowners that said, all right, I'd like you to come in and do this lot. And the logger said, okay, well, I can't touch it. There's too much low grade there. Call someone else. And so we have parcels that they're just not getting the treatment, the silvicultural treatments that they want for long-term growth and productivity.
Representative Bernardi has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. As you noted, the bill addresses not only thermal RECs, but biomass use as well. If we were to eliminate the thermal RECs, not the biomass, what tax would you propose would be a good substitute?
What would be a good substitute tax to make up for thermal RECs?
Yes.
It's a great question, and that's why we're all here, isn't it? I don't have a list of taxes that I'd say, here you go. But what I can say is that there are a lot of industries that are tangential to what we do that benefit from the work that happens in our forest, whether it's hospitality, whether it's outdoor recreation. And so, I think that would make a compelling argument that this is a statewide, there's a statewide benefit that comes from our forest being healthy and our tourism industry and all of that goes with that. And so, again, I don't have a silver bullet. I don't have here, Representative Bernardi, here's tax number one, here's a specific tax that's going to plug this hole. I do not have that. But thank you for asking.
I've been saying since 2015 it ought to come out of the room and meals tax. Representative Wendy Thomas.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And thank you for being here, Mr. Stock. We know that we're seeing dry winters that are leading to droughts in the spring. And your industry seem to be the stewards of the forests. And we have an awful lot of trees in New Hampshire. So my question is, if we cut back on harvesting the timber in any way, would that impact the wildfire threats that we're probably going to be seeing more and more of in New Hampshire?
Great question. You start monkeying or cutting back management in the management of forests. Wildfires are just one of many threats. We have a lot of invasive bugs and critters coming into the state and chewing on our trees that we need to get rid of. Anyone with ash trees or hemlock trees will tell you that between the emerald ash borer and the woolly adelgid, there's a need for markets that consume those chips, consume that wood. If you want a healthy forest, fires is one piece. That's one piece of the puzzle. But there's just general forest health and productivity that we need to keep in mind as well.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Representative Parshall has a question.
Thank you, Chair, and welcome, Mr. Stock. I'm trying to ask this question in the way that my constituents, who I've received quite a bit of mail on this issue on, and many of them do seem concerned. And I know that online we have 245 oppose this bill, 7 people support it. So here goes. By eliminating thermal RECs, will we be more dependent upon expendable and imported fossil fuel, in your opinion? And this is a two-part question.
Well, absolutely, and I think Durgan and Kroll gave us the perfect answer to that question with 90,000 gallons of propane they are displacing with their boiler project, that's one project that is tied to the thermal rec program.
So following up then, in your opinion, would this potentially create a more dependency on fossil fuel and more volatility in consumer prices, such as we saw in 2022?
Yes, the answer is yes. I think, and we, not to go down a rabbit hole, but energy, it's having diversity of energy sources. It's like your stock portfolio. You're going to have shares of different products because everything doesn't move at once. Energy's the same way, and I'll let the utility energy people speak to that. But I think biomass is a great hedge. It is a local native fuel that comes out of our forest. We are the second most forested state in the nation. It is a great hedge against some of this volatility. And where these plants are located across the state it also provides some stability out there because they're out on the landscape and it's not one central location on the seacoast of New Hampshire that's trying to distribute power. You have local generation that's occurring dispersed across the landscape, which I would also argue is, as much as the fuel diversity, is also a benefit.
Thank you.
All right, seeing no more questions, we need to move along
Thank you.
here. I've got a dozen pink cards left, and we have 2 other public hearings this morning, so we need to we've already spent over an hour on this. Well, actually, almost an hour and 45 minutes on this subject. So I think we're starting to hear repetitive information, and I'm not sure that's going to get us anywhere. Next up is Charlie Niebling. Good morning, Charlie. Welcome back. Please make some original points and make them as quickly as you can.
I will.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My name is Charlie Niebling. I'm a forester. I live in Boscawen, New Hampshire, and I've spent probably the last 15 years of my career as an advocate, supporter of modern wood heating and combined heat and power technology in the state of New Hampshire because I think it's good for the state of New Hampshire. I'm circulating 2 sets of testimony, my own, as well as that of Mr. Joe Hogan, who is the CEO of Continuum at North Conway, the developers of the Ridgeline Community Project in Conway. Mr. Hogan, I believe, was here last week, but was unable to be here today. So you can remove his card, but with his permission, I've submitted his written testimony. Just a little bit about the history of thermal. This was debated extensively during the original RPS legislation in 2006 as a study bill and 2007 as House Bill 873. Ultimately, the legislation set in motion a study by the Public Utilities Commission of adding thermal to the RPS. And in addition, the original enabling legislation recognized the benefit of a more fuel diverse and technology neutral RPS by allowing the Renewable Energy Fund to be utilized for thermal renewable projects in the original bill, House Bill 873. In 2011, there was a bill to recognize heat from combined heat and power projects in the RPS. That same year, the PUC issued their study indicating that the addition of thermal to the RPS was feasible. And in 2012, it was incorporated as part of a comprehensive RPS reform bill, which was heard by this committee, debated and discussed and deliberated over extensively by the legislature that year, and ultimately passed in the form of Senate Bill 218. So there's a little bit of history. As I've indicated before to the committee, I think the primary reason that it passed was because thermal was ultimately structured as a carve-out in Class 1 and assigned a much lower alternative compliance payment, a ceiling price. I believe at the time, Class 1 electric was $55 and maybe a little bit higher because of the annual CPI adjustment. And the ACP for thermal was set at $25. So it was seen primarily as a cost-saving measure, but also a move to diversify the RPS by recognizing thermal technologies. And a reminder to the committee, we use more heat energy in New Hampshire than we do electricity. It is more than 1/3 of the total energy consumed in this state, and that is per the EIA. My testimony summarizes some statistics based on the number of projects that have become eligible to generate thermal RECs. That list, which came from the Department of Energy website and is dated or updated as of December 2024, is on the last 3 pages of my testimony. But a few statistics: the total installed capacity of these systems, which are biomass and geothermal, is 57 megawatts. That is approaching the installed capacity or nameplate capacity of the Burgess Biopower plant in Berlin, which I believe is 70 megawatts. These are property-poor school districts, rural hospitals, county facilities, businesses, municipal facilities, state university system campuses, Plymouth, Keene, and the Thompson School at UNH. So they reflect sort of a interesting diversity of beneficiaries, many of them financed by public tax dollars. And the primary reason that people consider this technology is to reduce operating cost. Now, these systems come with a higher capital cost. Burning wood, a solid fuel, is just fundamentally more complex an engineering proposition than burning oil or gas. They're anywhere from 2 to 4 times the capex of a comparably sized propane, natural gas, or oil system. So there's a big upfront cost, and RECs are seen as a way either of paying down that capital cost and reducing the payback period, or reducing operating cost. These systems spend approximately $7 million a year on chips and pellets sourced from within New Hampshire. Those are fuel dollars that stay here, circulate in our economy, and multiply. And they've displaced the need for over 4.1 million gallons of heating oil equivalent on an annual basis. So there is a significant economic benefit to the state of New Hampshire. They have spurred innovation. You heard Mr. Stock reference several projects. I want to mention 3 additional projects. DCI Furniture in Lisbon, New Hampshire, which is the last large furniture manufacturer in the state with 165 employees, is in the process of installing a biomass combined heat and power system that will generate thermal RECs. The Balsams redevelopment, which is on again, off again, I recognize that, but they tore out an old, inefficient wood-burning boiler that heated the hotel complex and are planning a significant new addition and expansion of that complex. And the last, Mr. Chairman, is the Ridgeline project, which you have testimony from Mr. Hogan speaking to the importance of that. That's been 3 or 4 years in planning and financing during a very difficult financing period. That's a 126-acre combined senior residential assisted living and commercial campus in the Redstone area of Conway. It's a greenfield development. That fact, the fact that you are in the ground building at the same time you are making a decision about how you're going to heat, makes possible district heating. And there is a site plan, this is dated early January 2025, that helps to illustrate the scope of the campus and the number of buildings that will be heated from the district plant. And I should add that it's only the larger buildings. The smaller cottages are not cost effective to heat with district heating. This project is planning on TREC revenue as part of their project financial pro forma, as are the others that I mentioned. And to conclude my testimony, Mr. Chairman, I just want to speak to a couple of the comments that Representative Harrington made, the question that Representative Bernardi posed, and comments from a witness a week ago. I think the reason we've seen a slowdown in modern wood heat is probably 4- or 5-fold. First, in the mid-2010s, oil and propane dropped in price. That price differential drives consideration of renewable heating alternatives, probably more than anything else. I think the attention that strategic electrification has received across the board in all aspects of energy consumption has, in a way, sort of sucked the oxygen out of the room and pushed to the fringes non-electric renewable technologies. I think the controversy over the biomass power plants and the attention that Governor Sununu's vetoes received perhaps had a chilling effect on consideration of the use of wood, even though the use of wood in heating, and to address a misconception of Representative Harrington's, is on the order of 75 to 95% output efficient based on the fuel and the technology used. And lastly, this committee has heard no fewer than 4 bills in the last 7 or 8 years to eliminate thermal or repeal or significantly alter the RPS. I can't emphasize enough what an impact that has on the marketplace and on those who are responding to a price signal set in the original enabling legislation and who are planning projects with a 2 to 4 year cycle, that is from conception of the idea to implementation, financing and implementation, to not know whether this policy will be in place or not. It's had a chilling effect. House Bill 225 in 2017, House Bill 213 in 2022, House Bill 166 in 2023. And 2 years ago, this committee passed by a 19-1 committee vote, House Bill 233, which actually set in motion a process at the Department of Energy to consider alternative heat verification strategies for smaller systems. Why did you do that? And Mr. Chairman, you were prime sponsor of the bill to avail the incentive to a broader array of technologies, and in particular, smaller systems for which the BTU meters was too expensive a proposition. And incidentally, that process is underway at the DOE, and hopefully they'll have a draft of an alternative measure to consider relatively soon. To your question, Representative Bernardi, these technologies used to benefit from a 30% federal renewable energy investment tax credit. The Biden administration took that away as a condition of the passage of the Inflation Reduction Act and the clean electricity standard that was in that bill. They foreclosed on the ability of high efficiency heat only systems to be eligible for that credit. So one possible means of restoring some measure of incentive for capital costs would be to restore the federal investment credit on these systems. And I just wanted to bring that to your attention. And that concludes my testimony, Mr. Chairman. I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Two quick questions. Number one, can you define district for us? You talked about district heating. And the second question is, can you contrast the price of wood heating versus propane or oil?
Yes, district heating would be where you have a central heat plant and heat is distributed through a grid either in the form of steam, low pressure, high pressure, or more efficiently, hot water through super insulated underground piping to buildings where that heat is transferred to through a heat exchanger to a hydronic grid in the building. It's very efficient. The technology has been developed and improved in Europe. It's available here in the U.S. There are many examples of that right here in New Hampshire. Merrimack Valley School District has a district heating plant for 4 buildings heated with wood, which parenthetically, they replaced resistance electric heating in their high school when they did that. There are other good examples. Concord Steam was the biggest example before that system went offline several years ago. The second question is, what is the comparative cost? Green chips are going to be somewhere around $6 to $9 per million BTU on a heat output basis. Dry chips somewhere around $12 to $15 per million BTU, and Mr. Froling can speak to that. Pellets somewhere between $18 and $22 per million BTU. Propane, depending on what the price is today, but at $3.50 or $4 a gallon, is north of $30 a million BTU, and oil at, I think the last time I checked the DOE website, it was $3.96 a gallon. Residential retail delivered is somewhere around $30 or $32 a million BTU. So that's the comparative heat cost, but that's just sort of an apples to apples comparison based on the efficiency of conversion of that heat and the energy content of the fuel and its moisture content.
Okay, thank you. Anybody else have a quick question? Representative Parshall.
Thank you, Chair Vos, and thank you for your testimony today. My school board a few years ago installed a dry chip heating system, and a concern was expressed to me. I'm hoping you can explain this to me, that with the loss of thermal RECs to supplement the cost of heating, they would probably have to pass those costs on to our taxpayers in the resulting in higher property taxes. Is that are they accurate in that assessment?
Yes, they are. They're probably receiving somewhere between $20 and say $24 per megawatt hour of gross revenue from the sale of those thermal RECs. That is revenue that, and I don't know what the policy is in your school district, but in many school districts, that's used to reduce operating costs, offset other unrelated operating costs, and or pay down capital costs on the original investment. Now, if that revenue isn't coming in, it has to be either they have to reduce costs through other means, or they have to replace that revenue with taxpayer dollars or some other source of revenue.
Thank you.
Representative McGee, please make it quick.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I will. So on line 17 of the bill, where they're listing classes in the RPS and under class 3 on line 17, it basically says 2025 and thereafter, we're going to go from an 8% allotment that's been there since 2015 to 1%. Can you speak to what that change would do to people who are participating now? Because I'm not sure everyone here is clear on that kind of drop from 8 to 1%.
Well, that's class 3 is the existing biomass and landfill gas projects. There are probably others here more able to speak to the impact of that change on supply and demand dynamics and rec prices. But in general, if you lower the purchase obligation and the amount of supply remains constant, the value of those recs is going to crash.
Okay. Seeing
Thank
no
you,
more
Mr.
questions,
Thank
I'm
you,
going
Mr.
to
Chairman.
invite next up to the, well, before I invite the next speaker, I'm going to have to say you have forced my hand. We still have 12 cards left. We're already 2 hours into a public hearing on this bill. So I'm going to have to limit testimony from this point forward to 2.5 minutes per person. And if we don't finish by 10:30, and then I'm going to have to suspend or recess this public hearing yet again, which I think is totally unnecessary, but like I say, you forced my hand. So next up, Jody Grimbliss, please give us your perspective as quickly as possible.
I am going to talk so fast.
2.5 minutes.
Keep up. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. For the record, my name is Jody Grimbliss. I'm lobbyist here in Concord. My client is Bridgewater Power Company. Michael Leary was here last week. He could not be here today. I'm passing around his testimony. I think a lot of what I would have said has already been said by Mr. Stock and Mr. Niebling, so I'll be very brief to tell you a couple of quick things. Yes, the issue in the bill itself for us, an existing biomass power plant, is on line 17 in the bill, which is class 3, where it goes from 8% to 1%. And then also on page 2, section 4, it says class 3 and it strikes out existing biomass. So that is where the independent biomass producers that are currently have been existed since 2000, well, in this program since 2007 would be wiped out. You would only have methane as part of class 3. That is the part that we're very concerned about because it would impact those benefits that you've heard a lot about today. So that is specifically to the existing biomass plants. Again, I think about the biomass plant benefits as 3, energy, economy, environment. I think you've heard a lot about energy, their base load, 24/7, probably 360 out of 365 days a year, they produce energy, electricity. Economy, they have payroll. They're usually the biggest taxpayers in their area, and that supply chain of wood, which you've heard all about. Very important to the local and statewide economy. And then environment, you've heard about sustaining forestry, thinning the forest, weeding the garden, decreasing fire risk. And you also learned about the byproduct of wood ash that helps a lot of farmers in the state of New Hampshire. So those are the reason we'd oppose it. The only thing I would add, and Charlie touched on it briefly, is the legislative history. This same exact bill has been to this legislature twice before. 2022, it was House Bill 213, and it was sent to interim study by a vote of 21-0 from this committee. House Bill 166, which actually came out in 2024, was voted 19-1 inexpedient to legislate, and I'll leave you with this. This bill would have eliminated biomass wood from receiving RECs. The wood industry remains extremely important to the state for many jobs and the health of our forests. Elimination of this class would only further damage an already struggling industry, not only in the North Country, but statewide. For this reason, the majority of the committee felt this bill was not ready to be enacted and recommends inexpedient to legislate. That was 2024. So I'm hoping you find this bill inexpedient to legislate. The blurb is already written. And thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. Seeing no questions, I'll invite the next person up, which is Meredith Hatfield of the Nature Conservancy. Does not appear to be here, so we'll move on and have Sam Evans-Brown give us, whoops, gave you the wrong card. Sam Evans-Brown up next. 2.5 minutes, Sam, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the committee. Clean Energy New Hampshire similarly is in opposition to this bill. I'd just like to reiterate something that Charlie Niebling did mention, but just to call it out, since Charlie said a lot of really valuable things. Just 2 years ago, in 2023, this body unanimously passed HB 233, which created the possibility for creating new metering standards that should solve the supply constraint of thermal renewable energy credits and make available the production and consumption of TRECs to residential customers, which I think is a positive step forward. Unfortunately, due to statutory concerns about the creation of the Department of Energy, they felt they couldn't proceed with that rulemaking until they had been given additional authority to make decisions by rule or order. So there was a second bill that was required last year before that rulemaking could commence. It is now underway, and so as soon as it's completed, I think a lot of us are quite hopeful that there will be more thermal RECs that are flooding into the market and dealing with the cost of compliance issue that has been flagged by a couple of folks. The second thing is I would just say I do think there is a strong nexus between electricity rates and the thermal sector, right? So anytime we have a source that is producing heat during New England's particularly challenging times, which is the cold, dark days of winter, which is when our natural gas pipelines are constrained, any source that is taking that strain off the natural gas pipeline network is going to result in lower electricity bills. So insofar as we have thermal sources supplementing electric heating or natural gas heating, it's going to result in lower electric rates. So I think there is a strong argument for this program being attached to electric rates. And with that, I'll close my testimony.
Okay, seeing no questions for Mr. Sam Evans-Brown. Thank you, sir, for your testimony. And next, we'll hear from Jared Mulliner of MESIS.
Thank you, Chairman. Thank you, Committee. My name is Jared Mulliner. I'm here representing MESIS. We are a residential wood pellet boiler manufacturer and also a distributor of wood pellets. We distribute about 12 to 15,000 tons annually. And I wanted to talk about kind of the unclear messaging. We were excited about Bill 233 to include residential things at an easier rate to be part of this. And now we're seeing this in opposition of that, and quite concerning. We have decided not to do business in the state of New Hampshire on 2 occasions because of kind of the inconsistent messaging regarding biomass, and have built a depot in Massachusetts instead, and will proceed forth probably building one in Vermont in the next couple of years, and have skipped. That's been a problem. A couple of things I wanted to bring up as well that does need to be the RECs. We were excited about them being made easier for the residential market. The unclear messaging for the state of New Hampshire, and repeatedly bringing this up year after year, or a couple years in between. And then a couple of things I also wanted to touch upon. In 2018, when the U.S. Environmental Protection Agency under the Trump administration officially declared biomass to be carbon neutral. I'll allow Representative Mr. Harrington to debate that with his Democratic colleagues, because they're the ones that have challenged that. And also, too, that if you do refer to the wood pellet heating database of the EPA certified equipment, they are upwards of 90% efficient and then some. Thank you for your time and your consideration.
Okay, thank you. Seeing no questions for this gentleman. Oh, Representative McGee.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Hi, nice to see you again. Thank you for being here today. So it sounds like you've been following what we've been doing here because you were planning to maybe be doing business in New Hampshire, and then you thought better of it from your statement. So my question is, you said that you mentioned twice that you thought that we were providing unclear messaging, like to what we're doing. But is it unclear messaging, or is it unclear policy?
Unclear policy.
Unclear. Yeah. Okay. Thanks.
Okay, seeing no further questions, we'll call next on Mark Froling. Representative Wendy Thomas has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. You mentioned that you've stopped doing deliveries in New Hampshire or work in New Hampshire. Can you specifically give me the impact of how much chips you have not provided and what that would equal in terms of energy?
Well, I don't have the numbers in front of me as far as how many, but you have quite a few people that have taken advantage of some of your rebates and have installed residential systems that are kind of waiting for these recs to be easier, like we talked about in the previous bill. And this obviously would squash that, which I think this whole committee thought would be a good idea, to make it, instead of net metering, to do it based on actual weight of what was delivered. Which is programs that other states have modeled your program, but have made it a little easier and have been highly beneficial and successful, in particular in Maine. So I don't know how to qualify it totally, but certainly an impact, and has certainly steered us clear of here to invest further.
Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Seeing no more further questions, I'll ask Mark Froling to come up and give us his perspective in 2.5 minutes.
That's perfect for me. I'm a man of few words, but thank you so much, Representative Vose, for holding this discussion. Obviously, this REC incentive is really important for our company, but more so than our company, because we're just a very small company. It is actually really important for our customers, who are the REC recipients. And so these REC of all of our clients, it's actually the REC recipients are mostly public schools, public counties, and things like that. So it's about most of our RECs, about 80% go to back to the state, and so they would be the losers of that. And so how does that money, where does that money come from when the REC goes away? It would actually come from the taxpayers. So for instance, in Jaffrey, New Hampshire, I believe you live in Jaffrey, or close by anyway, so Representative Jaffrey. And so in that school, and I can't do the physical calculations for that, if they are getting, they're using 300 tons right now, and so they're getting 90 RECs. 900 RECs in a year right now. It's about $18,000 worth. That money would have to then come from the taxpayers, clearly, because that money is now no longer available. Same for Cheshire County. They're getting a little bit over 2,500 RECs. That money would have to come from the state itself. So 80% of the RECs that our company has installed, and we're sort of, a larger installer for sure for this technology, goes directly back to the state or to municipalities and to individual towns. So that money will have to come from the taxpayers in the future. I don't see any way around it. So it's really just shifting it from the ratepayers to the taxpayers, but it's not coming from other places. So I just want people to be aware of it, who they're levying the tax or the incentive to in the future. As far as Representative Harrington, the combustion efficiency, as mentioned by you, in the 40% is about 99% combustion efficiency. The overall thermal efficiency of a boiler, maybe that's what you were targeting at, is between, on a steam boiler in the 70s, all the way up into the 92% on a pellet boiler with dryer fuel. So, and as per the EPA, we are carbon neutral in our technology. I typically use the word near carbon neutral because I feel like it represents that a little bit better, because we make deliveries with diesel trucks and we go into the forest with chainsaws and things like that. And even though the carbon cycle is quite neutral in its behavior, I like to also kind of own up to it. There's use of fossil fuel technology in our industry, and so I like to really be very transparent about that and typically use the term near carbon neutral. I think it's a fair representation.
Okay, thank you for your
you so
testimony. One quick question.
Yeah, of
When you
course.
talked about the efficiency of the boilers, was that using green wood or dried wood?
Yeah, the efficiency is it's a great question. You clearly maybe an engineer or something like that, but the efficiency is mostly related to the water content in the fuel. So if you have 50% moisture in the fuel in your wood that comes from the tree, and you put it into the boiler, the usable energy that you get out is only a portion of that, because it takes a lot of energy to actually burn off the water in there first. So then you have the remaining energy that you can use in your radiators and things like that. And so that energy is sort of the that efficiency is basically calculates how much the useful versus the non-useful energy is kind of calculates how efficient your overall boiler thermal efficiency is. So typically we, on a steam boiler, it can't be quite as efficient because of the higher temperatures and the conversion to steam. We have some losses there. And so hot water boilers tend to be a little bit more efficient, but it really mostly depends on the moisture content of the fuel.
So your answer is that drier fuel burns more efficiently?
Much more, yes.
Do you have any, because you're in this business, do you have any data about the cost of drying the fuel and the amount of energy that's needed to dry the fuel? How does that compare to the resulting efficiency of the fuel once it's burned in a boiler?
Cost versus efficiency? But physics of physics basically takes the same amount of energy no matter where you are, if you are drying it in your boiler versus in... so if we're drying fuel and it takes a certain amount of energy and of course related cost, it takes the same amount of energy to dry it in somebody else's boiler on site at a school. The reason why we do that is just like refining fuel oil, for instance. You refine it so a car can run very efficient. Same reason why you actually season your wood in your cordwood boiler. If you don't season it, then you have a lot of other tars in your chimney and things like that. That makes it very undesirable. So it's really just a refining process, and it takes a certain amount of energy, and it just makes it more useful. One more quick thing that I wanted to say, even though we are receiving this incentive, is quite clear to me. And a lot of people seem like maybe it's not quite fair to receive this incentive and things like that. I believe Mr. Harrington was saying something that we shouldn't be getting this, but there's the oil and gas industry, and I have a couple pages. I'm super limited on time here, so I can't really read these all, but there's two pages of oil and gas incentives that are actually in our federal tax code. And so we don't have any of these tax incentives from a federal standpoint. And so we're just literally getting this tiny little slice of the pie here. And it is really beneficial for our state, as I mentioned. Our primary beneficiary of this REC is actually directly back into the state. I don't really see why that is so important for Mr. Harrington to sort of eliminate that incentive.
Okay, no debating here. We're just trying to find answers to questions.
Anyways, there's other...
He's going to debate me. I want a chance to respond.
No, because we're not going to have a debate. Representative La Rochelle has a question.
Perfect. Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It's a very simple question. Do any of these boiler designs allow for condensing boilers?
Yes, you can make a wood boiler condensing boiler, correct.
Thank you.
All right, no further questions. We'll move along to Mr. Kevin Porter of Concord.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good morning, everyone. I'll try and be quick. As I said, Mr. Kevin Porter here in Concord. Our family owns and operates timberlands throughout Merrimack County, largely to provide a source of thermal energy. Sounds like you've already gotten a primer on forestry, so I'll try and stick to energy economics here. Now more than ever, thermal energy and electricity are intertwined, and that's only going to increase with heat pump adoption. And heat pumps are great, but they do add to those wintertime peaks in demand, which is becoming more of an issue. here in New Hampshire. By supplementing those with wood energy, it's a great way to smooth out those demands and provide another way to generate heat for residential and commercial and industrial customers. Secondly, related to that, going forward, our energy system is moving from one of a small number of large institutional power plants to where we have a larger number of small distributed generation. And wood energy is a prime example of that. For those that may study our electric bills, you may have noticed that the largest reason we've seen increase is because of transmission and distribution. So by having smaller projects like wood projects, we can help mitigate those costs that have been hitting all of us in the pocketbook. Last thing I'll say, RECs are really about sending price signals to the market, and they're really about monetizing externalities. For every gallon of fossil fuel oil, propane that's purchased in New Hampshire, most of that leaves the state, and we never see it again. If it's in the wintertime, it probably leaves the country, and we never see it again. But if we're talking about wood energy, you have a whole ecosystem of landowners, loggers, truckers, mill operators, help recycle that money and keep it local. With that, I urge you to oppose this bill. Thank you very much.
Okay. Seeing no questions, we want to thank you for coming to talk to us, and we'll call on Matt Leahy of the Forest Society next.
Good morning. Thank you, Mr. Chair. For the record, I'm Matt Leahy. I'm the Public Policy Director for the Society for the Protection of New Hampshire Forests. I'll be brief. We oppose the bill, and it's really, when we look at the purpose for the RPS, that's where our opposition comes from. That purpose talks about local renewable fuels and resources, and, further talks about, how these types of sources can lower our dependence on other fossil fuel sources, and it, again talks about, how the RPS keeps energy investment dollars in New Hampshire. Those are all valid goals. They were valid when the RPS was established, and they still are. So again, we oppose the bill. But I'll take any questions.
Seeing no questions, want to thank you for your testimony and give the last word here to John Gage from Wyndham. You have 2.5 minutes. And please make this about the bill and thermal energy and nothing else, please.
Thank you, Chairman and committee, for hearing my testimony. I oppose this bill. Representative Harrington, I'm a ratepayer, so you can ask me. Reducing demand for gas heating will lower the demand, will lower the prices. And so this is just a sensible. Thermal and electricity energy are mixed, as we heard. I think it's important to diversify our state's energy resources. But I'd like to talk about why this committee seems to be stumbling on a lot of these things. There seems to be a disrespect for science, in particular climate science.
I'm going to have to stop you there. That's not the subject of
I've got other
this
topics.
public hearing.
So
If you'd
I've
like
got
to
other
discuss
topics.
this bill, we'd be happy to hear it, but otherwise you're dismissed.
I do. So the problem is that the external costs of the pollution that were mentioned before from fossil fuels not being reflected in their prices is going to end soon. And the state should be aware of that. And the reason that it's not is the influence of the fossil fuel industry through money funding front groups that have a strong influence in our energy policy mix. They're confusing you, they're tricking you. And this is causing a problem in decisions like for this bill.
Okay, you're not addressing the subject of the bill, so I'm going to cut off your testimony there, and thank you very much for being here, and close the public hearing on House Bill HB 567 FN. And I will now open a public hearing on House Bill 674 FN relative to non-wires or non-wire alternatives, time of use tariffs, and multi-year rate settings, and call on Representative Kaplan to introduce this legislation.
morning, Mr. Chair, and good morning, fellow committee members. I'm going to be brief about HB 674FN. This is a bill that is intended as a vehicle for utility reform. And as you're all aware, utility reform is a heavy lift. And so this bill really is a work in progress. And I would love to see nothing better than to have this bill retained in committee and to undertake a study on utility reform on a bipartisan basis, because I think that we are, you know, from the 30,000-foot view that people like to reference, I think we are largely in agreement on the aims of utility regulation and what we want the utilities to do better at, namely bring on more generation, keep costs low, and enhance marketplace competition, while at the same time maintaining a viable utility business for their shareholders. So, you know, it's a hybrid structure. It always needs to be looked at and pushed forward. I think the utilities on their own aren't going to do that. They're quite happy to, you know, go through PUC docket after PUC docket and then come to us retroactively and say, can you please fix this in statute? I think that's not our duty as a legislature. We ought to be looking at how to frame utility structure to best serve our constituents. And so hopefully this bill might be a vehicle to start that kind of conversation. Otherwise, I think that's all I've got to say on it. I'm happy to answer questions or defer to people coming after me.
Okay, thank you, Representative Kaplan. Questions for the representative? Representative Harrington has one.
Yeah, I'm just trying to clarify this so I understand. When it talks about required default service providers to establish fair and reasonable time of use tariffs, so you're referring there just to the energy portion of the electric bill, not the transmission and distribution?
I'm not sure about that. I mean, time of use tariffs come from the demand side, right? So that would have to, that would entail some sort of distribution of the electricity.
Follow up?
Follow up.
No, I'm not, maybe my question wasn't very clear. I'm just trying to figure what you're saying here. I think the intent of the bill is to say that the utility shall provide fair and reasonable time of use tariff for seasonal and daily peak and off-peak usage for everybody. And the electric bill is broken into multiple parts, and the two major ones are transmission and distribution, and then energy, which is, you know, somewhere around 45%. Right. So would this apply just to the default service energy? And I bring this up because let's say I was buying from a third party rather than from the utility. I was getting my energy from a third party. Right. Would I also pay higher transmission? Or would that affect my transmission and distribution costs, or would those be unaffected by this bill?
That's an excellent question, Representative. I'm not sure I'm able to answer that. Okay. I mean, I know that there are, you know, questions about third-party providers and whether they're paying their fair share of transmission and distribution. So that's a very complicated question. I'm not able to answer that.
Thank you.
Additional questions? Seeing none, we'll move on. Next up will be Matt Young from the New Hampshire Department of Energy. Good morning and welcome back to ST&E. Good to see you.
Good to see you too, Mr. Chairman. Thank you. For the record, Matt Young. I'm an attorney with the New Hampshire Department of Energy. The department does have a number of concerns with this bill, but I think given Representative Kaplan's testimony, if the bill is not going to proceed, we're happy to yield our time and rather than go through them.
Let me just clarify. Representative Kaplan, did you say you didn't want this bill to go forward?
I'm going to leave that in the hands of the committee. I would love this bill to be retained in committee as a study. And if not, I'm happy to leave that, the final decision on what to do with this bill to you.
Okay, I got it. Thank you. All right, then you don't have to go through your point by point if we're going to be considering this at a later time. So we can move on. So thank you. Last up on this bill is Alexander Spidell of the New Hampshire Public Utilities Commission.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee. The Public Utilities Commission wanted to indicate that we don't necessarily have a set position on a number of these provisions, but the position that we do have that we'd like to put forward before the committee is that we had concerns regarding subpart Roman 3C. And the issue we have with this is, for starters, it says, if you look at Roman 3, line 18 on page 1 of the bill, it says that the Department of Energy and Public Utilities Commission, and then when you go to Part C, line 1 of page 2 of the bill, it says set rate cases in accordance with RSA 3787. So we just wanted to flag to the committee that the Department of Energy does not set rate cases. The Public Utilities Commission adjudicates rate cases. Furthermore, the commission wanted to put in a plug, and last year I had given testimony in this general area as well regarding the favorability of the 6-month default service rate setting cycle. It's been established for our regulated utilities since the early 2000s in the case of Liberty and also Unitil, and definitely for PSNH right away. When they went into divestiture mode, their 6-month rate cycle started for the procurements in around 2018. So the benefit of that 6-month rate cycle versus a 5-year cycle is that there can be responsiveness to market conditions as they develop. And that often means upside benefit for consumers when prices go down. And I would also throw out to the committee as a point of consideration is, imagine if we were sitting here in February of 2020, what would our crystal ball tell us about the world market and political events of the next 5 years? I don't know if we would necessarily guess exactly what would be happening over the next 5 years in February of 2020. So that would be the substance of my remarks. Thank you.
Any questions for Mr. Speidel? Representative Harrington has one.
Yeah, so I'm a little confused with that, what that has to do with this bill. You're saying that a 5-year, but this bill talks about a 5-year average, I would guess. This talks about time of use tariff, which I'm assuming would be an instantaneous based on the LMP or the real time, either that or day ahead.
No, Representative Harrington, we're not addressing the time of use segment of the bill. The bill that we're segment that we're looking at is Part C of Roman 3, which says that rates for state electric default service customers are established every 5 years. That's a 5-year rate setting cycle for the default service energy rates.
Okay, follow up.
Follow up.
That's what I'm confused about. How can you have time of use rates and have a 5-year rate? It seems like you can't have one or the other, but you can't have both.
That's an excellent question. I would think I would defer to Representative Kaplan's characterization of this being a work in progress, but it seems like the two things are in tension, great tension. That's correct.
All right, thank you.
Further questions? Seeing none, let's get the utilities perspective on this bill and call up Michael Licata from Eversource. And by the way, that is the last pink card I have on this piece of legislation.
Thank you, Chairman, members of the committee. Michael Licata on behalf of Eversource. I'll be exceptionally brief. We do have a number of concerns with the bill. Really do appreciate Representative Kaplan reaching out, having a conversation about this the other day, walking through those concerns and his receptiveness to, put some more work into this. The only other thing I'd say, aside from our appreciation, is we do think that there has been some progress made recently, in fact, last year, on the integrated distribution planning bill that you all passed and is now law on the non-wires alternative section, where utilities have to file these distribution planning documents every, I think it's 5 years, and include an assessment that they have done of non-wires alternatives. So there was some activity and progress made on that, but really just we do have concerns. No need to go through them point by point, and really do appreciate Representative Kaplan's willingness to listen to our feedback.
Okay, so I guess that's it. No further pink cards, no further questions. We'll close the public hearing on House Bill 674 FN. And Representative Kaplan, I'd remind you that we need a pink card from you about for introducing the bill. And I would also remind Representative McGee that we need a pink card from her to introduce the next bill, which would be House Bill 681, establishing a statewide online energy data platform. And so, whoops, this is for 74. I got a late pink card on 674. Unfortunately, I already closed the public hearing. But since we have a few minutes, I'll allow Mr. Crease, if he wants to say some.
Here's my card.
Okay. A misprint on the card. This is supposed to be 681. Excellent. Okay. So now we can, that's straightened out. We can now call Representative McGee to introduce her House Bill 681.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee. It's nice to see you all this morning. I'm Representative Kat McGee of Hillsborough 35 Hollis. I'm come to you today to ask for your support on HB 681, a bill that seeks to edit the initial language in statute that describes the characteristics that need to be included in the state's design of the statewide energy data hub. These items listed in the statute, which may be found on page 2 of the bill, starting at line 16, include governance, development, implementation, change management, and versioning of the platform, standards for data accuracy, retention, availability, privacy and security, including the integrity and uniformity of the logical data model, and financial security standards or mechanisms to assure compliance with privacy standards by third parties. That was the original language of the statute, which was passed in SB 284 back in 2019. And that language basically pushed forward a docket at the Public Utilities Commission where interested parties and interveners, including myself, came together to try and satisfy these requirements. As is referenced in the bill's analysis, the framework and operational guidelines that the Governance Council, which was also established by that legislation, who worked on the technical issues of this software project, were approved by the Commission in an order on March 2nd, 2022. That order found that both the technical approach and the governance paradigm endorsed by the utilities, the Department of Energy, and the other stakeholders who had been working together since the bill passed in 2019 were consistent with the requirements set forth in RSA 378:51 through 54. Under findings in section 3 on page 1, line 15, the bill language references the Public Utility Commission's order number 26,589, acknowledging that the parties to the Governance Council, at the end of line 18, you'll find, quote, have collaborated effectively to create a plan for the development and governance of a statewide multi-use online data platform in a manner that is mindful of the need to avoid excessive rate impacts. Section 3 on page 2, starting on line 20, says, quote, the membership, authority, and consensus decision-making paradigm of the Platform Governance Council, as approved on March 2nd, 2022, shall apply to the planning, construction, and operation of the platform. I was in the conversations around how this project moved forward, and we were meeting, we had 15 8-hour technical sessions during 2020, during COVID, with the IT professionals from all of the utilities, as well as IT professionals who intervened on the project from around the country because they had been party to other efforts of this type in other states around the country. if we had had the slides set up this morning, I had just 3 simple slides that showed the other states in the country that have individual utility platforms available for their customers, and also the ones that have attempted to do a multi-utility data platform. Because I understand that for many of you, this is the first time you're hearing anything about this project, but it has been ongoing for the full time. And the Governance Council, as it is currently constituted under the leadership of the Chief Technology Officer and IT Development Manager at Unitil, they meet weekly. So they have a 4 p.m. Wednesday meeting to discuss all of the issues around where they're at right now. Is they're ready to submit an RFP to find out the cost to actually build the project. It's been speculative up to this point. And once that RFP is returned, then the cost benefit analysis that is also pending can be completed, because they can't do that until they have an actual cost to build it. But let's see. The bill is needed because the initial hurdles have all been met in the design of the requirements as established, and we need new language that will guide the effort forward. The process allows for objections from any member of the Governance Council. The technical expertise, utility expertise, Department of Education expertise, and the Office of Consumer Advocates legal expertise provide a sufficiently broad knowledge base to approve project decisions and to file rate reimbursement requests to the PUC, as with any other utility investment, to be submitted once the RFP and cost-benefit analysis are completed and approved by the PUC. The RFP is ready to be submitted to the PUC, as I had mentioned, and my understanding is it only lacks sign-off from the Department of Energy, or it would have been delivered today. They can probably speak to that. The language that will be put into state law that no utility shall recover costs that are not prudently incurred, nor shall there be any recovery of or on investments that are not useful, are not used and useful. That's the term, used and useful. That language means that the utilities who are charged with managing and developing the maintenance of this project cannot recover monies they cannot justify through this lens. What this bill seeks to do is set up the technical and administrative path for the Energy Data Hub once a successful RFP response is in hand and the pending cost-benefit analysis is completed later this year. It's expected in the fall. I should say that I cannot fathom any reason that this bill would have a fiscal note, as passing it will have no fiscal impact. The project itself has a cost, and we can talk about that later when HB 723 comes up. I don't want to mix the two topics. This bill merely seeks to update statutory language so that the Governance Council can continue to manage the technical and administrative decision-making because they have the IT expertise to do so. It's a software project. That was the original intent of HB 284. And if the RFP and cost-benefit analysis proves the Energy Data Hub's value and that the cost is just and reasonable, then these statutory changes to define the governance of this software project should move forward in the hands of the Governance Council that was defined in the original statute to provide the leadership and technical expertise to manage the tool once the original statutory specifications were met. I thought this year was the right time for a transition from the Public Utility Commission's oversight to the utilities, Department of Energy, Consumer Advocate, and other energy stakeholders who make up the Governance Council, as they have been working on this project since 2019. There is no reason for technical oversight from the Public Utilities Commission because the project management is being done by Unitil's professional IT department. And I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Representative McGee, for introducing this legislation. So I have a quick question for you.
Mm-hmm.
They've been working on this, you testified, since 2019. That's 6 years.
Yes.
And I personally have kind of lost track. So could you explain to us why we need to mandate the use of an online data platform. If it's something that utilities would find useful, wouldn't they just do it on their own?
Thank you for the question. The utilities in some cases actually have applications that they've designed and that allow people to access their energy data. In some cases and in some states, they also have front-end apps that people can download on their phones, that kind of thing. What the brainchild for the data platform was that I thought was really interesting is the idea of having all the utilities data. So if your town skirts multiple utility districts, or if you are trying to look at your energy usage in general, it includes electricity and gas. So it is basically a data hub. It's a place where all of the energy from all the participating utilities and their subsidiaries in gas as well as electric would reside. So what it does is it enables people to slice and dice their data into information in whatever kinds of slices that they want. So it broadens the ability to do planning, create grid resiliency, realize energy efficiencies and savings, because you can actually manage what you can now measure. I was in charge of metrics years ago when I was in the technical training center at John Hancock Financial. When I first started working there, they said, "You're in charge of metrics." And I was like, okay. But what that basically is taking data and turning it into information that's actually useful to people. So, managers and others will be able to understand what they're looking at, what kind of gaps they're trying to fill. And what happened with this project, one of the reasons it took so long, I mean, we were in COVID when it first started. I was on the call for the hearing on March 2nd, 2022. All of the stakeholders, DOE included, we were unanimous in our presentation to the then commissioners. And what happened was, my understanding is, I'm not on the I still get the notices for the Governance Council meetings, but I only go if I know of something that I want to hear about. So they are very gracious to still keep me as a member of the PAC. But there was a opportunity to secure a GRIP grant and like a grid resiliency, I don't know what the acronym stands for, but there was a call for proposals, and it was a competitive grant. And those proposals were favoring efforts that were regional, the grid resiliency kind of thing. So Unitil took the initiative and went forward and asked some of the other states that they're already functioning in, and the other states basically in New England, if they wanted to participate. And I think everybody signed on except maybe Vermont. But anyway, they put in a joint grant. So that took that sidestepped them for well over a year, 2023 to 2024. And they got the answer back last year that it was a competitive grant, and there were 5 times the number of submissions, and they didn't get it. So yeah, so that's what happened. We would have been turning it around sooner than this. But what we have, and I do have handouts that are being created upstairs, which I'll present. I want to speak on 723, obviously, too, because I have knowledge about the thing. Is that we have a sort of a full set of who benefits, how they benefit, user stories, and also the original legislative objectives that we were trying to satisfy when we were trying to develop requirements for this tool. And there is currently a high-level estimate from Dunsky based on other states that have tools like this as to the amount of savings that we can expect, and I have information on that to pass out too, but we won't have the actual cost benefit analysis to make a decision until the fall. So we really don't have what it'll cost to build it. There's a lot of projections out there, and I'll just say to you, I was a program manager in a software engineering shop at Skillsoft, and when the software engineers and people who had dealt in software on this project began discussing how it would move forward, it was very difficult because we didn't have a Department of Energy then. There was no point person, which is why I stayed with the project. I was like, somebody has to be able to articulate what's going on here. And so what was interesting to me is that there was not anybody, or there were very few people in the state agency infrastructure who had technical or software background. And so there was no one to have sort of ownership for the project. And what we tried to do was figure out a way to satisfy the legislative language that said that the utilities would be in charge of building it and operating it without a gold-plated price tag from the utilities. And so we worked on the software side of it to say it should be done through agile practices. It should maybe be outsourced to utility API companies that do this all around the country, right? There are several. And so the RFP will be going out to those people to sort of build the specs. And we will know what they're going to charge us before that happens. So we actually think it's going to be lower than the stuff that's been projected. And I have a back of the napkin on what it would actually result in on people's bills, because we have, you know, some information also about how it would be charged back as a capital expense. But I don't want to go into all of that now. And I don't even know if I answered your question at this point.
I don't know either. No, I do appreciate your
Thank
answer.
you.
Thank you.
Okay.
Any additional questions? Representative Harrington has one.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for taking my question. Just a clarification on a couple of parts of the bill. On line 25 on page 1, it says the Governance Council operates under a consensus decision-making model. Does that mean majority rules?
No,
What
it
does it
means if you don't have consensus, it doesn't go.
Okay, when that
forward.
means unanimous.
Yes.
Okay, and follow up?
Yes, follow up.
Okay, if that means unanimous, then when you go over to the second page, where it talks about decisions of the Governance Council.
Line?
Let's just start with line 22. When assented to by blah, 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 and it shall be deemed to be prudent and lawful. Nothing in this paragraph shall preclude a person aggrieved by a non-unanimous decision of the Governance Council. So it sounds like one point you're saying these decisions have to be unanimous, and another point you're saying if they're not unanimous, this is an outcome that you can pursue. So what happens if it's not unanimous? Let's say it's 5-1.
Mhm.
Does that then is that being prudent and lawful?
Well, I think you can probably speak to the consumer advocate who's a member of the Governance Council to talk about how that would work in reality. I think what the verbiage is trying to do here is say that if someone is opposed to any of these decisions that are going through, then they have the option of seeking relief through the commission to try and adjudicate that
Follow up?
lack of unanimity. I could say that.
Okay, follow up.
But that's why I'm confused, because you said that they're consensus decision-making, which means the only decisions they can come to is unanimously. Then you say, if it's not unanimous, any aggrieved person, who I don't know actually who that is, I guess it could be any ratepayer, I guess, can be aggrieved by a non-unanimous decision, can appeal to the commission. So it just seems like something doesn't work right there.
Understand what you're saying. Well, I think that the consensus decision-making model is one that was adopted by the Governance Council in order to work through the issues that they have. If they have disagreement, they try and get it to a point where everybody can live with whatever the decision is. But again, I'm not on the council, so somebody else can probably speak to that better. And I know that Clifton Belo will be here for the 2 o'clock event.
Representative Corman has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for taking my question. Sure. Actually, I'd like to follow up on Chairman Bose's question, because he was asking about why haven't the utilities just gone ahead and done this? Are there beneficiaries other than the utilities if this thing was really up and running? I mean, could just a residential consumer use this? Could a third party provider use it? Could community power use it to help make decisions? And therefore it would be beyond just the benefit of the utilities.
Well, I can speak to when this went to subcommittee. This is the first official act that I had as a representative. Was I got tapped to take this Senate bill that was coming over on this, statewide energy data platform that nobody really understood. They asked me if I wanted to run the subcommittee, and I ran with that subcommittee. I mean, I went over to the person whose idea this was. He was working at the time in the Consumer Advocate's office, but he was a former CTO, and he had been tracking Texas, basically. And there were some other states at that time trying to do the same thing, which is pull all the energy data together in order to use it for benefit of everybody. They referred to it as democratizing the data. And of course, the resistance initially was the utilities own the data. So they didn't really want to give up the control of the data so that people would be able to make better decisions without going to them for that data. So that process would be facilitated. And to your specific question, yes, it would be available to individuals and third parties, to municipalities, to building owners, private businesses, facilities like hospitals and university installations. So anybody that owns a grouping of buildings or a compound would be able to slice the data so that they could see all of their energy usage, and they could make better decisions about how to improve their energy efficiency in whatever complex they were managing. So it's something you can't do today. It's very hard to do today because of the lack of access to the data.
Representative Reynolds has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And thank you, Representative McGee,
Sure.
for spearheading this project for all these years. Is the big idea behind this project and the vision for this shared, universally accessible database that good public policy and good business decisions are based on good data and shared understanding? And right now, we don't have that for the state of New Hampshire. We have all this, everybody's energy usage data is sort of private and siloed, by utility. It's nobody can get the big picture. Is the idea that by having this system, we could all have a better shared understanding of energy usage patterns, trends, so that we could have a more informed discussion about what we're trying to do here?
Before you answer that
I
question,
was going to say, thank you for the layup.
and it's a good question.
It is a good question.
But I want to point out that it's a time-wasting question in the sense that you asked it 3 times. You asked the question, then you sort of paraphrased your question, and then you asked it again. And so what I'd like all members of the committee, and I don't mean to single you out, Representative Reynolds, but what I'd like all members of the committee to do is think carefully about the question you want to ask, and then when I recognize you, ask that question and not repeat it endlessly.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
That's not a criticism of you. I'm just a reminder to everybody that we need to get to the nub of what's important about these bills, and the way we do that is asking good, precise questions that can elicit a good answer. And you probably forgot the question by now, but if you didn't, you can answer it.
I was going to say, are you going to paraphrase it? No. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for the clarification. And thank you, Representative Reynolds, for the question. I actually was speaking with Clifton Below recently about the sort of the opaqueness of understanding our energy. We can't really see it. And if you don't have access to understanding the totality of something you're trying to manage, it's very difficult. So yes, clarity would come from that. And I told him that the way I like to describe it is, you can't manage what you can't measure. And he said, that's good. So maybe he'll use that today, because he was trying to figure out a way to say it simply. But data is information. And at this point, we don't have a mechanism to be able to translate our energy data into useful information. And we have assessments that show that if people have the availability of that information, they will learn how to use it. And one additional thing that I was going to save again for this afternoon's hearing, but I thought I should mention it, is the last time I spoke with Unitil, who's managing the project at this point, and they're managing the RFP and all that. So they're sort of the primary utility in terms of the technology project. They said that they are planning to hire an intern who's dedicated to writing apps once the database is available, so that there will be user-friendly, simple apps that all the different constituents, and I will provide a document that shows all the different user stories for, you know, from individual up to government and PUC. I mean, the PUC, grid resilience and grid modernization would really benefit from this tool as well, because again, we don't have any insights into some of the things we're trying to resolve, and the data can help us get there.
Okay, seeing no more questions for Representative McGee. Whoops, there's one more. Representative Thomas.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This bill appears to be best practices for managing a heck of a lot of data. But my question is regarding the fiscal note. Financial costs seem to be misrepresented on the floor, so I'd like you to confirm that there is no fiscal note to this bill, and that you, as the prime sponsor, have said that there is no fiscal impact.
Yeah, there is a fiscal note on the bill, but I'm not sure how or why it got there, because the bill itself is about how the Governance Council would assume responsibility for the platform, which has already achieved all of the things that were in the original language. And so they have been the decision-making body. They are the most knowledgeable about what's going on with the RFP and all that stuff. So while they're still going for approval on the RFP to the PUC, and they're also going to be going back to show that there's a cost-benefit analysis that would warrant us doing it, those are steps that were defined again in the original legislation, and everything else that's in there has already been completed. So there's a full set of requirements now that meet all the standards for security and privacy and governance and all that. So it's just a transition point. That's what the bill is doing. So the bill doesn't have anything to do with whether the platform gets built. It just updates the language, which is currently describing a project that we've already fulfilled. We've already completed all of those things, so they don't need to be in language anymore.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay, seeing no further questions, let's find out what the consumer advocate has to say about House Bill 681. Don Kreis, welcome back. Good to see you, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. For the record, I am Donald Kreis, the consumer advocate. Of course, my job is to advocate on behalf of the interests of residential utility customers, and taking seriously the chairman's admonition not to be repetitive, I'm going to try and not repeat all of the very informative testimony that the sponsor, Representative McGee, just offered to you. I do want to take everybody back to the good old days of 2019 when Senate Bill 284 was ultimately signed into law by Governor Sununu. That was one of two energy-related bills that year that Governor Sununu did not veto. And while I obviously don't speak for Governor Sununu, I think the reason he didn't veto that particular bill was because he perceived the potential of a statewide utility customer data platform as one that could advance the policy objectives in the state's 10-year energy plan, which is to say, be technology neutral and consumer empowering. To Representative Corman's question, the whole point of a statewide utility customer data platform like this is to allow individual customers to share their usage data as it's acquired by the utilities with third parties that can help them do cool stuff with their energy usage. And, you know, the experts can tell you all that cool stuff. It has to do with everything that you can imagine. So the bill originated with a cooperative effort between folks at Unitil and folks in my office. And we proposed it at the time because I thought that the utilities would actually try to thwart something like this as antithetical to the kind of hegemony that they were trying to perpetuate. But we got the bill through the legislature, again, for the reasons I think I stated. Governor Sununu signed the bill into law, and then the utilities actually surprised me by being willing to work with us to try to develop this thing. And lo and behold, I would say 2 of the 3 major utilities in this state have been quite proactive in terms of lending their technical and operational expertise to the process of answering the question, how would you build something like this? The utilities were very protective of the back end of their data management systems, and so they wanted to make sure that none of this would kind of sneak into the back end of their systems and wreak havoc with it. So we were able to satisfy the utilities and develop a sort of programmatic concept for how to build something like this that would protect the utilities but still allow something like this to develop. And as a result of the contested administrative proceeding before the PUC that the original bill mandated, we got there and we filed a settlement agreement that the PUC ultimately approved. So why do we need this bill? Well, I think that the way it has evolved, and from my perspective, the reason that it has taken us 5.5 years to get even to where we are today, which is to say still not having built this thing, is that the Public Utilities Commission has sort of cast itself in the role of, I don't know, a kind of a project manager or overseer, or maybe board of directors or something like that. And I do not mean to trash or even criticize the PUC for having done that. The PUC has a lot of expertise that it could contribute to that kind of project oversight. Unfortunately, though, that is not the reason we have a Public Utilities Commission, and it is very hard to work with a project overseer that you can't just call up and talk about the project with, right? Because we're in the context of the contested case procedures of the Administrative Procedure Act whenever we're communicating with the Public Utilities Commission about the data platform. That's a form of litigation, and it is a very slow and stilted and inefficient way of being accountable to whoever your ultimate substantive decider is. So what this bill does, in my opinion, is it restores the PUC to its rightful role as the ultimate decider when it comes to the prudence and used and usefulness of utility investments. And this will be a utility investment if it gets built. So when we proposed a similar idea in the last legislative session, the PUC was very critical of this idea, saying that we were trying to strip it of its authority. That is not what this bill is endeavoring to do. This bill is endeavoring to assure that the PUC does exactly what the general court has created it to do, become the ultimate watchdog when it comes to prudence and used and usefulness of utility investments. Those 3 concepts, those 2 concepts, prudent, used and useful, are the traditional focuses of Public Utilities Commission oversight. Chairman Vose asked a really perceptive question, which is, why wouldn't the utilities do this on their own? And, you know, I found myself thinking as I was listening to Representative McGee testify that if I had known they might do it on their own, I might not have proposed this bill to begin with, because it wouldn't have taken me 5.5 years to get even to where we are, which is on the brink of being able to put out a request for proposals. I didn't know I thought the opposite in 2019, that the utilities would not do this on their own. I think the benefit of having a statutory framework for moving forward with a project like this is that it kind of forced everybody to the table, and it forced the utilities not just to collaborate with stakeholders, but also with each other. That, I've learned, doesn't come naturally to the utilities. It's not because they're obstinate or not inherently cooperative as people or organizations. It just doesn't come naturally to them, and it helped to have a legislatively mandated encouragement to have everybody come to the table. The Governance Council has worked really well, and it offers, I think, potentially a model for how to do other things like this that involve collaboration among the state's investor-owned utilities and others who have an interest in what the utilities do. And then I guess the last thing I want to address is the question that Representative Harrington asked about the sentence that begins on line 25 on page 2 of the bill that says, "Nothing in this paragraph shall preclude a person aggrieved by a non-unanimous decision of the Governance Council from seeking relief from the Commission as otherwise provided for under this title." And of course, Representative Harrington's question is, well, wait a minute, I thought you said everything the Governance Council has to do has to be unanimous. And that is true. The Governance Council operates by consensus, so no decision of the Governance Council is effective unless everybody agrees to it. So what the sentence in the bill that I just read deals with is the situation where there isn't a decision of the Governance Council, but some member of the Governance Council who is unhappy with the lack of consensus can then turn around and go to the PUC and say, well, wait, you know, the Governance Council didn't agree with my suggestion that that the website of the or the web portal of the data platform should only have the colors red, white, and blue on it. I'd like to see green. Well, if you don't like that decision, then you can go to the PUC and file a petition with the PUC, and then the PUC can basically overrule the Governance Council in that instance. So it's a bit of a safety valve for people who are unhappy with the result of consensus decision-making. That said, the consensus decision-making model and the Governance Council model has overall worked really well. So this bill simply clarifies and rewrites much of what was originally enacted in Senate Bill 284 in light of what has been essentially positive experience in the 5.5 years since Governor Sununu signed the bill into law. I could go on and on. This has been an important aspect of our work over these last 5.5 years, but again, taking Chairman Vose's admonition seriously, I think I'll stop talking there and say that I hope you consider this bill as a useful vehicle for advancing the public policy of the state.
Okay, thank you very much. Now, you amplified Representative Corman's question about customer benefits. And I asked a question of Representative McGee along the same lines. So my question for you now is, if there is customer demand for access to a statewide energy data platform, can you point us to surveys or letters or requests that have been received from customers asking for this kind of functionality?
The Governance Council actually has submitted, I believe, to the PUC a public survey that was conducted in the province of Ontario. And I know that maybe Canada isn't that popular these days in some quarters, but the reason that became germane is that, you know, in order to really determine whether there's customer demand for something like this, customers have to kind of know what's possible and what a program like this could actually enable. So if you surveyed customers in New Hampshire and said, hey, you know, if there were a statewide utility data, if there were a utility customer data platform available to you, would you use it? I would imagine that 99.9% of customers in New Hampshire would say, huh? Like, what is that? I don't even know what it is, so how can I tell you that I would use it? So in other words, this is an example from a customer perspective of unknown unknowns, right? So you looked, it appeared, I believe, that there was significant customer interest in something like this in a place like Ontario, where a program like this has been made available to people. So, it all depends on how you phrase the survey questions. Like, if I were to ask you all as individual customers, if I told you that there were a utility program that could be available to you that would allow you to hire a third party that would manage your electricity usage for you in a manner that would cut your electricity bill in half, like if I asked that question, I dare say you would all, I certainly would answer that question, yes. Would that prove irrefutably that the data platform is going to be a success? Probably not, but I hope that was at least somewhat responsive to your question.
Well, yes, my follow-up would be, has anybody asked that question that you know of?
Well, we have not asked that question here in New Hampshire for the reason that I stated.
Okay, good. Additional questions, Representative Corman has one.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Mr. Crease, for taking my question. You mentioned that we're getting close to putting out an RFP. Can you give us any more information on the timeline for when it might go out and when proposals would be coming in and then decided on?
If I'm remembering correctly, and as Representative McGee characterized this, we're still waiting on Governance Council consensus around the language in the RFP. And then I think that goes to the PUC for them to approve before we put it out. So it's a near-term item, but it's not, the RFP is not going to go out tomorrow.
Representative Harrington has a question.
Yeah, just referring to what you said there with regard to page 2, line item 25, you said that a member of the council, if they were aggrieved, could challenge a non-unanimous decision to the commission. But in the writing, it says shall not preclude a person aggrieved. So is this person have to be a member of the council, or can any person it wants to do it?
Well, so obviously, any person can seek relief from the Public Utilities Commission as provided for under Title 33 of the state's revised statutes annotated, which is the PUC's enabling statute. So what that sentence just means is that by virtue of being a member of the Governance Council and participating in the consensus decision-making process, you don't relinquish your right as a person generally would have to ask the PUC by petition to either do something, That's the import of that language. And so, if there's a better way of saying that, Representative Harrington, because it seems to be making you itchy, I guess, I'm happy to improve. I'm happy to have you improve that sentence or make another run at it.
Follow up just quickly. Yeah, it just seems to me like it needs to be clarified because you're saying the words say person, you're saying a member of the council. So somehow we have to.
Yeah, you could substitute member of the Governance Council.
Okay. Thank you.
For person in that sentence, and I think it would maybe be more precise from your perspective. I don't think it would change the meaning.
Representative Wendy Thomas has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And thank you for being here, Mr. Crease. Can you please estimate the number of person hours that has been invested in this data platform project since 2019?
That's very difficult to do because I don't work at the utilities, so I don't know exactly how many person hours each of them has invested. I will say it would be interesting to hear what Unitil might say about that because they have in particular invested a great deal of time. And as soon as I said that, I think my friends at Eversource also deserve a lot of praise. So it's in the hundreds for sure. As among all of the utilities, our office, the Department of Energy, and as Representative McGee noted, stakeholders in the industry, meaning representatives of innovative companies, and few of them, frankly, are based here in New Hampshire, that would be willing or eager to come in and provide services to customers of the sort that would be facilitated by the data platform. And by the way, just to kind of, and again, at the risk of annoying the chairman, some of it has to do with energy efficiency, right? Mm-hmm. Like if energy usage data is very helpful to the determination of what energy efficiency measures at a particular home or business are going to be cost effective and which are not. And as I'm sure the Community Power Coalition of New Hampshire and other people in the community power aggregation business will tell you, it's also very helpful for aggregation programs to be able to ping this kind of information as to their individual residents and customers so that they can be innovative in terms of the services that they provide.
Follow up.
Follow up.
So is it safe to say that if we didn't pursue this data platform, that we would be throwing away a lot of work that has already been done?
Very much so, yes.
Thank you.
Okay, seeing no further questions, I want to thank Mr. Crease for testifying.
Thank you for the opportunity.
And invite next Chris Elms and Dan Phelan from the Department of Energy to give us their perspective on this legislation.
Good morning. Good morning, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee. For the record, Deputy Commissioner Chris Elms of the New Hampshire Department of Energy, and I'm joined by our Regional Policy Director, Dan Phelan. We are, the Department of Energy is neutral on House Bill 681, but we do have a lot of concerns. House Bill 681 represents a significant change away from the existing statutory framework for the statewide multi-use data platform. Existing statute provides that the PUC determines whether the cost of the platform to be recovered by customers is unreasonable and not in the public interest. And then by statute would be able to direct the Department of Energy to defer implementation of the platform should the PUC make that determination. This bill removes that ability. It shifts approval away from the PUC and gives fiscal authority to the Data Platform Governance Council. If this bill were adopted, the Governance Council, which is a non-public entity by their own bylaws, would approve its own expenditures, deeming them prudent. This would presumably be a conclusion that the PUC could not reverse upon review. This bill approves by statute decisions of the Governance Council that would otherwise be considered by the PUC at hearing following independent review and comment by the DOE, and with the potential for public participation and comment. This bill completely removes the transparency and process associated with that approval. In its bylaws, the Governance Council has defined itself as a private entity that is not subject to public meeting requirements under RSA 91A. At present, there is no ability for non-members of the Governance Council to learn about, offer comment on, or object to any matter that comes before the Governance Council and is decided by them. Indeed, Governance Council decisions are not public at this time until they are filed for review by the PUC. We at the Department of Energy have a problem with the idea that anything assented to by the Governance Council members is prudent. We find this extremely problematic because deeming something prudent is up to regulators. Empowering the Governance Council to deem something prudent effectively gives them a blank check and exempts expenditures from regulatory review. In a PUC proceeding, the DOE makes recommendations on prudency. Under the consensus model, which we would characterize as awkward, this bill codifies the only, that this bill would codify. The only option that the Department of Energy has had, to stop, or to consider something we disagree with would be to fully object and grind everything to a halt by bringing it to the PUC. There's been a lot of pressure from members of the Governance Council to ensure that things didn't get slowed down. And, folks have brought up things like when we were applying for federal funding, how devastating it would be for the ability to apply for those federal funds if the Department of Energy's concerns or possible objections were raised and we missed a federal deadline. We have been comfortable letting some of these decisions move forward because we knew we would later have the ability to review them at a PUC hearing. That pressure doesn't stop us from doing our job, regardless of how appropriate it's been. And I'm not to say that all Governance Council members have been, inappropriate, but we certainly have had people, make statements like, if you don't go along with this, we're going to go to the media and say that the governor is trying to turn down federal funding, right? And so that doesn't stop us from doing our jobs, but knowing that we had the ability to come back later has made it possible for us to not simply just grind everything to a halt at every step. Taking that from the DOE and the PUC now would be akin to the legislature simply allowing a group of non-governmental organizations, including for-profit companies, from taking on the responsibility of regulating and approving their very own project. For us, I think, knowing that we've been tried to be collaborative to let things move forward, it's hard now to see that sort of rug could be pulled from us with the legislature coming in and just deeming everything approved, especially given the fact that there is a multitude of information that's considered confidential that goes into that this legislature hasn't yet reviewed. So approving this bill would just, as a matter of law, codify all those decisions. You have 2 data platform bills in front of you. It's really up to the legislature to determine what direction you want to take, if any, but we do have concerns with this bill. I think, if you do pass this bill, there's a real risk that you saddle our ratepayers with a costly endeavor, and, it might be unlikely that we see broad-based benefits for a long time. Governance Council members have financial and ideological incentives to get this across the line. This bill would strip any sort of reasonable regulatory review. And sort of, I guess, as a threshold matter, I think this bill is a move away from transparency. It's away from accountability. And it tries to empower unelected bureaucrats and financially interested special interests to advance their agendas at ratepayer expense. With that, happy to take questions.
So we do have questions. My first question is, there is a fiscal note attached to this bill, and the department was charged with coming up with a response to the fiscal note request. Has the department done so yet? And is there anything you could share with us?
Sure. And what I saw online, so, the way the fiscal note process works is the LBA will send a questionnaire on bills that they think might have a fiscal note. We fill out the questionnaire, answer the questions. So that should be online. I don't have it in front of me.
Oh, it has been completed, though?
Yeah, yes, I do. And I do have that in front of me. And it has an estimated upfront cost of between 4.6 million and 7 million, with ongoing costs of 272,000 to 416,000. That's our estimate of how much the data platform will take to get up and continue to operate.
Well, that's a significant chunk of money, so I guess we need to see that fiscal note. I will talk to the clerk's office to see if we can get a copy. Do you know when that fiscal note was completed?
I can find out for you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, thank you. All right, questions. Representative Vice Chair Thomas has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for taking my question. Very simple question. Since you mentioned one of your concerns was the pressure on federal funding, given today, are you absolutely sure that you would be receiving federal funding?
Dan can correct me if I say anything wrong, but thank you. That's a good question. There were two applications for federal funding that have come in on this process under one of the IIJA or IRA funding sources. The feedback from the Department of Energy, both applications were rejected. The feedback is public in the docket. There was significant difficulties associated with it. So no, we have not been awarded any federal funding, and I'll let Dan add to that.
Yeah, that's correct. It was the Grid Resiliency and Innovation Program funding opportunity, and yes.
Additional questions. Representative Schneller has one.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Mr. Rams, for your testimony. You had said, and this will require a quick follow-up, the department is neutral on this bill, I think you had said?
Yes, we're neutral.
Quick follow-up?
Yes, go ahead.
Thank you. It sounds like the department would be relinquishing, were this to go forward, a fair amount of regulatory authority, and I'm just wondering how that ties out with the position of neutrality.
The New Hampshire legislature is perfectly at will to dictate how these things would proceed. So, we want to you can do this if you want to. We would have concerns associated with some of the regulatory review, but that's within the legislature's purview.
Thank you.
Representative McGee has a question.
Yeah, this is just a clarification of a question that already happened. It says on the top of.
Whoops, I made a mistake. You introduced this bill. So
I
you
did,
can't
but
ask
it's
questions.
regarding the fiscal impact because it says right here the bill does not provide funding nor does it authorize new. There is no fiscal impact to this bill because this is not initiating.
We haven't
or
seen the
building.
fiscal note,
Yeah.
so
There's a fiscal note on 681 as I have it printed, and it's the same fiscal note that's on the bill that's coming up later.
okay. Well, when the rest of us have access to the same information you do, we can discuss that. Representative Harrington has a question.
Yeah, this is a question on the delegation of authority. It says that the council decisions shall be deemed by the Department and Commission to be prudent and lawful. So I'm trying to figure out how this works. So, because then it turns around and says you can appeal to the commission. So does that mean that the commissioners have to then sign this as an order, or they just don't do anything? I'm kind of confused here. This thing, it seems like this non-elected group is going to have at least some of the authority we now give to the commission.
So I would defer to attorneys just on the just to be 100% sure. But my reading of that would be that if the governance council assents to a decision unanimously, that decision will have the force of being determined to be prudent, by the Public Utilities Commission when the utilities go in for a rate recovery.
Follow up.
So the commissioners then would be forced to accept that whether they agreed with it or not.
That's my understanding.
Okay, thank you.
Representative Wendy Thomas has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I am very confused about your fiscal notes and your estimations. So we're looking at two bills, and you're saying if we keep the data platform, it's 4.6 million as a cost. And then in House Bill 723, if we get rid of it, it's 4.6 million to 7 million to get rid of it. So what are you saying? If we keep it or if we don't keep it, it's going to cost New Hampshire 4.6 million minimum? That doesn't make any sense to me at all. Thank you.
So I'll let Dan answer that. I don't have the other bill's fiscal note in front of me either. But again, we fill out questionnaires that are.
Well, we don't need to discuss the other bill's fiscal note because that's not the subject of this hearing.
Yeah, so I have before me listing between the initial cost estimate listing between 4.6 and 7 million, and that's just a portion of the total costs related to the data platform. That's where we believe the initial back-end upgrades will come to. After that, there's going to be additional costs to build and operate the platform itself because there are different pieces here. There's the data platform, which talks to the utility back-end systems. They all have to be made to speak the same language. Those are our cost estimates for those pieces at this time.
Follow up.
Follow up.
So does this bill, I'm talking about 681, does this bill have a cost?
We've provided the cost estimate of a prudently of something that would be determined as prudent by the governance council. That's the danger we see.
And to add to that, this bill would take away the ability for the PUC to determine whether or not those costs were unreasonable, and then instruct. They would have then ability to instruct us to defer the implementation of the platform.
Representative Berezny has a question.
Thank you, Chairman, and thank you for taking my question. The 4.6 million to 7 million, is that the total for all the utilities, or is that each individual utility? And then the same question with the maintenance and operation costs. And then last question, so this is just the utility portion. It doesn't include anything related to the actual data platform that's separate.
That is correct. This is the estimated cost for all three utilities together. So not individually 7 million each, but up to. And this does not include costs for the data platform itself.
Representative Swanson has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for being here. Apart from the governance issue and the cost, would you agree that the basic concept here is a good one?
The basic concept of the data platform?
Affirmative.
I don't think it's my place to tell you whether or not it's a good thing. It's been directed by the legislature, and so we are here to, implement the statute.
Thank you for your answer. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Representative Kaplan has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, gentlemen. In terms of the governance and role of the PUC, on page 2, line 4, I'm reading, for purposes of rate regulation, the department and the commission should treat investments approved by the Governance Council no differently than other investments for inclusion in the utility rate base. Does that not give the PUC and the department oversight over the just and reasonableness of any investment incurred by a data platform?
Thank you for the question, and it's a good one. It's in the legislative findings, and should is a word that says it would, we should do that. If you look further down page 2, starting on line 22 through lines 25, decisions of the Governance Council, when assented to by the members of the Governance Council, shall be deemed by the department and the commission to be prudent and lawful. So the reading of that is that anything that's assented to by the Governance Council would de facto make the PUC consider it prudent.
Thank you.
Okay. Representative Reynolds has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Since the Governance Council was established pursuant to a, sounds like extensive PUC proceeding and order, and since the council operates, established itself and decisions must be made by 100% consensus, isn't that a pretty high bar? I mean, isn't that a pretty, give folks assurance that the decisions that they make are going to be good and in the interest? I mean, it sounds like we're guarding against. Yeah, I'll just leave it there. Thank you.
Ask it once.
So I do appreciate the question, and it's a good one. The model, and it's not to say that the model is imperfect or perfect or anything like that, but the model was built in light of the statute, including that PUC review at the end to ensure that reasonableness. So removing that safeguard this whole thing was built in the context of is what gives us concern.
All right, I don't think we've heard the last word on this subject because the first bill we're going to discuss after this afternoon is another bill related to the data energy platform. But I think we're done for this morning, so I want to thank everyone, and I'm going to close the public hearing on House Bill 681. And I'm going to ask everyone in the room to please exit so that the Republican caucus can have a meeting. So thank you, and we'll see everyone here at 1 o'clock. Okay, good afternoon, everybody. Time to resume activity for Science, Technology, and Energy for Monday, the 10th of February. For those of you who are waiting for public hearings on 3 bills, we will start those public hearings at 2 o'clock, not 1 o'clock. From now until 2 o'clock, we will be conducting executive sessions on bills heard previously. So if you need to go make a phone call or something, now's the time to do it. All right, so let's begin by opening an executive session on House Bill 575 FN, which prohibits offshore wind energy infrastructure. And I'm going to move ITL on this legislation, and I recognize Representative Berezhny.
I second that.
So the reason we're going to move ITL on this bill is we endorse the concept of restricting offshore wind development until all the scientific and other questions or economic questions are answered. But we don't feel this bill passes muster for doing that correctly. This bill prohibits legitimate business activity. This bill could have serious constitutional questions and federalism questions because it interferes with FERC and with BOEM and possibly other federal agencies. This bill is kind of redundant to a bill that we passed previously, or two bills that we passed previously, actually. And we believe that this bill will lead to a lot of potential lawsuits. States like Massachusetts and Connecticut and Rhode Island suing New Hampshire for being obstructionist when it comes to offshore wind. So as a result of all that, we believe that ITL is the best solution for this legislation. Further comments? Vice Chair Thomas.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I concur with the chair's analysis, although I am a firm believer that we should not have any offshore wind here in the state or in our fishing territory until questions are answered and answered satisfactorily. I support wholeheartedly the New Hampshire fishermen's concerns that there are issues out there that are unanswered. There are environmental concerns coming from potential cooling stations, seabed disturbances, marine life. There are a lot of questions to be answered before we allow offshore wind. However, this bill, as the chairman has said, is written in such a way that there's a constitutional issue there. There's the restrictions mentioned. The bill is worded in many ways that can cause us a lot of problems. The intent of the bill is great if it had just said we ban it, but it goes on to produce a lot more information and also eliminates a few departments that maybe we don't want eliminated. So unfortunately, this bill is not ready, and so therefore I have to support ITL.
Further discussion? Representative Nodder.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I agree with everything you said. I am going to be voting against the ITL, but not to be a pain. The fishermen came out and their story really resonated with me, and so my vote against the ITL is for them.
Further discussion? Seeing none, I'll ask the clerk to call the roll on the question of the adoption of the motion of ITL for House Bill 575 FN.
Vice Chair Thomas.
Yes.
Representative Nodder.
No.
Representative Harrington.
Yes.
Representative Berezhny.
Yes.
Representative Bernardi. Yes. Representative Ploget.
Yes.
Representative Summers.
Yes.
Representative Mattson.
Yes.
Representative Schneller.
Yes.
Representative McGee.
Yes.
Representative Partial.
Yes.
Representative Kaplan.
Yes.
Representative Thomas. Okay, sorry. Representative Corman.
Yes.
Representative Reynolds.
Yes.
Representative La Rochelle.
Yes.
Representative Swanson.
Yes.
Chairman Bose.
Yes.
16 to 1.
By a vote of 16 to 1, the committee adopts the resolution of ITL for House Bill 575. FN, I will write the committee report. Will there be a minority report?
No, sir.
Consent.
Without objection, we'll put this on the consent calendar. It's ITL. Representative Swanson.
Just a question, Mr. Chair. Still a bit new to the process, but I'm curious, were there any blue sheets or online voting regarding this that we could record?
I do not know. I'm
Either
sure there
supporting or
probably
against.
were, but they're irrelevant to an executive session at this point. All right, so with no further discussion of this bill needed, we'll close the executive session on House Bill.
Did it go on consent? Oh, yeah. So
Yes, there was no objection, so it's on consent. So we've closed that that executive session. And now we will open an executive session on House Bill 654 FN, which is a bill relative to allowing small customer generators the ability to participate in group net metering. And I recognize Representative Bernardi.
I move ITL on this bill.
Recognize Representative Summers.
I second that motion.
It's been moved and seconded that we adopt the motion of ITL for House Bill 654 FN. I recognize Representative Bernardi.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yes, ITL, I believe, is appropriate because this sets up potential double dipping on net metering. We had both the DOE and the PUC to comment on that and oppose the bill. So with that, it makes sense to move on.
Further discussion. Representative Corman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. As we know, I was the prime sponsor on the bill, and I was unable to participate because of illness. I know there was some question about the intent of the bill, and the intent was that somebody who would have, say, some panels on their house would also be able to be in a net metering group as one of the people receiving benefits from an off-site installation. I heard a lot about the double dipping. I don't quite understand how that's double dipping. That said, I'm not gonna die on this hill, and I'll vote against the motion, but I understand that this is not the hill for me to die on.
Further discussion. Representative Swanson.
Just on the, just a comment as far as the double dipping, I don't see where that's an issue. I don't understand how it could be accomplished. I use net metering myself, so that argument doesn't make sense, but I'm not going to argue it further.
Further discussion. Seeing none, I'll ask the clerk to call the roll on the question of ITL on House Bill 654 FN.
Vice Chair Thomas.
Yes.
Representative Nodder.
Yes.
Representative Harrington.
Yes.
Representative Berejny.
Yes.
Representative Bernardi. Yes. Representative Ploget.
Yes.
Representative Summers.
Yes.
Representative Mattson.
Yes.
Representative Schneller. Yes. Representative McGee.
Yes.
Representative Partial. No. Representative Kaplan.
Yes.
Representative Corman.
No.
Representative Reynolds.
No.
Representative La Rochelle.
No.
Representative Swanson.
No.
Chairman Bose.
Yes.
Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 to 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 12 to 5.
By a vote of 12 to 5, the committee adopts the motion of ITL for House Bill 654 FN. Representative Bernardi will write the majority report. Will there be a minority report?
Yeah, I guess so.
Representative Corman will write the minority report. And I need that by close of business tomorrow afternoon, if possible. Contact me if it's not possible. Okay, with no further business to do on that bill, I'm going to close the exec session on House Bill 654. Next, we'll open an exec session on House Bill 541, establishing a committee to study energy and telecommunications infrastructure, survivability, and resiliency. And I recognize Representative Schneller for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move ITL on HB 541.
Recognize Representative Mattson.
I second the motion, please.
Moved and seconded that we adopt the motion of ITL on HB 541. I recognize Representative Schneller to.
Mr. Chairman, this bill, as proposed, represents a broad and lofty goal, to say the least, and all by November 1st of 2025. Mr. Licata from Eversource, paraphrasing, said that while the prime sponsor, Representative McFarland, was certainly eloquent in his presentation, Eversource has established and active efforts ongoing in not less than 8 state and federal agencies, each charged individually with what this bill is proposing. They're charged with reviewing and executing varying plans for energy infrastructure to ensure survivability and resiliency, as this bill would have us direct. Mr. Licata also suggested that the same activity is happening within the executive branch. He spoke of hardened and soft redundancies, ongoing cybersecurity, policies and procedures to protect and resuscitate critical systems in the event of partial or total failure. Given the above, the committee, whose formation is contemplated in HB 541, would have such a broad and nebulous task before it that I suspect the only resulting report would consist of inactionable vagaries on subject and issue matters that are in great detail already being addressed. So while well-intended, I recommend that the members vote to ITL HB 541.
Further discussion? Representative McGee.
I'll just say I can concur with all of those points. I think we kind of felt the same way about it.
Further discussion? Representative Corman.
Thank you. Yeah, I think Representative Schneller said it quite articulately. My notes say that Mr. Licata mentioned several departments dealing with security: meters, operations, data systems, communications, supply chains, and I forget what else, but there was a lot going on already at Eversource.
Further discussion? Representative Summers.
While I was in favor of this, and I'm really interested in cybersecurity and where it's going for the state, I did feel that this was too broad myself. And I look forward to hopefully another bill coming up more defined and particular to a particular item. So I'll be voting the same.
Further discussion, Vice Chair Thomas.
Just that I agree with everyone here. The report, time is too short for a report that has such vast amounts of data to collect and agencies to work with. So I agree with ITL.
Further discussion? Seeing none, I'd ask the clerk to call the roll on the question of ITL for House Bill 541.
Vice Chair Thomas.
Yes.
Representative Nodder.
Yes.
Representative Harrington.
Yes.
Representative Berejny.
Yes.
Representative Bernardi, yes. Representative Ploget.
Yes.
Representative Summers.
Yes.
Representative Mattson.
Yes.
Representative Schneller.
Yes.
Representative McGee.
Yes.
Representative Partial.
Yes.
Representative Kaplan.
Yes.
Representative Corman.
Yes.
Representative Reynolds.
Yes.
Representative La Rochelle.
Yes.
Representative Swanson.
Yes.
Chairman Bose.
Yes.
17-0.
By a vote of 17-0, the committee adopts the motion of ITL for House Bill 541. Representative Schneller will write the committee report. Without objection, it'll go on the consent calendar. Hearing no objections, it's destined for the consent calendar. And with that, we close the executive session on House Bill 541. Moving right along, we'll now open an executive session on House Bill 224 FN. And I recognize Representative Nodder to produce an amendment or introduce an amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The amendment is 2025-0288H. And what this amendment does is it restores funding to the Office of Energy Innovation, rebates REF monies to ratepayers, and lowers energy costs.
Further discussion? Representative McGee.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think we're all concerned with lowering energy costs, and that's part of the reason that we have a renewable energy fund. I think the testimony that we heard during the hearings was opposing the collapse of the fund, and we recently received, all of us received a bulleted list from Heidi Kroll regarding some of the key points in those remarks from Granite State Hydropower Association. And the value of the rebates program.
Excuse me, Representative, could I interrupt you for just a second?
Sure.
Apparently, I forgot to obtain a second for a motion of the adoption of this amendment. So I recognize Representative Ploget.
I'll second the amendment.
Okay, thank you. So now it's official. You can continue your discussion. Sorry to interrupt.
Thank you. So on the changes, I'd like to understand a little bit the changes in the language in the amendment from the original bill, because I see the bolded language. It's let's see, it says starting on line 12, it says all payments to be made under this section shall be deposited in the fund. Any remaining monies paid into the fund under paragraph 2 of this section, and then it crosses out, excludes Class 2 monies shall be used by the Department of Energy to support thermal and electric renewable energy initiatives and offshore wind initiatives, including the Office of Offshore Wind Industry Development and Energy Innovations. Then it goes on to cross out Class 2 monies shall primarily be used to support solar energy technologies in New Hampshire. All initiatives supported out of these funds shall be subject to audit by the Department of Energy as deemed necessary. And then it adds language in bold that says, that are in excess of administration costs, funding for the Office of Offshore Wind Industry Development and Energy Innovation, and incentive payments shall be rebated to all retail electric ratepayers in the state on a per kilowatt hour basis in a timely manner to be determined by the Commission. So I'm just trying to figure out, it sounds like we're saying that this is going to save people money, but we have an REF report that we get each year telling us how much of that funding is going out the door to help us invest in projects that lower rates for everybody. So we will no longer have that dedicated non-lapsing fund, which, you know, was designed, the money was designed not to be moved somewhere else or used for some other purpose, right? It was a dedicated fund. So what does the committee think about the fact that it would be basically eliminating a fund that has a specific purpose that is actually beneficial to the state of New Hampshire?
Further discussion? Representative Reynolds.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would also like to take issue with the sponsor's characterization that changing the Renewable Energy Fund to simply be passing back most of the money back to ratepayers would be saving them money. Again, referring to my ranking members, she just mentioned the report from the Department of Energy that shows how that money has been spent over the years and how many new installations of behind-the-meter solar that fund has supported. We all were told here in the first couple of weeks of the session, we were shown by ISO New England how much of a contribution to lowering demand on the grid every day of the year all the behind the meter solar makes. Sure, that varies day to day based on the length of the day and the amount of sunshine, but all that behind the meter solar, the area between on the duck curve graph, if you'll all remember, is dramatically reducing demand on the grid every day, and that is reducing electric costs for all ratepayers. So, you know, the law that we have and the purpose of this fund is talks about investing. You have to invest to reap benefits. And this is a successful program that has spurred investment and saved ratepayers and continues to save ratepayers a lot of money. If we cut the legs out from under it, we're going to be making a foolish decision.
Further discussion, Representative Corman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We're discussing the amendment now. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay, as I read it, the amendment, all it's doing is adding in a carve out for the Office of Offshore Wind Industry Development and Energy Innovation, so that their funding from the REF is not cut. Am I correct about that?
You are indeed.
So even if I want to keep the REF, I would also want to keep funding for the Office of Energy Innovation. So I would probably vote for the amendment, but then against the underlying bill.
Representative Kaplan has a comment.
Yeah, I mean, thank you, Mr. Chair. I would agree with Representative Corman's assessment of the amendment, and it is an improvement. However, I just want to piggyback on some of the previous comments and add that, you know, by eliminating this fund and the projects that it has helped over the years, that would also be hurting many municipalities, many towns across the state whose property taxpayers would definitely appreciate the ability to continue lowering operating costs of things such as high schools and municipal buildings based on these projects.
Further discussion. Representative McGee.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I went back searching. I like to parenthetically say because I'm crazy over the weekend. I went and looked up some former REF reports that I had. I have the one from October 2023 in front of me. And on page 19, there's a table of the cumulative rebate program results through June 30th of 2023. And there's also a graph on that page that shows that the REF expenditures are 11% of what goes into some of the investments that have been made in New Hampshire. And 89% of the funding for those projects comes from applicant investment. So it is an incentive program, absolutely. But what we're getting in terms of, on this chart, it says that the rebate funds dispersed were $39,136,000. This is cumulative rebates to date. But the aggregate applicant investment was $325,000 some odd dollars. So what we're getting is we're getting an outsized benefit for this small amount of money that is being made available through the state in order to just incentivize people to make the investments work. And I think it's a penny wise, pound foolish thing to say that we would take away something that really costs people pennies in order to do away with a program that allows for this type of private investment or encourages this type of private investment, because we all benefit from this private investment in local sustainable energy projects. On this particular table, the REF rebate program here, it says it's by category, and they have residential electric renewable energy with PV and wind, residential solar for water heating, residential wood pellet boilers and furnaces, commercial and industrial solar technologies, electric and thermal. So those are a lot of times roof installations, and C&I wood pellet boiler furnaces. These are all investments we want people to make because it lowers demand. And, we're trying to eliminate or shave peak, because the peak in our electric system is where the high prices peak. And if we can shave those peaks, we can have more stable pricing. So there's a lot of value in this program that we don't generally discuss in this committee, although I do believe the people who came to the hearing for 224 did try to inform us of the value of this program. But just the graph that shows that 89% of the money that's being used is private investment, right? It says that it's that we're making really good use of these dollars.
It would be fascinating to know how much of that 89% of private investment would have been made anyway, even if this incentive wasn't available. I mean, if you offer people money, free money, they're going to take it, whether they need it or not. So there's no evidence that says that without these incentives, that any of that investment would not happen. Further discussion. Representative Swanson.
So I do concur with Representative McGee on this matter as far as the return on investment. And I believe if the citizens of the state or the ratepayers of the state knew what this was for and that it was actually going toward investing in greater resilience in their energy supply and electric supply, and that there were actually investments being made. And whether you can draw a straight line between that or argue about whether those would have been made anyway, I think that the encouragement to do it is there, and I believe that that would be the case. They would support it. So yeah, I believe this is ITL.
Further discussion. Representative Parks.
Thank you, Chair. I've been listening to my constituents, and I'm looking at economic stability of a diverse energy services. That's one of their concerns. Fossil fuels are predicted to be is within possibly as short as 30 years be totally expended. We need something that's going to be more reliable than fossil fuels and less volatile. And also, many of my constituents have voiced health concerns over burning fossil fuel and how it decreases our gross national product. And with 10-1 on average opposition to this bill, I'll be voting with my constituents.
Further discussion. Seeing none, I'll ask the clerk to call the roll on the question of the adoption of Amendment 0288H.
Vice Chair Thomas.
Yes.
Representative Nodder.
Yes.
Representative Harrington.
Yes.
Representative Brezhnev.
Yes.
Representative Bernardi, yes. Representative Ploget.
Yes.
Representative Summers.
Yes.
Representative Matson.
Yes.
Representative Schneller.
Yes.
Representative McGee.
Yes.
Representative Partial.
The motion is to ITL.
No.
Adopt the amendment.
Oh, adopt the amendment.
Yes.
Yes.
Representative Kaplan.
Yes.
Representative Thomas. Oh, she's not here. Representative Corman.
Yes.
Representative Reynolds.
Yes.
Representative La Rochelle.
Yes.
Representative Swanson.
Yes.
Chairman Bose.
Yes.
17-0.
By a vote of 17-0, the committee adopts Amendment 2088H, and the chair now recognizes Representative Nodder for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. On House Bill 224, I move ought to pass as amended.
Chair recognizes Representative Ploget.
Thank you. Yes, I'll second that amendment to pass.
Okay.
So-
Further discussion on the bill. Representative Vice Chair Thomas.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Now is the appropriate time to talk about the amendment in terms of monies being given back to our ratepayers. All I can say is we have very little control over a lot of the costs of our electric bills because we can't control the cost of the actual energy. Ratepayers, our constituents, my constituents, expect us to do something to keep the electric bills low. However small that we can contribute, I believe we owe it to our constituents to at least show them that we are doing something to reduce their electric bills because everything, as you know, is just too high. This is just, it's a small way of showing it, but it is a way of showing that we are doing something. So I support this bill as OTPA.
Representative Kaplan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I would just beg to differ with the characterization of this as a small bill. I think it's a large step in the wrong direction in terms of the detriment to our state's economy and the businesses that will be disadvantaged by us pulling the rugs out from under them like this. I also think it's going to be detrimental to our towns and our municipalities that whose operating costs have been allowed to go down because of some of these projects. I think the small savings is a penny wise, pound foolish way of approaching, and it also panders to people as if they can't tell that the wool is being pulled over their eyes by someone telling them, "Oh, you're going to save a couple pennies on your bill, but this is going to destroy your property taxes are probably going to end up going up." That's clearly a scam. So I will be voting against this.
Further discussion. Representative McGee.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I mean, I'm always a fan of do no harm and trying to figure out what we're actually doing. It may feel good to be able to say to people, we're doing something to save you money on your bill. But the Renewable Energy Fund, as I mentioned earlier, is a continually appropriated, dedicated, non-lapsing fund that is funded with alternative compliance payments. Those payments are the utility's obligation to provide energy that is a certain percentage clean, from clean sources or from renewable sources. And so my question is, if we eliminate this dedicated fund that is funded by alternative compliance payments, what does it do in terms of maintaining the stability of our position on having 25% of our energy from clean sources? Is that going to also be tanking that commitment? Because that is what is still in statutory language in terms of the obligation.
Further discussion, I would remind members that even though the utilities make alternative compliance payments, those payments actually come out of our pockets because the utilities recover those costs from ratepayers. Representative Corman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We have this comment from Heidi Kroll that says, as a general principle, dedicated funds should not be used for purposes for which they were not established or intended. And I agree with that. So call me old-fashioned, but I think that the Renewable Energy Fund should be used to support, I don't know, renewable energy.
Further discussion? Seeing none, I'll ask the clerk to call the roll on the question of the adoption of OTPA on House Bill 224 FN.
Vice Chair Thomas.
Yes.
Representative Nodder.
Yes.
Representative Harrington.
Yes.
Representative Brezhny.
Yes.
Representative Bernardi, yes. Representative Ploget.
Yes.
Representative Summers.
Yes.
Representative Mattson.
Yes.
Representative Schneller.
Yes.
Representative McGee.
No.
Representative Partial.
No.
Representative Kaplan.
No.
Representative Corman.
No.
Representative Reynolds.
No.
Representative La Rochelle.
No.
Representative Swanson.
No.
Chairman Bose.
Yes.
Okay, it's 10 to 7.
By a vote of 10 to 7, the committee adopts the motion of ought to pass as amended on House Bill 224 FN. Representative Nodder will write the majority report. Who will write the minority report?
I will, Mr. Chairman. And might I just add, I just happened to look up the online support, and it's 6 in favor and 70 opposed.
Okay, so Representative McGee will write the minority report. And that concludes our business on House Bill 224 FN. So I'll close that executive session. Now we have one more piece of work to do here. So I'll open an executive session on House Bill 460 FN relative to utility investments in distributed Energy Resources, and I'll recognize Representative Harrington.
I move ITL on this bill.
I recognize Representative Summers.
I second that motion.
Moved and seconded that we adopt the motion of ITL for House Bill 460 FN. I recognize Representative Harrington.
Well, I mean, it's pretty straightforward. This bill is attempting to do stuff that's under the purview of the PUC, and they're looking at it right now, a lot of this. So the topics are being reviewed there, and we ought to wait until we see what the results are before we start making changes. They're doing a detailed analysis of it, which we really don't have the wherewithal to do here. So I would suggest they put this ITL for now, and if you're just satisfied with what the PUC does, come back next year with a similar bill.
Further discussion? Representative McGee.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, I hear that that point of view, and so it's a chicken or the egg thing. I think the point of the bill is to say these are the items that should be considered at the Public Utilities Commission, and it is clearly in the purview of the legislature to define those things in statute that should come into consideration that perhaps are not being discussed. So I think we had hearings in order to get that input as to whether there was individual pushback on aspects of the bill that would be inappropriate for consideration at the Public Utilities Commission. So I would still argue that the language that was provided in 460 is would be relevant and would be helpful and useful to have there. It's not a question of who's defining what. It's a question of what needs to be defined. And the bill was attempting to bring forth the things that are perhaps not getting adequate consideration in some of those PUC discussions. So it was trying to clarify that point. That was the whole point of it.
Further discussion? Representative Corman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think in general, it's important for us to bear in mind that we are the legislature, and all the authority that the PUC has is derived from statute passed by the legislature. So if we think that it is a good idea for these items to be included in the PUC's deliberations, then I see no harm in saying that explicitly to make sure that that is what they include.
Further discussion? Seeing none, Representative McGee.
Well, the last thing I would say is, based on the conversation we just had about what the bill is intending to do and where the authority probably should lie, I would ask that we consider voting against the ITL. So I might as well say that before we vote.
Okay. Further discussion? Representative Mattson, do you have your hand up? No. All right, seeing none, I'll ask the clerk to call the roll on the question of ITL for House Bill 460-FN.
Vice Chair Thomas.
Yes.
Representative Nodder.
Yes.
Representative Harrington.
Yes.
Representative Brezhny.
Yes.
Representative Bernardi, yes. Representative Ploget.
Yes.
Representative Summers.
Yes.
Representative Mattson.
Yes.
Representative Schneller.
Yes.
Representative McGee.
No.
Representative Partial.
No.
Representative Kaplan.
No.
Representative Thomas.
Wendy Thomas, no.
Representative Corman.
No.
Representative Reynolds.
No.
Representative La Rochelle.
No.
Representative Swanson.
No.
Chairman Bowes.
Yes.
10-8.
By a vote of 10-8, the committee adopts the motion of ITL for House Bill 460-FN. Representative Harrington will, and I think already has, written the majority report. Will there be a minority report?
Yes, there will, by me.
Representative McGee will write the minority report. And if I could have those, please, by tomorrow at close of business, I'd appreciate that. And with that, we will close the executive session on House Bill 460 FN. And we'll be able to get to work here in just a few minutes on a couple of public hearings. But before we do that, we'll take a break. And I will remind anyone who is sitting in the room that if you intend to testify on the bills coming up after 2 o'clock, that I need a pink card. So we're going to be hearing House Bill 723, repealing the multi-use data energy platform, 672 to allow off-grid electricity providers in New Hampshire, and 690 FN directing the Department of Energy to investigate the state's withdrawal from ISO New England and other strategy decisions that impact ratepayers in relation to New England's environmental policy. So we will see you at 2 o'clock. Thank you.
Who seconded that last motion?
Summers.
What was this bill? What bill?
The data platform bill, I think.
What else do you have?
Looking at. What I liked about the AI responses is they give a really comprehensive answer on what categories, they outline it all, what categories there would be savings in and how they would be derived. So just to give you an idea if you're curious.
Okay, 2 o'clock. Time to resume our business for the day. So I'm going to open a public hearing on House Bill 723-FN, repealing the multi-use data energy platform. And I call to introduce the bill Representative Lex Berezhny of Grafton.
Thank you. Chairman Vos, members of the committee, my name is Lex Berezhny and I represent Grafton District 11. Thank you for the opportunity to introduce HB 723FN, repealing the multi-use energy data platform, which is covered in RSA 37850 through 54. So we've had a presentation earlier, but just to kind of give a very high-level explanation, the statewide multi-use energy data platform is a very complex and large software project with many moving pieces. So it envisions a state-managed central database of energy use data, and then it requires each of the utilities to develop software that can feed data from their internal system into the state-managed central database. Since the passage of this law 6 years ago, there has been 2 attempts to get federal funding from the Biden administration, both unsuccessful. I was not able to get a copy of the rejections, but the Department of Energy shared with me some of the reasons for rejection, including 1, does not adequately build a case that the proposed project will lead to proposed benefits. The project impact may be unrealistic and does not justify the project's economic viability. And the Department of Energy may be able to provide more details when they testify. So the issue I see with the project can be broken down into 2 parts. One part is related to ownership and cost, and the other part is related to operations and benefits. On ownership, I'd like to read a short excerpt from comments submitted by Representative McGee to the PUC docket for this project. This is in response to a question about stakeholders. Quote, the fact that there is no owner from the state at this juncture is a huge roadblock and what will be a fairly complex and technical undertaking. Without informed technical oversight from the state leading the project, it will be unlikely to succeed, end quote. I totally agree with the sentiment that an owner is needed to shepherd this project. This makes sense, but I disagree with the premise that the state can or should fill this role. This kind of complex and ambitious project should really be owned by a software company that can better balance cost versus requirements to meet market needs. The New Hampshire Department of Energy isn't a tech startup. It doesn't have the extra personnel nor the resources to be a tech startup. At the previous bill hearing, I heard that Unitil is currently taking on this role. And if that's the case, perhaps we don't need this law. Unitil with other utilities can and should take the lead, lead the project as any other capital investment. As far as cost, we still don't really know what the total cost will be, especially the cost to build the data hub, which is separate from the utility portion. The fiscal notes estimates the cost for just the utility portion is 4.6 to 7 million, with then ongoing operational costs of under $500,000. The federal government twice judged the project to lack economic viability. But let's say the Department of Energy hires new staff to run this project, the funding materializes, the hub is built, and the project goes live. There are still many issues and questions. The entire platform is opt-in for the utility customer, and it's not clear what incentives folks will have to opt in. Without clear incentive or benefits, most people are not likely to opt in. My understanding is that without a large number of customers joining, the data will not be as valuable. The marketing and user acquisition abilities to solve this problem are the better bread and butter of software startups, and where a lot of them end up failing. I don't see how the government would do a better job in this. But let's assume that somehow we get enough customers to opt in and we reach a useful critical mass. The next issue will be granularity of data. The massive majority of customers in New Hampshire have meters that only report monthly usage totals and not the better AMI smart meters that provide hourly data. So is the limited data still valuable enough to entice participation and thus cover the cost of the platform? That's an open question. If there are business customers willing to pay for this level of data, then presumably they could just fund the project now. As an example from another department, the Secretary of State office last month put out an RFP for a a registration system, which reads, quote, "The state does not have funds available for this project. Funds shall be generated through an appropriate registration and annual fee, which vendors shall address in their response," end quote. As a taxpayer, this is the best RFP I've ever read, and I like this approach. If the project is economically viable, let the market figure out how to build it and fund it. The state can oversee it at arm's length and endorse it when it's up and running. The same could be done for this data platform. Last point on the data hub itself before I wrap up. I'm a customer of New Hampshire Co-op, and they provide a portal where I can log in to view hourly usage data. This all works without a statewide data hub, and as a customer, I don't see why I would opt in to additionally share my data with another database or want to pay to build out such a database. It may be reasonable to have ratepayers cover the cost to upgrade the utility's internal systems to provide similar experience as New Hampshire Co-op, and each utility can make that case to the PUC. On the other hand, the statewide data hub seems primarily geared towards business and organizations, and so they should cover that cost, not the ratepayers. I know people have put a lot of effort into this project, and I'm sorry to be the bearer of bad news, but to quote the feds, this project is just not economically viable. It's best that we cut our losses now and concentrate on areas where the Department of Energy and the utilities are more aligned to make progress on clearer goals, such as modernizing their internal software and upgrading to AMI meters. Once a significant amount of useful data actually exists and enough businesses are willing to pay for it, I believe the market will provide solutions to this problem more efficiently without legislation. In conclusion, if this repeal passes, this is where we may go next. 1, last year, Massachusetts passed a bill to require the utilities to build out a similar project. It makes sense to have a bigger state with deeper pockets lead the way on this. 2, before we spend money on more software projects, we need to assess the existing software modernization efforts at each utility. Some of you may recall last term, there was a bill to change net metering rebate from annual to semi-annual. And one of the utilities testified that it could take as much as $1 million to implement this accounting change. Why is that? I'll be willing to sponsor legislation to dig into this issue and the general issue of software modernization at utilities. And lastly, we need to have a lot more data to justify the expense of building a data platform. How do we incentivize utilities to cost effectively upgrade to AMI metering so that there is data to put on a platform? Thank you, and I will answer any questions.
Thank you. Excellent bill introduction. I appreciate you doing that. A lot of good work there. Questions from the committee. Representative McGee has a question.
Thank you. Thank you, Representative Berejny, for taking my question. So you, I think you covered a lot of things that one would cover if they were sort of on the outside looking in, right? So my question is, do you have any insights into the expertise or talent levels of the members of the Governance Council and the people that have been involved in developing the solution?
I do not.
So follow up?
Follow up.
I guess the question would be, you mentioned several things that you thought should be considered, and I guess my question would be, do you have any information that they have not been considered? In other words, how do you reach your conclusions about how the project has been run?
I don't recall making any conclusions about how the project is run.
Well, may I respond?
Go ahead, clarify your question.
Yeah, clarify. So you mentioned that you had heard about the federal government rejecting the regional plan that was submitted for the GRIP grant. And you quoted a phrase from the denial and used it to infer that there was something that wouldn't work about the program or that it was non-economically viable, I think is what you said. So I just wonder how much information you have about that in order to make that allegation against the data.
I'm just quoting what I was told.
So, Representative, can you give us a little, a bit about your background in software development and working for startups, et cetera?
So I've been a software developer for 25 years now. I worked for a federal government contractor for 10 years, and then for private companies for the last 15 years.
Okay. So you know a lot about software development and
Yeah,
developing.
and particularly government contracting software.
Excellent. Additional questions? Representative Thomas has a question.
Wendy Thomas is, okay. Several times you quoted the feds in denying this or saying something about this program. Could you please provide pointers or printouts of those objections so that we can verify them and check the context in which they were made?
I would love to, except I could not get them myself. My understanding is they're confidential, so.
Follow up?
Follow up?
Then how on earth how are you able to quote them if you weren't able to get them?
I was given some excerpts from or explanations of what was in them in the rejections. Department of Energy.
We will be hearing from the department shortly, so you can ask further questions there. Representative Swanson has a question for you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Representative Bresney. Good discussion, and but I'm having trouble. Are you saying that to accomplish the goal of providing publicly beneficial data capability, which, data is probably individually managed by the utilities, but this would be a comprehensive state level public one, but that somehow this would be better done by a software startup? Why would a software startup have the initiative or the incentive to do this on their own?
Sure. So just to differentiate, from a customer's perspective, let's say Unitil or New Hampshire Co-op or Eversource, when you log in to your portal, you get some information there. So that part is done by the utility themselves. And in the case of New Hampshire Co-op, they actually give you your hourly usage data on their online portal. So that part makes sense for the utilities to make the case to the PUC and build it out or upgrade or whatever. With the data hub, that's more of a business-focused solution because it's taking the data that each utility has and then packaging it or aggregating it or providing it more for businesses. And so I think it makes sense that that part is built in a way that's most economical by a for-profit company that can do it efficiently and produce just the data that's needed by the market.
Follow up.
Follow up.
You're saying it could be done more efficiently, but why would anybody do it at all?
So my understanding is that there is a market for this data, that there are companies who want to know usage in order, for example, to make proposals on projects and things like that. I mean, that's the whole reason for this project, is that there is a market for it. It's just the question is how much it costs and who will pay for it.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Representative Kaplan has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Representative Bresney. So I understand that there's a market for this, and that perhaps a startup would be a good place to start for that. But why do you object to the state acting as an incentivizer to bring that on if such a data hub, such a service would be beneficial to the state as well and to all ratepayers?
Thank you for that question. I think I don't object to the state incentivizing it. I would object to it having unknown costs and then having those costs borne by the ratepayers.
Representative Corman has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Representative Berezny, are you familiar with the Dunsky study on this that says that they estimate just under a mid-case scenario that after 5 years, the total benefits are about $18.6 or $18.7 million altogether. And after 10 years, $62.2 million altogether. That seems like a lot of benefit and a lot more than the cost of the project.
I'm not really sure who that benefit is to. Is it to the customers, the ratepayers themselves, or to the businesses, or?
It's to everybody together, all the utilities, the customers, the businesses, the third parties, aggregators, everybody all together.
And I think that probably combines the portal that each utility has and the data hub. And so my argument is that the portals provided by the utilities is useful, and I think each utility can make the case, just as New Hampshire Co-op was able to do it on their own. So that probably also provides a utility, and that's probably included in the percentage. So how would you split off what benefit it is for the customers and their utility versus the data platform itself? Is there a split there?
Representative McGee.
Thank you. Yeah, I'm just realizing that, this is the difference between having been involved with this for a really long time, where all these questions have been answered, and having somebody come to it new and ask all the questions again. So I just wanted to point out on the Dunsky study what we have so far, which can't be completed because we don't have the cost back from the RFPs to actually do an accurate, quantifiable cost-benefit analysis. They do show a graph, and they break down all the details. And I did provide you guys with a handout on how the Dunsky benefits break out. But the primary beneficiaries are residential and commercial ratepayers. So that's the discussions around who benefits from this and what kind of projects would create the value that we're trying to achieve. Those have been sort of revolving in this group for a long time. They don't want to just build something to build it. So my question is, did you get a chance to look at the handout that I gave you on the questions around quantifying how having an entire set of completed technical requirements, including user stories, refined project scope, and standard data model for the statewide energy data hub prior to going to RFP, what kind of an impact that would have on costs? And I think because of your area of expertise, you might be able to comment on that too, if you have all those things defined before you go forward.
So they were just passed out momentarily, so okay. I have not had a chance to look at them.
That makes perfect sense. Thank you. May I follow up?
Yes, follow up.
Okay, so one of the other things you did mention is that you thought that it would be best if a software company was handling the project. And again, the Governance Council and the folks that intervened on the project came to that conclusion as well. So I just wanted to let you know that that the way that I mentioned earlier in my testimony that we didn't want the utilities to be building it and then telling us what they spent, because we didn't want to incur gold-plated costs. And so the way it's been managed is that the IT staff at one of the utilities has taken on the lion's share of being the management for pulling together the RFP, but they are planning to outsource to a company that does utility data work to incur the lowest possible cost for a set of requirements that are done. So can you comment on whether that's the least expensive way to go? We've also asked that it be run as an agile project to, again, keep the costs low.
Thank you for that. So as I gave the example of the Secretary of State, where they put up an RFP that's asking software companies or businesses to bid and provide both the solution and then how they will fund the solution from the fees and the entire cycle. So in that case, they just have to list what the requirements are, and then the business would build the software, figure out how to pay for it, and then the government at arm's length would manage it and endorse it. And it seems like it would be a good fit for something like this that's mostly targeted at businesses.
Representative Bernardi has a question.
Thank you, Chairman. So you may have just answered the question, but I said this is targeted businesses because I'm listening to all this. We're going to build out this big computer software thingy that's going to provide benefits to us. I have no idea what benefits you're going to provide me as a retail customer electricity. I have no concept of what you're talking about. So what are these benefits that I'm going to get out of this?
Thank you for that question. So just as an example, if you are a New Hampshire Co-op member, when you log into the portal, one of the things it'll show you is actually your hourly usage. And that might be useful if your bill went up for some reason and you don't know why it went up. Knowing what time, you know, the little graph shoots up, right? You can think, oh, maybe I ran some specific device or something. So it's useful to kind of backtrack and figure out where your usage went. But New Hampshire Co-op does this without any statewide data platform. So that's the point I'm trying to make.
Thank you.
Representative Harrington has a question.
This should be an easy one. So the co-op has time of use rates?
They don't have time of use rates, but they do have AMI meters, so they can show you your hourly usage.
Follow-up?
Follow-up?
But without time of use, I mean, okay, so I know I'm using power at 4 o'clock in the afternoon as compared to 4 o'clock in the morning. I'm getting charged the same regardless of where I use it. What's going to push me towards saying, well, I won't use it at peak time, or I'll use it at this time and not some other time?
So yeah, thank you for that. So it's not about using in general or not using. It's maybe you have a device that you use that you weren't aware that it used so much electricity, right? Let's say you have a dishwasher running or something, and every time it runs, it spikes up so much, and you just didn't expect it to spike up that much. So that would be one thing you can learn from that data.
Okay, Representative McGee has another question.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Representative Berejny. So when you put in this bill, were you aware that the project was about to go to RFP and didn't have an actual cost yet, or that it had not secured the cost benefit analysis that would allow us to understand of what benefit all these years worth of work and even volunteer work from people has brought together?
I was not aware of those details, but I don't think in my testimony they were relevant to the points I was making.
Follow-up?
Well, at this point, would you consider the idea that maybe we should have that information after all of this effort before we decide to kill it? Like maybe retain the bill?
I don't think so.
Representative Swanson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Representative Berejny. Relative to the startup, it sounds like the RFPs being discussed under the current strategy are actually tailor-made as an opportunity for a software startup. I mean, you know, even if it goes forward, if your bill to kill it doesn't go forward and it is as it is there a potential for a software startup to make a proposal against the RFPs that are going to be put out?
Yeah, thank you for that. So I think the issue would be that, at least the example I gave with the Secretary of State office, is that if you want the company to figure out how to pay for something and build it at the same time, they would have to kind of whittle down the requirements to something that is buildable for the amount of money they think they can get for it. So in the case of the registry database that the Secretary of State is building, the fees for the usage fees will be determined by the company that's building the software to figure out, you know, to balance the how many features they can provide and how much they have to charge in fees. And then the Secretary of State would say, okay, that makes sense. So in the case of the RFP here, this is more like just the company's going to say, hey, this is how much it's going to cost us to build these requirements, without, I think, giving them an opportunity maybe to say, you know, to do the cost benefit of, not necessarily cost benefit, but to figure out how much they can actually get for it, right? Like, who are the customers that are going to pay the money to fund this project?
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, seeing no further questions, I want to thank you, Representative, for introducing this legislation. And let's hear next from the Department of Energy and ask Dan Phelan to give us a perspective on this legislation.
Thank you, Representatives. Glad to be here this afternoon to talk about HB 723. So I'm not going to rehash too much ground. This bill clearly removes the requirement for New Hampshire's utilities to develop a data platform. The department is neutral on the bill as introduced. You've heard this morning about some of the challenges that the Governance Council process has, how it limits the department's oversight role and makes regulation a little bit harder for us. The process has been cumbersome and frequently boxes us in. Repealing this requirement would relieve that pressure and give both the department and commission latitude to perform their jobs. And I'm going to head on a little bit of a tangent here because it's something that has come up and it sort of illustrates the difficulties of the Governance Council process. One of the big things we've dealt with is having confidential materials and having things that are not meant for public discussion because they haven't been approved by the GC. They haven't gone through a full process. The rejection form that the US DOE provided for the GRIP grant is public information and has been entered into the PUC docket. So that's available for everyone to peruse on your own. However, the Dunsky cost benefit report has not been made public and is still a confidential work document of the Governance Council. So I'm limited in what I can respond to on that subject. One thing that I did want to raise was that repealing the requirement for the data platform does not stop the utilities from going about this project and developing one on their own. If the utilities can make a real business case for this and say who will benefit and how much they will benefit for it, they're free to make that claim in front of the PUC and even undergo this project with this bill's passage. But they will have to make sure that they make the benefits clear when they do that. And there's real concern that they won't be able to. You know, the data platform has to talk to the utilities backend systems, which means the utilities need to spend millions on upgrades. They need to then spend more on the data platform itself. Even after all these investments, there's concern that the utilities lack metering capabilities to provide useful data to the platform itself. So what benefit then do customers actually see for something as infrequent as monthly data when higher quality data is held back by years and possibly hundreds of millions of dollars for advanced metering infrastructure? It's an open question and something that we are concerned about as we guide the data platform through the process. Whether or not this bill moves forward, the department is taking its role seriously in safeguarding ratepayers. Ultimately, we're going to ensure that utility dollars are being spent in a way that has tangible benefits to ratepayers, and I think this bill would enhance that ability. Thank you for the opportunity to testify. I'm glad to take questions.
Could you give us the docket number?
Absolutely. That is docket number DE 19197.
Thank you. Questions for Mr. Phelan? Representative Harrington.
Yeah, there was a lot of talk with previous speakers on cost benefit, who benefits. In specifically looking at residential ratepayers, would they need a time of use meter and time of use rates in order to get any benefit from this information?
It's an open question, and I think that the benefits are in some cases unclear, and that's something that we saw in the response to the GRIP application, that US DOE didn't think that the benefits necessarily were going to hash out, and it's something we are in the department are very concerned about and want to make sure we would get a real sense of what the benefits are before moving forward with these investments.
Follow up?
Follow up?
Yeah, I'm just trying to figure, if someone gets this information so they can go in and look at a plot, whatever, it shows when they use electricity. If they're paying the same for the electricity 24/7, then first of all, there's going to be not much incentive to do it. And if they're not going to be able to save money. So I would think if you want to encourage people to say, okay, between 4 and 7 o'clock in the winter, you're going to be using, power prices are going to be higher, so I'm going to try to cut down on my usage during that time. That would be a benefit, but without that time of use rates, I don't see how you're going to, residential customers going to get benefit from it.
I agree with your perspective.
Further discussion or questions? Representative Corman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Mr. Phelan. So it seems like we have a little bit of a chicken and egg problem here, right? Without AMI meters, you can't get time of use. And why would you want time of use if you don't have an AMI meter? I'm wondering, does the department have a suggestion as to how to break this logjam?
Well, it's a slightly different question than having to do with the data platform. AMI rollout plans are being developed by the state's utilities, but they are early. I know Unitil has extensive AMI deployment, but the other utilities not as much, and have not made public their plans to do so at this time.
Follow up.
So in other words, the department does not have a suggestion about that? I'm just verifying.
We do not, I don't have a position on AMI rollout for the department at this time.
Representative Wendy Thomas.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. You didn't state directly, but I'm going to go out on a limb and say that the DOE is neutral on this bill. But my question is, again, I'm looking at the fiscal note, and you have put 4.6 million to 7 million for something that doesn't even exist right now. So I'm going to ask the Department of Energy to please provide us with documentation that breaks that down so that we can understand where you got those numbers, because it kind of feels like you pulled them, that you came up with them spontaneously. Thank you.
I will follow up on that.
Additional questions? Representative McGee.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have so many. I've been scribbling. The first one I'd like to ask you is you mentioned that you thought that this bill would go a long way to providing benefit for customers as part of your closing statement. And what I'm trying to figure out is how it makes sense for us to wait 5.5 years of work and not get a cost benefit analysis before we make this kind of, drastic change. So how can it be beneficial to people if we don't yet know what the benefits are and we're just about to get those?
Well, I think the department has concerns about what those benefits may be, and I can't sit here and justify decisions that were made in the past, but I think right now I look at taking away the need for it and sort of the legislative need for the data platform and restoring the regulatory roles of traditional prudence review as something that would be beneficial from the department's perspective.
Follow up?
And the follow-up would be, are you familiar with the user stories for residential customers and third parties and CPAs and municipalities and regulators like the PUC, and how this tool would allow us to use the data in a way that we could answer questions around things that we've been trying to solve for a long time, like grid modernization and even net metering tariffs?
I'm familiar with the purported benefits of the data platform, and the department is committed to analyzing them in a fulsome manner.
Thank you.
Representative Swanson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Phelan. Just to be sure, I believe RFP has been mentioned a bunch of times. That is request for proposal. And having been involved in generating requests for proposals myself, my recollection is that they always include a list of requirements, and to Representative Harrington's concern, what is going to be in the list of those requirements for that data platform. You mentioned that you don't care, but I guess if it's left to the utilities, will they have a consistent set of requirements that they would work to for a data platform, so that if I say switch providers, I would be able to see the same kind of information, say time of use? Or is it better to have, a state provided list of capabilities or requirements that meet a concept of operations?
So I'm uncomfortable talking about the details of the RFP because I'm not sure what is and isn't available for public discussion on that. So I just would say that I think there's been an effort within the governance council to create requirements for the data platform that would result in an effective product. And I'm sorry, I can't answer your question better.
Thank you for your answer. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Further questions? Representative Wendy Thomas.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So we heard from the bill sponsor, we heard from the bill sponsor that he thought it would be good to privatize this, you know, get away from government, have a smaller government, privatize everything. If this were privatized, what would be the DOE's role in it? Would you work with them? Would you oversee them? Would you have anything to do with this project if it were privatized?
Hard to speculate, but I think I wouldn't. The word privatized, I'm struggling with a little bit, because what I see is more of traditional utility ownership, and in that case, you know, the PUC oversees prudence review. We at DOE weigh in during proceedings and generally have the ability to have a say through that process. So that's what I would envision.
Okay, seeing no further questions, I want to thank Mr. Phelan. I'm sorry, did somebody else need to speak? Representative McGee.
Clarification. So I heard this expressed earlier in testimony on 681, which you were here for with Deputy Commissioner Elms. And you talked about the purview of the PUC being removed by that bill, and that bill doesn't seek to do that. What the bill is seeking to do is say that it's time to transition to the governance council having the ability to make the sort of day-to-day decisions on how the project moves forward without having to go back to the Public Utilities Commission for everything. They would have to still go in front of them when the RFP is received and when the cost benefit analysis comes in, because those are pieces that speak to the just and reasonable, the used and used and useful, right? So the Public Utilities Commission would still play its traditional role, and the fact is that the technical part of the project coming back to the PUC for approval all the time is more like micromanagement, because that's not their role and that's not their expertise. It might have made sense earlier in the project, but at this point in the project, I think that's the whole point of that bill.
Is there a question here?
Well, I'm just wondering why you're relaying it as though there would not be any input, since you're on the governance council.
That is our interpretation of that bill, and that it would remove that authority from the department and from the PUC.
Okay. Seeing no further questions for Mr. Phelan, I want to thank you for giving us your perspective. And next call on Don Crease of the Office of Consumer Advocate to tell us what he thinks of this bill. Welcome back.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm still Don Crease. I'm still the consumer advocate. At this point, I guess I have too much respect for this committee and too much affection for those of you who I've worked with in the past on this committee to really spend much more time on this subject, because it sounds to me, to be candid, that minds are pretty well made up about where the committee is about this particular project. And it's something that I, alongside a lot of other people, have invested a great deal of time and effort on over the last 5.5 years, but it doesn't seem to enjoy the support of a majority of this committee or the Department of Energy. And that is a condition that I personally have no choice other than to decide to live with. You know, choices get made all the time. I just want to maybe make 3 things clear, just because I think there's some confusion proliferating. there's a difference between downloading data and sharing data. So if you're a member of the New Hampshire Electric Co-op, the New Hampshire Electric Co-op uses the green button download my data standard. So if you can go onto the co-op's website, enter your member number or account number, and it will give you your data in the form of a spreadsheet that you can then have for whatever use you want to make of it. What the data platform would do is go one step beyond that into a share my data mode and make it possible for third parties that you authorize as the customer to receive that data and then act on it. So that's a pretty big difference. And much as I'm sure it's great for the members of the co-op to be able to download their data, we're talking about taking another step here with this statewide data platform. The other point I would make that's related to that is that there is value in a statewide data platform. So even if each utility goes and does something like this on its own independently, that does have benefits to each individual customer of each individual utility. But ultimately, what we're trying to facilitate here is the provision. We want to attract businesses that are going to provide innovative services to customers. And so if you're a business, whether an in-state business or an out-of-state business that might be in a position to do that, you are going to be way more likely to do that if there is one place that you need to go to get all the data you need about all of your potential customers that are going to use your service. That is the fundamental reason for a statewide data platform. Now, I guess at the risk of saying things that some people might not appreciate, I just want to say that it has been obvious to me since the get-go, as somebody who was part of docket number 19197 from the day it was opened by the PUC, that the support of what used to be the staff of the PUC and what is now the Department of Energy Regulatory Support Division is critical to the success of this project. That is why we made the Department of Energy a party, a member of the Governance Council. They exercise a veto. They clearly do not support this project. They have the authority under the settlement agreement that the PUC has approved to say no more. The project doesn't work for us. We no longer support it. It should not go forward. I am totally perplexed, and I say this in all earnestness, why they haven't done that, given what you have heard them now testify to twice. They do not support this project. I have asked them any number of times over the last 5.5 years to indicate that to me, because if that is their position, that will also be my position, because I do not want to waste tons and tons of time and ratepayer money on something that the state's energy policy making agency does not support. I don't understand why we are in this situation after all this time, but there we are. So my card says that I oppose the bill, which I do, but it appears destined to be reported out of this committee ought to pass. I think Representative McGee's idea of consigning it to either interim study or retaining the bill, is a good idea because I do think it makes sense to wait and see what happens in response to the RFP, but it seems, again, like minds are made up, and I'm prepared to live with whatever the collective wisdom of this committee is. So I think that's all I have to say.
Okay, thanks for sharing that with us.
Thank you.
We'll get a different point of view maybe from another member of the, I've forgotten the name of the Governance Council, and that's Alec O'Meara from Unitil. We heard that Unitil has been heavily involved in this process. So welcome. Thank you.
See, I pushed the button to turn it on, but I actually turned it off. For the record, my name is Alec O'Meara. I'm here representing Unitil. Unitil has no formal position on this bill. That said, we wanted to be here today to go over and outline what our role has been on the Governance Council, which makes sense. We've been talked about quite a bit throughout this process, as well as kind of go through what we see as important steps, many of which have already been discussed in terms of the value of the data platform itself and the fact that there is going to be this additional data that's going to be made available through the typical process before the PUC. I think the best way to qualify or to quantify, rather, our role on the Governance Council has been to be good faith facilitators for what the Governance Council is aiming to accomplish in terms of its RFP. We have had members of our IT department, including the head of our IT department, regularly attend Governance Council meetings. He has provided his insight and expertise into what we believe would make a quality RFP that's going to ensure that this project is successful. And successful by Unitil's definition, and I've talked about this in previous times when I've been here before, is a successful project for our customers is one that ultimately generates cost benefit for our customers. Unitil supports projects that we believe ultimately lower energy costs for our customers while also providing them value. The core concept of an energy data platform is that we believe that informed customers make good decisions with their energy usage. A customer that has better information about how they use their energy will be able to work with third parties and make those good decisions on behalf of their family or their home or their business. That's part of what this whole concept is about, being able to empower our customers with services that will allow them to make those decisions and by and large save money on their energy usage. To that end, some of the preliminary data that is out there in regards to this project is promising. That's why this project has continued to move forward. Our voice in the committee has been to say this project needs to go forward in a manner that ensures that that cost-benefit analysis checks out, and that is the role of the Public Utilities Commission in this particular situation. They are going to ultimately review whatever is presented and determine that this project is in fact in the public interest of all of our customers. So to that end, my suggestion or recommendation would have been, if cost is the primary concern for this committee, then tabling this bill until that cost benefit analysis is complete seems wise. I wanted to share that perspective and answer any questions that you might have in regards to our role in this project.
Thank you. Appreciate your testimony. So as a representative of a utility, can you help us understand if the numbers that are quoted in the fiscal note of this bill, that this could cost $4.6 to $7 million to get up and running, and with $272,000 to $416,000 a year in operating costs, are those numbers reasonable? Are those numbers in the ballpark?
Well, I recognize that those numbers were provided by the Department of Energy in regards to the cost of the project, and I'm in no position here to refute those costs in terms of their overall estimates. Only I would add that the Governance Council has not completed its work in terms of determining what the cost or benefit analysis should be. For example, I know that as part of the federal grant that has been discussed here, a presentation was made to the Public Utilities Commission in terms of that application, and that document did include estimates in terms of what the potential savings would be. Those savings are in line with the Dunsky report that was talked about here as well, although that presentation before the PUC is in fact a public document. That would suggest there are savings in the neighborhood of $10 to $25 million or thereabouts in the first 5 years. And again, so when I say preliminary data is promising, we have some cost data and we have some benefit data that's available that says that yes, there will be a rapid payback and potential savings for our customers. The point I really want to make in this hearing, though, is that promising isn't a promise. I believe that it's important for that process to complete itself so that we have clear data that shows a cost benefit analysis before any decision is made.
So I didn't hear an answer to my question. As a representative of a utility, do those cost numbers of 4.6 to 7 million seem realistic to you?
I'm not going to contradict the Department of Energy regarding the cost.
Okay, thank you. Further questions? Representative McGee.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Nice to see you again, Mr. O'Meara. My question was around, I had heard that Unitil was considering hiring an intern to create applications that would make the data more easily accessible to people in terms of what they might try to do with it. Do you have any more information about that that you could share with the committee in terms of, you know, it has a lot to do with adoption, right? Whether people are going to use the tool, know about the tool. So I'm just wondering what the thoughts were at Unitil around that, because I didn't hear any details, just that you were considering it.
I'm not aware of any specific plan involving a specific intern for this particular project. I know that Unitil has in the past used interns, specifically through the University of New Hampshire, to work with us on various projects, especially those that tie to sustainability. When we've seen opportunities for projects like that, we have found interns that have sort of do that kind of data crunch for us to maybe potentially find opportunities. Like I said, I'm not familiar with any specific resources that we were going to bring forward here. Only just in general, I think it's fair to say that we have been pretty involved with the Governance Council in trying to make sure that any kind of RFP is presenting good data.
Follow up.
Okay, my follow-up question would be, I don't know about your involvement. I don't know what you know, but I wonder if you would be able to illuminate for the committee, many of whom are hearing about this platform for the very first time today, the benefits as you see them based on the different groups in the user stories. In other words, could you give some examples of how a consumer would use this in order to save money, maybe in different categories?
So there are probably folks that could do a more eloquent job talking about what the costs or overall individual stories in terms of the value are. I think of it in terms of information is power. We live in the information age. I personally am an information person. I'm a data person. I like getting information. I like when my phone tells me how many steps I've taken. I find that that's helpful information for me when I make good decisions about how I live my life or how I operate my home budget. This kind of data is on that same idea. The idea of being able to drill down and providing standardized data that can then be used across a variety of uses and having third-party vendors be able to have that standardized software that will then help them make good comparisons, help individual customers, whether they're a business, whether they're a homeowner, understand their energy usage on a more granular level, and then that's going to help them save money. My Jeep has a fun tool I like to use. I run a little thing on it, and it says how many miles, what my average mileage is as I'm driving it going along. So I can look at that, and as I'm driving, if I'm a little heavy on the gas, I notice that number comes down a little bit. So I'm probably spending a little more than I want to be at that time. That's how we use information. The more data we have, the more we can make good decisions about our everyday usage. This data platform is about that. And I just want to emphasize, at the end of the day, regardless of what happens with this legislation, Unitil will continue to look for solutions for our customers that will help them get good information regarding their energy usage, so long as those are done in a cost beneficial way. So that's something that we're committed to on behalf of our customers in any event, in any project, including this.
Representative Wendy Thomas.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This project has been going on for about 5 years. Can you tell me how has it been generally received to date, and has there been an effort to stop it before now?
I personally am not familiar with any internal workings within the Governance Council, and I don't think it would be appropriate, even if I had that information, to talk about those particular conversations as they were occurring within the council.
Follow up.
Follow up.
Would you like to speculate on why there appears to be opposition now?
Nope.
Thank you very much.
Representative Corman has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for taking my question. So you mentioned that there's preliminary data that is promising, and you mentioned the Dunsky report. Is there anything beyond the Dunsky report in terms of promising preliminary data?
Only the only data that I would cite is again the report that was sort of used as a comparative tool in terms of looking at what the potential benefits are for our region, as well as the numbers that are provided. And again, preliminary is preliminary. My primary point that I'm here to make is that we should wait until we have real data and then make a decision at that time.
Representative Kaplan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Mr. O'Mara. You mentioned that you are committed to ongoing work to provide your customers with necessary information to benefit them in their energy usage. So that implies to me that you agree that maybe this is a tool that you would develop on your own. But what I want to ask you is, how would you compare a tool that Unitil might develop on its own as a result of this legislation to something that is like a statewide, multi-utility data hub? How do those two things compare?
Well, not to be too literal, but a tool that was specific to Unitil would benefit Unitil customers specifically, whereas a statewide tool would benefit, I recognize, customers throughout the entirety of the state. Ultimately, what a Unitil specific tool might ultimately look like, I wouldn't want to speculate here, only to say that we would continue to look for what those solutions might look like. Whether they would be similar to or dramatically different from, I couldn't say at this time.
Representative Reynolds has a question
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
that he will ask once.
Yes, I will. Isn't a major goal of having a statewide data platform like this to be able to attract to the state third parties, providers of services that would help customers of all the utilities take advantage of the information? And wouldn't, just one utility, a smaller one, Unitil, do you think you would attract the same level of third-party interest in the state just on your own?
Generally, speculation is a world I try to avoid. So I don't think I would go down that particular road. I can only say that Unitil is confident that we can find solutions that benefit our customers.
Okay, seeing no further questions, I want to thank you for being here.
Thank you.
Next, we'll call on the Honorable Clifton Bilo from Lebanon, representing Community Power Coalition of New Hampshire. Welcome back, Mr. Bilo. Hasn't seen you in a while. Nice to see you again.
Good afternoon. Nice to be back. I'm here to support what Unitil just testified to, which is a recommendation that you retain this bill and allow the RFP for the hub to go forward so that we can actually have good cost, more than estimates, potential contracted cost by the end of the summer. I first got involved with this in the docket in late 2019 when the commission opened the docket to consider implementing the legislation. I was that was on behalf of the city of Lebanon. It was before the Community Power Coalition existed. And was part of the settlement that was approved less than 3 years ago on March 2nd of 2022. And have been a member of the Governance Council since. And I just want to say that I think the Governance Council has been somewhat remarkable collaboration between different stakeholders and the utilities. And because it was designed to work by consensus, we've had to work through a lot of differences of opinions and come to common ground. And that was part of the settlement in the docket as well, which was an agreement to design this to be what was called at the time the minimum viable product, but design it to be extensible. So some of the use cases would develop over time. What I can say is all three of the investor-owned utilities that have been very active in the Governance Council all bring to the table a lot of IT expertise, as well as a particular focus on security of individual customer data. And that's very much built into the design of the proposed platform. It's not a central database. It's rather an API of APIs. An API is an application program interface. It's a sort of a modern way to be able to stream data potentially in a one-way direction, so that you can get data but not necessarily get into the database. A lot of we did get sort of sidetracked, if you will, with the federal funding opportunity. We only made one application the first year of the federal funding for grid resilience infrastructure CRIP grant. We only went as far as a preliminary proposal, and we were invited by DOE to make a full proposal because they thought it had a lot of merit. As previously mentioned, the DOE's response is available. It's at tab 183. It's not obvious, but if you go to that docket book, tab 183 has that the full content of the DOE response to the proposal. Just of note, there were 5 times more proposals than they funded, and they didn't fund any software or data related, even though in their own comments they recognized the potential value of this approach. And I just wanted to mention a couple of a few of the user cases that this offers. But I should say, we're right at the very end of 3 years of developing all the technical specifications for the RFP. And it's I think very well thought through. And we're expect to file a report, a status report to the PUC, which should, assuming we achieve consensus on Wednesday. And I might mention the Governance Council has been meeting for 1 hour Wednesday afternoons pretty much consistently for the past 3 years, with occasionally taking time off, but not much, as well as sometimes an extra hour on Fridays for the technical work group that particularly drew upon the expertise of the utilities. But the result of that is that the RFP is basically done. There was a final, DOE wanted a chance to do a final review of that. So we didn't approve it last week. Hopefully we will tomorrow or Wednesday, and file that at the PUC, along with the Dunsky report, along with a Dunsky market evaluation. So that will start to give you a window into the cost and benefits that have been analyzed, but the cost we don't know until we issue the RFP. There's very little incremental work left for the council to do, or the utilities, or the PUC, or the DOE, in order to for the PUC to approve the RFP text as it's ready, and for that to be issued, and for us to get actual cost figures. I think our timeline for that, part of what will be filed by the end of this week, is an updated timeline for how that's all going to get implemented. And I think the expectations from last week's conversation is we should be able to have a completed cost benefit study by the end of the summer, so that if you retain this bill, you can then make an informed decision based on a much more information, and something we've been working towards really as the Governance Council for the past 3 years. I can stop there, but if you'd like, I can mention 3 use cases that might be of interest. Shall I do that? Yes. Okay. Well, one, first of all, it is based on Green Button Connect My Data, not just see my data, but be able to share it through an API. This is a national standard that was developed to try to have a standardized format for sharing data. It goes up somewhat beyond that by allowing certain aggregation of data. And one case in point concerns multi-tenant buildings. In order to qualify for New Hampshire's energy efficiency programs, or in my case, I'll just give an example. I manage a 27,000 square foot office building. It's got a 30-year plus old HVA system. And when we went to look at replacing our rooftop units, the technology has evolved quite a bit. And the engineer said, well, we need to look at the whole building usage. And for that, you need to obtain from every tenant their usage for at least a year so that we can actually size the new air conditioning, which codes require us to size it based on the actual design and building use. It took the better part of a year just to get every tenant's permission to share their data. But that became essential. And what we could see, for instance, what we saw from that is, we still got a lot of fluorescent lighting, and we could convert to LED, which we did during the pandemic, and lower that energy use such that the new equipment we purchased could be smaller in size to accommodate the fact that when the building was designed, it had more energy use than it has today because of these increased efficiencies. It's a real problem in multifamily housing because often individual tenants don't want to share their data with their landlord. And yet for multifamily housing to qualify for most of the energy efficiency programs, they have to have whole building data. One thing this platform would do, using standards that have also been developed in other states, is allow a building owner to say, I don't need every tenant's data, but I do need the aggregate total building use. Gas, if you have natural gas, plus electricity. And the standard that was agreed to in the settlement and that the PUC approved was that if you've got at least 4 tenants and no one of those tenants uses more than 50% of the total energy of all the tenants, then they could give you the aggregated building usage. You don't know how much is by individual tenant, but at least you know the total building usage. And from there, you can make informed decisions about what kind of investments would make sense to better insulate your multifamily housing or do other energy efficiency measures and to actually qualify in the program. Another related use case is trying to move energy efficiency towards a more market-based process. Right now, most of the utility programs mostly use what's called deemed savings. And they say, well, if you do this or that, we estimate that the savings will be thus. And they get approved on the basis of deemed savings. There's the trend towards pay for performance, which says to the contractor, allows a shifting of the responsibility to actually produce savings to the contractor to say, you'll get compensated, but based on the performance that you estimate these measures will save the customer this much, but we're going to actually track that and compensate you on performance, not just on an expectation of savings. So those are just a few examples of where this platform can be of significant value.
Well, thank you. I have a couple of quick questions for you. I believe I heard one other testifier say that a customer has to agree to share their data. Is that correct? To share their individual customer data, yes, that would be, I want to share it with a contractor or somebody who wants to quote me on a solar system. You'd have to give that individual permission. Aggregated data, there's different standards for that. For a building owner, that what I just described could pull the aggregated data without individual customer permission. For other uses, it's a minimum of 100 customers. If somebody wanted aggregated data on a community, for instance, they could get the community's total data, but not individual customer data. So there's with the exception of a building owner, it's a minimum of 100 different customers in order to get aggregated data. Okay, thanks. So a follow-up question would be, in order to derive the benefits of this data aggregation, would that require behavior modification on the part of customers?
I'm not sure.
Well, for example, we've heard a lot of talk here about time of use rates.
Oh, right.
And other benefits that could derive from knowing more about customer data. So I'm just wondering if, in order to get people to use and to change their habits
Right.
about when they use energy, does that going to require them to make modifications in their lifestyles? And is that a realistic hope or expectation?
I think in this day and age, there's an increasing amount of customer loads that are flexible, that don't necessarily require behavioral changes that could be automated. For instance, if you've got a hot water heater or heat pump hot water heater, when that actually gets charged up, as long as you got hot water, you don't care. That's not a behavioral change. But whether it gets charged up during low cost hour versus high cost hours is a different question. And certainly this whole data platform becomes a lot more useful with interval data. But they're already, across all the utilities, there's a certain amount of interval data for large customers that's actually hard to access or stream. So that's part of this API of APIs where you can potentially stream the data to somebody who's monitoring it. And a huge case in point is the state of New Hampshire, which has thousands, hundreds of accounts across these 5 different utilities. And in order to track all that data, from what I understood, when we had a representative of the state on the governance council, much like the city of Lebanon does, we have to actually manually look at each bill and enter the usage for each month into a database to get the total city's energy usage. And that is a significant burden and cost. And from what I recall about the state's representative saying is the state doesn't even really try to do that because there's so many accounts. It would take several people full time just to be entering all the individual data. And this data platform would solve that problem. You'd be able to say, state of New Hampshire, I want all the data bundled together and I want it every month through this data platform for each facility, for each utility territory, and it would just come to you that way. And then you could look at whether you're making progress on your energy goals.
Representative McGee.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. See, now you're digging into the fun stuff. So the other thing I'd like you to maybe illuminate or discuss is whether the tool can assist with things that the state is trying to accomplish in terms of our docket objectives around grid modernization and net metering tariffs. You know, I was trying to explain this morning in the bill that I testified in that being able to turn the data into information allows us to manage and plan. And so could you speak a little bit about that? Because I think we should understand that as well.
Well, I thought it was interesting. I think in one of the fiscal notes, DOE said they couldn't provide an accurate estimate because they didn't have access to the data on state energy use. So that I thought, well, that's a case for having the platform. We have heard, and part of the market survey that Dunsky did found that there are plenty of businesses in the state that have multiple establishments. If you think about any kind of chain retailer or whatever. And they pretty much all interested in managing their energy or contracting it out. It's a fair amount of effort to compile that and to compare. And part of the value of the platform was having highly consistent data so that if a particular data field would know means the same thing regardless of which utility it's coming from. So I think just broadly speaking, it becomes a very useful planning tool. And the notion that, you can't manage what you don't measure comes into play here, which is energy is a big part of our cost of living these days. And there are ways to manage it that can produce savings for everyone. And, I haven't gotten into that because that's sort of another story, but there are things emerging that this platform could help enable and capture. For instance, FERC has ruled, and ISO New England has filed conforming tariffs to enable small distributed energy resources to participate in the ISO New England market. And to do that, FERC and ISO New England is requiring utilities, whether they like it or not, if they're big enough, and in New Hampshire's case, it's only Eversource, to have to provide interval metering for those customers, even if it's on top of the metering they already have. And that additional metering, which will be highly granular, they've said it's got to be 5 minutes, got to be capable of 5 minutes, because that's how we balance generation at 5-minute intervals prices. These distributed energy resources that can be aggregated to participate have to have 5-minute interval metering. That data could come through the platform, and the customer could look towards other innovative service providers to help them, optimize and manage. The point of all this is, if customers, to the extent they have a flexible load, start to be able to respond to the prices that generators make, you're going to have better price formation, supply and demand responding to similar prices. And we have an opportunity to shift load off of peak into the valleys and spread all those fixed costs for capacity over more kilowatt hours rather than fewer, if we keep getting peakier, which has been the trend in New England. Yeah, which drives the cost down for everyone.
Okay, Representative Corman has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Buelow. Good to see you.
Yep.
So earlier this morning, I asked a question on the timing of the RFP, and I didn't get a really concrete answer, but you said that you think that we'd actually have bids by the end of the summer.
Yes.
So where does that come from?
That comes from the fact that everybody, as of last week, everybody essentially but DOE had signed off on the RFP text, and I believe they were going to try to work through any questions they had in the past few days. So we're expecting to file it. We have a deadline of this Friday to file a status update. The hope is that we are filing the actual proposed RFP that then needs the commission's approval for us to go ahead and issue it. And I think we have a timetable. I don't have it in front of me, but we're hoping they're able to turn that around relatively quickly, because it's, the document has had a lot of work go into it. It's a consensus document. If that's the case, the RFP will get issued by the utilities, not the state. It's important to realize this would be owned by the utilities, which are private enterprises, not by the state. The state would not be the one, DOE would not be the one contracting for this. It would be the utilities. And the time frame that is would allow us to get responses back by the end of the summer, before the end of the summer.
Follow up.
So you said that the utilities would issue the RFP. Would that be one RFP issued by the joint utilities or separate RFPs?
One Unitil has volunteered to be the sort of sponsoring agent in different things. Eversource has been the sponsoring agent. It's been reviewed by all three utilities procurement departments to make sure it complies, and they, there's really no cost for us to get the responses back. Nothing has to be expended. There would be some review time involved at the end, but my guess would be, if this bill's retained, certainly before any contracting occurred, the expectation I would expect would be to report to the committee, back to this committee, to get some indication on whether there's support to move it ahead or not.
Representative Wendy Thomas.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Sorry. Earlier, you mentioned that this platform looks at deemed savings.
No, just that energy efficiency programs, the New Hampshire Saves programs, mostly rely on what's called deemed savings. It's like, okay, if we replace this fluorescent lamp with a LED lamp, that should save this much energy.
Follow up, I guess.
Yeah, follow up.
Does that include modeled and measured savings as well?
Yes.
Okay. Thank
well,
you.
and there is some effort to verify even deemed savings. It's called EM&V, Valuation, Measurement, and Verification. But at the same time, there's a trend, and it's being implemented in California, for instance, And we have an arrangement where we could use one of these flex market platforms that would have contractors assuming responsibility to actually produce the performance, such that their incentive is stronger if their set of measures actually performs as promised.
Thank you.
Representative Swanson has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Bealow. You mentioned supporting this bill, just to be clear. Bill discussed this morning had to do with the establishment of a statewide online energy data platform. The one being discussed right now is House Bill 723, which discusses basically repealing the multi-use data energy platform. Do I understand that you are in favor of the bill that was discussed this morning regarding that data platform and oppose the bill, House Bill 723, correct?
That's correct.
Thank you.
Representative Kaplan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Mr. Bealow, for coming in. I think we have a good picture of all the work that's gone into the Data Hub platform up to this point and to get us to this point, and you paint a very vivid picture of all the opportunities that exist if we choose to not kill this data platform. I'm wondering what I seem to be missing, maybe other people in this room also share that lack, is a sense of what would we kill? Like what are the missed opportunities if we pass this bill? Can you paint a picture of that?
Well, I think obviously the RFP would never go out. I mean, I think the PUC would just put the whole thing on hold until they saw what the Senate did. I guess the question is, does it become law or not? So I think that this effort obviously would go by the wayside. You know, I have a high degree of confidence that Unitil will move ahead. I think it's next year that they're planning to start their next generation state-of-the-art AMI deployment. And from what I understand, that their intent is to provide green button connect my data functionality, not just download my data, but be able to share it with other parties. But I don't think the other two utilities are particularly moving ahead with that at this time. So I think what we would miss is sort of knowing what it costs to do this hub, and we would never really have a handle on whether the benefits were commensurate with the cost, or clearly outweighed the cost, or whether it was dubious. And I think the committee, if you hold on to the bill, could make a decision whether they think that the cost benefit is strong enough to allow this to move forward, or whether they're dubious of it and don't think the benefit analysis really supports the cost and decides to pull the plug on the policy. I just think it would be a better decision with the information.
Thank you very much. Seeing no more questions, I want to bring on the last person who wants to testify on this bill, and that's Sam Evans-Brown.
Mr. Chair, I do have a question.
Well, we have 1 hour, 45 minutes to discuss two other bills this afternoon, so I'd like to move on if you don't mind. Is this really crucial to our understanding of this bill? We've been talking about it today now for almost 3 hours.
I believe it is.
All right, go ahead. Please be quick.
Because this is something that I know that Mr. Bealow can answer that others could not, which is how would the costing for this project be done? Because I know I had asked you, I was trying to do some back of the envelope calculations. If we could understand how many customers it would be across, because I know it's gas and electric, and also how many years of amortization generally would a project like this be spread over for those customers if we were to go forward with it? Because that makes the math work, right? And if we can't figure out what it would cost people on their bills.
My understanding understanding is that this type of software would be typically amortized over 5 years. And I don't have those customer counts in front of me, but in general, the formula is to share it across the 5 utilities based on customer counts.
Thank you.
Okay, now we can move on to Sam Evans-Brown to get his perspective on this legislation, and he has the last word on this bill. Welcome back, Sam.
Thank you. For the record, Sam Evans-Brown, Executive Director of Clean Energy New Hampshire. We also have a member position on the Governance Council, although we hire a data expert to fill that role. So while I attend the meetings, I'm not a voting member, and I'm not the real expert. And if you wanted him, I could get him here. So real granular questions about the API of APIs should be retained for him. But going last means that I have not a ton to say that hasn't been said already, but I'll just hit on a few things. First is the question of the cost-benefit analysis. The draft cost-benefit analysis was submitted to the New Hampshire PUC. It is available online. I have a citation in the footnote of my written testimony that I'll hand out if folks want to read that over. It does, in fact, find that there would be between 21, at the mid case, $21 million in benefits over the first 5 years after the creation of the data platform, and potentially 65 million over the first 10 years after the creation of the platform. We've hit on really where those benefits would come from, and it really is allowing these competitive third market service providers to offer more services to New Hampshire residents in order to reduce their energy spending. And I actually think Representative Bresney's story about being on the New Hampshire Electric Co-op's service is a perfect example, because the New Hampshire Electric Co-op does have time of use rates. All of the New Hampshire utilities have time of use rates, but customers are often unaware of this because the utilities aren't necessarily aggressively marketing those rates. And so customers don't know that they exist, don't know that they could save money by using them. And so creating a platform that would allow third-party service providers to get connected to that data would create a market for those third-party service providers to come in, market the fact that they can save you money if only you were to connect them with your data, so that they could run an analysis showing when you could shift those uses to those flexible uses to the low peak periods. Just looking at the co-op's rate, it's 11 cents per kilowatt hour off peak, 21 cents on peak. So anything that you can shift to that 11-cent period is obviously going to be a lot of savings to you as a electricity user. And I would just say that this generally is in line with the state's stated position to use market-based mechanisms to try to produce savings for customers. But you can't have a functioning market without access to good data, which is generally the problem that we find in the utility space, which is that data is hard to find. Customers don't really understand their bill, and don't understand the bill drivers. And I'll just flag from the grid modernization docket that made the recommendation to create this platform that it said, sharing data with the market in order to harness competition and drive advanced energy technology deployment. I think that's really what we're talking about here, is how we harness market forces that don't have to come from, utility programs that ultimately have to be paid for by the ratepayers. So that's really all I have to say. Happy to take questions.
Questions? Representative McGee.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Mr. Evans-Brown, for being with us again. So when you started talking about market competition, it made me think about other states that have already deployed this. Do you have any information you can share with us about any other states and their markets and how having access to their data has worked out? Because I know we're not alone, right? We're not the first.
Yeah, so actually Texas was the first state to implement a statewide utility data platform. Texas is renowned for having the sort of freest energy markets and have gone the farthest in terms of energy deregulation. But again, without access to data, it's hard for markets to operate. And so I think that's why data access was a fundamental principle that led to that adoption. New York is the next that is taking that step. And this all came from our attempt to get together the GRIP application, the Grid Resilience and Innovation Partnerships application. And I'll just note, the document, again, which is available online, that was the response to the GRIP application. It says quite a lot of things. There's weaknesses and strengths in the application. If you you read just the strengths, it sounds really great. If you read just the weaknesses, it sounds less great. But the fact that this was going to be a New England-wide sort of API that we were pushing for the whole region to adopt was seen as the greatest strength, because then service providers would have a single platform and they would be able to work across all of the New England states and would have an ease of use that would make their life easier, would lower marketing costs, would lower their operational costs, and allow them to offer their services to ratepayers at lower cost. I don't know if I answered your question there.
Representative Wendy Thomas.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I don't know if you're going to know the answer to this question, but you're the last speaker, so you get it. Do you know if ISO New England has any kind of a position on data platforms like this?
I do not believe they do, but that's speculation. I think generally speaking, ISO New England really refrains from getting involved in state jurisdictional questions, and anything on the distribution grid is really state jurisdictional.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. We'll wrap up the public hearing on Senate Bill 723 with that, and Representative Vice Chair Thomas will open a public hearing on House Bill 672 in just a minute.
Get one already done.
Yeah.
Give me a concrete example of what you need.
Okay. I open the public hearing for HB 672 FN, and it is to allow for the off-grid electricity providers in New Hampshire. Prime sponsor, Representative Chairman Michael Vose. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Vice Chair Thomas, and good afternoon again to members of the committee. For the record, Michael Vose, representing Rockingham District 5, the town of Epping. And I'm pleased to offer today enabling legislation, House Bill 672, which in the language of the title of the bill allows for off-grid electricity providers in New Hampshire. But I think a better way to describe it is described in a handout I provided to all of you called, what I call this legislation as being the foundation for customer regulated energy or electricity. I apologize for the fact that some of the slides in this presentation are a little bit hard to read because it was given to me in color, but I don't have a color printer, so I printed it in black and white. But most of the information in the handout is readable. When I say this is enabling legislation, basically what this legislation does is it allows someone to build an energy facility, energy production facility. Doesn't matter what type of facility it is, natural gas, nuclear, hydro, solar, doesn't matter what type the facility is. The idea is that the facility is islanded and not connected to the grid. And then the facility can sell its energy directly to a willing buyer. So the classic example of how this might be used is an AI data center built somewhere in a huge warehouse building full of computers that uses lots of electricity. Someone could build a energy generation facility nearby and sell all their energy to that AI data center. And the details of the contract between the producer of the electricity and the buyer of the electricity would be up to them. And there would be no regulation necessary by the state, with the possible exception of siting regulation, RSA 162H, depending on the size of the facility. If it was less than 30 megawatts, it might not even require any siting processing or proceeding. If it was more than 30 megawatts, it obviously would. Now, the first question you're going to ask is, well, if this energy production facility is islanded and not connected from the grid to the grid, how does the energy get from the producer to the consumer? And the answer to that question is it'll be up to the producer and the customer to decide that question. Obviously, they'd have to build some kind of a connection between the producer and the customer, a distribution line of their own. So that's an innovation problem that somebody else will have to solve, but we shouldn't get in the way of that. So that's why I'm introducing this legislation, to allow the concept of an off-grid electricity provider, off-grid electricity provider to exist, so that even though there may be significant problems to making this work, we can at least give the market the opportunity to solve those problems and let this situation work. It could be extremely innovative. It could be really important to certain parts of New Hampshire, too. If someone was willing to build a data center in a section of the state that is not heavily populated, it could provide jobs, it could provide other benefits, economic benefits to that area, and an energy provider nearby would be necessary to make the whole thing work. Now, I'm sure that utilities will tell you that there are some possible issues here. For example, if I have an AI data center and I'm connected to a local producer, what do I use for backup? And if that backup is the grid, then there has to be some way to make sure that there is no connection between the off-grid electricity provider and the grid itself, even if it's in the building of a user of electricity. There has to be a way to separate the two so that they never contaminate each other, as it might be considered. So this legislation is enabling, but it doesn't solve all the problems that might arise if someone decided to take advantage of this opportunity. But at the same time, those are relatively easy problems to solve. And I might even be open to some amendment legislation here to make sure that utilities are completely 100% protected by this islanded off-grid electricity provider. So with that basic introduction, I'd be happy to answer any questions and explore this idea more fully with the committee.
Thank you, Representative Vose. I have a question to start off with. Is my understanding then this enabling legislation would basically allow for things such as a small-scale nuclear reactor to power one AI data facility side by side, maybe, or it would just allow that, correct?
Absolutely.
And I'll do my follow-on, which is So what, kind of like what prevents it now from happening, if we're keeping it, I'm assuming this, what I should be saying is, does this mean that the 5 megawatt limit is still there, or does it do away with that?
It imposes no limit whatsoever.
So what keeps it from happening now then?
So the only thing that keeps this from happening today is that the expectation of most energy producers is that they would connect to the grid and supply their energy to the grid. This idea says, no, you don't have to do that. And if you don't do that, you're not subject to regulation, government regulation. So that's the sort of twist on the idea of producing energy that this legislation would enable.
Representative Harrington.
Yeah, thank you, and thanks for taking my question. I'm not sure if you know the answer to this, but you know there is someone that's planning on doing this with a data center now, and it's the restarting of 3 Mile Island plant, the nuclear plant, and I believe they were going to be using regular transmission to get the electricity from the output of the plant to the data center, and FERC blocked their original proposal. So, what I'm reading in your bill is that that's not what you're talking about here. It would be a completely autonomous system where the power goes directly from the generator to the user, and there's no interchange or connection to the regional transmission grid or even the distribution system for that matter. Is that correct?
That is correct. That is the definition of off-grid electricity provider. It means an entity, person, private company, et cetera, that engages in any combination of generating, transmitting, distributing, or selling electricity at retail to customers not connected to any existing regulated electric grid within the state.
Representative Reynolds.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chairman. Are there any, is the impetus for your legislation a request or the existence of any real-world private parties that have expressed interest in this type of thing, or a precedent in another state? Is this happening somewhere else that you're seeing New Hampshire could, you know, follow in the footsteps, capitalize, or is the impetus just sort of theoretical at this point?
Well, thank you for those 3 questions.
That was not 3 questions.
And the answer to your query, your combination of questions, is this is happening today in Texas. A group of people in Texas actually conceived of this idea and have been pushing it in Texas and have implemented legislation in Texas to enable this activity. Texas is obviously a much bigger state than New Hampshire, and the requirement for data centers down there is pretty substantial. So it's much more meaningful down there than it is up here. But when I saw this idea, I thought, well, why can't we do this here? There's no reason why we can't do this here. And it could drive some significant new economic activity for the state of New Hampshire. So I thought, well, let's give this a try. Let's enable this type of activity. Maybe nobody will do it. But then again, right here, just south of us in Manchester, is the Advanced Regenerative Medicine Institute. And they are attempting to manufacture living human tissue, which is going to require massive amounts of computer data to figure out how to manufacture living human tissue. I don't know what their data center plans look like right now, but I can envision that they might be building a significant sized data center at some point. And finding a way to power that data center is going to be important to them. Right now, I don't know that our utilities could supply the energy that such a data center might require. So having legislation like this in place could give them a solution. And the legislation itself doesn't solve all the innovation problems that would occur if such a project were to get off the ground. But the people putting together the project themselves would find innovative ways, I'm sure, to solve the problems to make it work, if they were given the opportunity.
Thank you.
Representative Stelner.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And thank you, Chairman Vos, for taking my question. This legislation it's effectively enabling legislation, so it wouldn't preclude new forms of technology, say for supercapacitors as an energy transmission mechanism, which would require R&D, et cetera. But this is entirely enabling. There's nothing that would preclude new technologies coming in to satisfy transmission needs, et cetera.
No, in fact, I would argue the opposite is the case, that this enabling legislation would encourage the development of new technologies to enable transmission. If you're going to build an energy production facility here, and there's a data center here, you got to figure out how to get the energy there. And who knows what new ideas might evolve to solve that problem.
Indeed. Thank you.
Representative McGee.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair, and thank you, Mr. Chairman, for taking my question. So I was looking at the handout that you provided us and the contrast between LIPA and CRE, and this makes it really clear. It's on like the second to last page. And I wanted to focus on the no regulatory barriers, which I'm sure we would all love. I'm sure the utilities would love that as well. But my question is, how we could allow individuals who will basically have no regulatory oversight, how we can eliminate regulations that are designed to provide safety. So, for example, with electricity and distribution systems, they have to abide by certain standards and quality of cable and whatever. And for nuclear, I believe those are all under the National Nuclear Regulatory Commission. Nuclear power isn't something individuals or private companies are going to be deploying without, I think, federal oversight, just because, again, of public safety. So when you say no regulatory barriers, how can we just eliminate those? We can say we don't want them, but how can we eliminate them if people are going to be operating in a space that has required those safety regulations from everyone else who participates?
So the legislation would only eliminate state regulatory barriers. So, for example, in the case of nuclear, the NRC would still have regulations that any provider would have to adhere to. To build a small nuclear reactor, for example, they'd have to have NRC approval. But there would be no state regulatory barriers that they would face. As I said, if it was over 30 megawatts, they might have to go before the Site Evaluation Committee, which would impose environmental reviews on the facility, but no other state regulation, like PUC regulation, would be required.
Follow up.
So I think currently the bill doesn't have that clause in it, and you said you were amenable to perhaps, listing that except for the Site Evaluation Committee. Is that in here?
Yes, that's on line 14.
Okay, so it is in here. Okay, thank you.
Representative Swanson.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Mr. Chair, this is kind of exciting because I think I might have been an off-the-grid energy provider when I was living in Hudson. I had set up and I hope it didn't violate any regulations, because I had a generator in the backyard and I had an electrician.
Is your question forthcoming, please?
It's coming. Just a little bit of background
quicker.
here. So if in here you describe how it's would be
sold, and I provided it to myself through a switching mechanism, so it wasn't connected to the grid unless I threw the switches so that I could, run my well pump or from the generator or get the electricity from the grid. But apart from that, I think I met all of the stipulations here other than selling it to myself. Obviously, I didn't do it. In the language here, can a company actually pay for its own generation system, and does it need to worry about complying with any regulations if it just installs it itself as opposed to hiring a commercial provider to come in and provide them as an island?
If it can isolate itself completely from the grid so that it's completely off grid, then no, it wouldn't be subject to any regulation.
Thank you.
Whether you sold it to someone or not, just kept it for yourself.
Representative Thomas, please.
Thank you. Thank you for presenting this bill. Let's talk a little bit about logistics. Would an off-grid provider be required to sign a certificate of deregulation, comma, be overseen by PUC, comma, and how would any members, and I'm putting that in quotations, be contacted regarding continued deregulation?
So the answer to all those questions is, or the first two questions anyway, is no. And the answer to the third question is it's not applicable.
Follow up?
Follow up.
You also mentioned large data centers that would be off-grid until it needed to go on-grid. So it would be hooked up to both. So you can qualify that, but my question is, isn't that having your cake and eating it too?
No, the definition of off-grid electricity provider is that you are off-grid, period, all the time. You never go on-grid. You are always off-grid. You are islanded from the grid. That is the whole concept.
Follow up on that, please.
You've had your follow-up. Let's go on to Representative Bernardi for right now.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So in discussion of this, you've spoken about the provider and having a customer like a big data center. But this legislation doesn't limit it to that kind of an entity. One could have a gated community of 35 very well-heeled individuals that want to create their own little off-scale island and do this, or something like that, or a business that wants to ensure integrity of the supply and rely on it totally on their own. Is that possible?
Absolutely. Some people have compared this islanded off-grid electricity provider to a microgrid. A microgrid could be considered similar, except that a microgrid is only temporarily or sometimes off the grid, whereas one of these systems is always off the grid.
Okay, we're beginning to ask similar questions, so I'll ask Representative Corman if he has a new one.
Thank you. I do. And thank you, Chairman Vose. You always ask us to ask questions about the bill. This is a question about the bill. The bill adds a section to RSA 374. It adds 374:3C. And then on lines 12 and 13, it says an off-grid electricity provider that begins operations on or after the effective date of this section shall be exempt from RSA 374. So the bill is exempting something from itself. Is that right?
That does sound kind of contradictory, doesn't it? But essentially what that says is that RSA 374 is the section of law that governs utilities and governs the delivery of electrical energy. And so what this bill is saying is that if you're an off-grid electricity provider who begins operation after the effective date of this legislation, then that means that you are no longer subject to the provisions of RSA 374. So you're not subject to a utility regulation. That's the whole purpose of the bill, is to make these off-grid electricity providers not subject to regulation.
Representative Kaplan.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair, and thank you, Chairman Vos, for bringing this bill. I am all in favor of market innovation in the energy sector. I think it's a powerful force for good. However, I am a little bit concerned about just total deregulation of these new microgrids, or whatever you want to call them, the islanded grids. So my question is, don't you agree? You know, do you foresee, or maybe you can look into the example of Texas, and maybe you can find the answer there. But aren't there environmental regulations such as air emissions, water usage, et cetera, that these facilities ought to be subject to outside of their electricity regulation?
Yes, I agree with that. That's why this bill on line 14 says that they are, or lines 13 and 14, says that an off-grid electricity provider shall remain subject to all other applicable laws and regulations, including RSA 162H. So the only regulations they're exempt from are RSA 374.
Thank you.
Okay, I'll take a question from Representative Harrington, and then from Representative Ploger.
I'll make it very quick. I think what you're saying then is that this bill takes care of economic regulation of the generator. It's no longer applicable, but all the other things like air permits and water discharge permits and anything that comes out of those different departments would still apply.
Exactly.
Representative Ploger, do you wave it off? Good. Well, I'll take your question as being the last one before the good representative is over shell-shocked with questions.
I'm afraid Chairman Vos is not going to be shell-shocked by my question, and I hope not. My question is whether or not, I understand the intent of the bill, whether or not our microgrid law would already allow for most of this, except for the extra regulatory piece.
I don't think so, because a microgrid, as I said earlier, can sometimes be connected to the grid. It'll only be disconnected under certain conditions, whereas these islands are always not connected to the grid by definition. It's a dedicated power circuit, yes.
Okay, seeing no other questions, thank you, Representative, for an excellent testimony and answer session. Next, I'll call up Mr. David Schulach from the New Hampshire DOE. Mr. Schulach, welcome again. The floor is yours.
Good afternoon. For the record, my name is David Schulach. I'm the General Counsel at the New Hampshire Department of Energy. And I'd like to start by saying that we are neutral on this bill, but immediately after that, I'd like to compliment Representative Vos for being innovative and for bringing this bill to you. Right? We didn't fully understand the intent of the bill before Representative Vos testified, so I'd like to just give a couple brief observations. If the intent is to fully deregulate everything related to these systems, the bill language does not go far enough to do that. Okay, these systems would be public utilities under RSA 362, right? And there are many other statutes besides 374 that regulate public utility actions, right? So you'd have questions of, do they contribute to the Renewable Energy Fund? Do they contribute to the SBC, right? And probably a myriad other questions buried within there. I'd also like to observe that there is no geographic limitation to these systems. They could stretch from one end of the state to the other. taking distribution lines, transmission lines through all of our neighborhoods, and there is no safety regulation whatsoever. Right? RSA 374.1 is the fundamental basis for the Department of Energy's safety regulation. Accident reporting is in that section, as is the DigSafe program. These systems could bury conduit pretty much anywhere, but never have to mark out where it's buried before people dig. Now they would probably want to, so that people didn't disrupt their services, but they wouldn't be required to, right? So the other thing that I'd like to note is that I think much of what Representative Vose would like to accomplish with this bill, you could probably accomplish under present law without too much difficulty. And so what I would suggest is that Representative Vose, if you'd like to work with our Office of Energy Innovation to figure out ways to solve all of those problems, we'd be more than happy to do that with you. I don't know a time frame for when we'd be able to help you. We have 2 people in that office. One has been out on an extended leave, and the other position is tied up in the hiring freeze. But more than happy to work with you on figuring something like this out. Yeah.
Vice Chair Thomas has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for taking my question. So by virtue of your testimony, do you mean that if a company, and we do have a company here in the state that does manufacture equipment for this, if somebody wanted to come in tomorrow and say, I want to put in a small-scale nuclear reactor in Coos County because I'm in partnership with a data center that's being built there, they would have no restrictions or obstacles whatsoever to do that, provided they follow the exact same RSAs that are on here now.
I'm a little uncomfortable fielding hypotheticals, given how one small fact might change the scenario. But our office would be more than willing to work on those scenarios with folks.
Follow
up?
Yes. Well, the entire bill is hypothetical, really, because to allow new innovation. So I guess I was just asking because you commented that there was that it could be done under present law. I just wanted to find out if that type of scenario would come under present law, and all you'd have to do is make sure they follow all of the usual permits and everything.
Well, there are different aspects to it. So, for instance, a nuclear facility would have to go, you said nuclear, so nuclear would have to go through federal siting, some state siting, right? But they can be exempted from public utility regulation a number of ways. There's a provision in the statute that says when a generation facility is considered a regulated public utility and when it's not. And then they could, there's no reason why they couldn't sell all of their output to a competitive supplier. Competitive suppliers are lightly regulated, and those competitive suppliers could sell to anybody. And even be connected, everything's connected to the grid.
Additional questions for Mr. Shulock?
Oh, I'm sorry, certain things would be regulated though, like the interconnection, right? We regulate the safety of that from the public utility side.
Okay, seeing no further questions, thank you very much. Next up is Donald Crease from the Office of the Consumer Advocate.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm still Donald Crease. I'm still the consumer advocate. We represent the interests of residential utility customers. Much as Mr. Shulock did, I'm really here just to compliment the chairman for his openness to innovation. I think the same folks who produced that set of slides that the chairman distributed were kind enough to talk with me a little bit about the idea that they came up with, which is based on what happens down in Texas. And I was sufficiently intrigued by what they were proposing to suggest that this bill is worth perfecting and possibly even adopting. I agree with Mr. Shulock that there are some improvements to the bill that could be made so that it really does achieve what I understand the objectives of the bill to be. I do get a little worried about telling big consumers of electricity that they don't have to contribute to utility recovery of utility fixed costs and system benefits charges and other things that all other customers would continue to contribute to. But offsetting those concerns is the idea that maybe one of these projects could actually happen in New Hampshire, and that might have tremendous benefits for the economy and the people of the state. So I think it deserves your favorable consideration. And beyond that, I don't have too much to add. I just wanted to add a note of assent to the discourse.
Well, thank you. I appreciate that. Questions? Representative McGee has one, or no? Wendy Thomas, I think.
Yes.
All I
thank
can
you,
see
Mr.
is an
Chair.
arm.
I know. It's the black arm. Thank you for being here. So you talked about there might be one case of this happening in New Hampshire. You know, it could happen. What if there are many, many of these off-grid providers set up? What could be the impact to New Hampshire's bottom line with regard to income?
If there were lots of these projects,
Yeah, and they're deregulated. I mean, does that impact our budget bottom line, or does that take money away from the state if all of these off-grid providers are deregulated like this?
I'm not sure what you mean by your question. Do you mean it would have adverse consequences for the utility consumers who are still connected to the grid and still taking service from the utilities? It could. But you know, to some degree, this is an acknowledgement that the assumption that electricity is always a natural monopoly for all purposes, we see that breaking down around the edges. And, you know, there is no valid public policy reason why, if you want to use that small-scale nuclear reactor example, why you couldn't build such a reactor in an economically disadvantaged part of the state, attach it to a data center or some other enterprise like a medical innovation facility like the one I heard Chairman Vose mention. And, you know, that generates economic benefits that would create jobs and economic activity that would benefit all of us here in New Hampshire. So I think it's an interesting experiment.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. No more questions. Final word on this bill goes to Michael Licata of Eversource. Welcome back. Good to see you.
Thank you. Michael Licata, representing Eversource Energy. Appreciate the comment, the opportunity to come before you today. As the DOE noted, we do think that many parts of this are allowed under the current statutes. However, we do appreciate that the bill, I think, tries to add some specificity and detail around this issue, which is, I think, largely folks can make assumptions based upon current statute about what they can and can't do on their own property. I do think it would be helpful to have maybe 3 clarifications in the bill. And I think various questions have touched on this. The first is it would be very helpful from the utility standpoint to make it clear that there is no interconnection allowed between the utility and distribution or transmission system and this off-grid provider, whether that's primary or backup. And the backup is where, you know, we're sort of focusing our attention. We have had instances in our other jurisdictions where a large data center looked to site behind a large generator. They said, well, there's no connection here. There's no connection here. And there was, and when pointed out, they said, well, that's just for backup. We don't really, intend to use that. When we design the electric distribution and transmission system, we have to design it for basically every eventuality. And so if the generator stopped producing and they shifted to backup power, if it's not properly designed and interconnected into the distribution or transmission system, it could cause overloading. And so just a little clarification there. And I believe it's in keeping with what I heard was the sponsor's intent, that this is separated from the electric and transmission system, distribution and transmission system. Also, just picking up on a comment that the Department of Energy made about, and others, about sort of exempting from being a public utility, exempting from certain safety statutes and requirements. I think a helpful clarification would be that the off-grid energy provider cannot construct infrastructure either in or across any federal, state, or local roadways. We think that this would be a helpful provision to clarify and avoid any safety concerns. Just two examples that I'd give, or hypotheticals. One is, again, we don't know what standard that this non-regulated entity would be constructing to, what remote control that they would have over their system if there was some sort of failure, or obviously weather events would impact this entity just like it does with a public utility. We certainly have had situations where we have energized wires down on a motor vehicle with individuals in that vehicle. That's just sort of an example of an emergency situation where the first responder needs to know exactly who to call in order to address that situation and de-energize those lines. So keeping this contained within, a piece of private property or multiple pieces of private property that don't cross roadways, I think would be a helpful safety clarification. And then finally, the third recommendation is if the entity does, upon their own accord, decide they would like to interconnect to the public utility, that they need to pay any costs associated with that interconnection. As I previously discussed, we have to do quite a bit of engineering to make sure there isn't overloading. All customers, if we don't charge the interconnecting entity, would be required to pay for that, and I don't think that would be in keeping with the long-held views of the state of New Hampshire to subsidize these interconnections. Again, appreciate the intent, appreciate the desire to add some specificity around these off-grid providers, and I'd be happy to answer any questions that I can.
Okay, thank you. Questions, Representative Corman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Licata. Always good to see you. I'm curious about the proviso that wires not cross roadways. I'm thinking about the wildfires in California, and that those were caused by electrical infrastructure. Any particular reason why it should just be restricted to not crossing roadways?
So when we looked at this bill, what we believed the intention of it was to make it clear that if you own a piece of property, what you do on that property is in some ways your business from I'll say, public utility standpoint. Obviously, as the sponsor made very clear, there are environmental and siting statutes that still apply. And so our view was, if someone today wanted to put some source of generation in the middle of their property and build an industrial park around that and have agreements with their tenants that everybody sort of agreed to, then that is what this bill's trying to enable. And so, again, I think once you start crossing roadways, you start interconnecting with other parcels that cross public rights of way, then there is a public safety issue and the standards that you build to and the emergency response come in. Follow-up.
Again, I'm just thinking, if there were a fire that happened because of this infrastructure, that spreads. It's no longer just necessarily on that private property. So wouldn't that be a public safety concern?
It's a fair statement.
Okay, other questions? Vice Chair Thomas.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for taking my question. I'm just curious, the interconnection, however far or short it is, would it be treated as transmission or distribution?
Is the question the interconnection to the utility?
Well, from the energy source to the entity that is using that energy source.
Sure. Well, so there would have to be a couple of steps in the process depending on the size of the generator. There's no limitation on size. If it was, below a certain voltage, and please don't ask me what that voltage might be, it would have to then, it would leave the generation facility, get stepped down at a substation, and then distributed through distribution voltages, because that's what the customer typically would use. But there are scenarios where we have very large industrial customers that take transmission voltages. So there's just a lot of possibilities in there on how the voltage of the generator and the needs of whatever entity is interconnecting to it. I apologize not being able to give you a specific answer, but there's just a lot of variables in there.
Representative McGee.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Licata, for taking my question. So my question is also about the, I guess, the safety of the electricity itself. I feel like the bill, I understand what it's trying to do, but I feel like it doesn't have enough definition around limits, pilots, or parameters, which makes it seem a little bit like the Wild West. I would like you to comment on being an electricity provider. I know that there's a complicated system of phasing electricity on and off the system, and I'm just wondering if you could comment on any thoughts you might have around the safety of having large, unlimited electricity providers who are unregulated, so that nobody has a sense of whether or not the energy that they're producing and moving is actually done in a safe way.
I understand and appreciate the question. I think, Eversource is looking at this from our perspective, and this is an entity, a provider of electricity that we are not interconnected to. And so the safety, how they manage their system would be separate and distinct from us, and that would be a public policy consideration of the state of New Hampshire. How much, I would argue that the regulations in statute exist for a reason. We have to comply with all of them. And there's certainly, I believe, a balance that you as policymakers need to strike between trying to remove regulation to advance innovation and keep a certain amount of regulation for the reasons they were put into place to begin with.
Representative Corman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I do have another question about the first thing you listed about about not allowing an interconnection between the off-grid provider and the grid. Is it possible to have a customer facility that is connected to both, but at separate times? Or is it just not even possible, that the fact that there's a connection to one and a connection to the other inherently means that the off-grid provider actually is somehow connected to the grid?
So if it is interconnected to our system, if there's a customer on this system that is also interconnected to the distribution or transmission system, they are interconnected. And I think, as I previously stated, if they need to rely on the utility for either primary or backup service, the electric utility needs to design its system to safely accommodate that. And there can be costs, depending on where this is obviously sited, there can be costs associated with that interconnection, as well as obviously the ongoing cost of providing electricity service that all customers pay into and enjoy today.
Follow up?
Follow up?
Yeah, I don't know if I understood the answer. I mean, so if there's an off-grid connection to a customer and an on-grid connection to the customer, are those two necessarily somehow connected, and therefore you have a real problem with that? Or is it possible to actually physically disconnect so that the off-grid connection is not actually connected to the grid?
I guess my response is, if it is interconnected at any point in time to our system, it is connected to our system. We need to design the system to accommodate that interconnection.
Okay, I have no more pink cards on this. I want to thank you for your testimony, and we will close the public hearing on 672 and open a public hearing on House Bill 690. And I'll call on Representative James Summers to introduce this legislation. Thank you, Representative Summers.
Thank you. Let's see. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for my fellow committee members to listen to me introduce this bill. It's HB 690 FN. This bill is actually basically a conglomerate of, well, a reproduction of a bill that's come across this committee many times over the last decade in different forms. It's been, whether it's been asking for a commission or a committee, this is actually looking in a different way, where now that we have, as of beginning of last term, Department of Energy within the government, this is actually looking at the Department of Energy to actually investigate and to allow us to get the answers that we've been looking for a decade, basically, in regards to ISO New England. Now, part one of this bill is predominantly the questions, and if you notice, they both go both ways. What's the benefits to be on it? What's the benefits to separate? What's the benefits of cost? How much would it cost if we left? What are the benefits of leaving ISO New England? What are the costs associated with leaving ISO New England? Would there be reliability impacts if we left? Would there be costs associated with that could be avoided by New Hampshire were we to leave? And what are the benefits of participating in ISO New England? So it's looking at both sides, doing basically a cost-benefit analysis, a direct comparison and it's, instead of a commission or committee being developed, it's having the Department of Energy actually look at this and investigate it. Where this kind of came up earlier this term as well, is we were talking about New Hampshire, as we mentioned by DOE earlier, when we doing the evaluations and discussions with them when we first started the committee this term, when they brought up that, New Hampshire generates almost double the power it uses, 17% compared to 10% load. How are we affected by these policies? How can that surplus be used? Would that benefit us if we were to separate? How are we affected by the policies and procedures of the other states within ISO New England? When they make a policy change, how are we affected, or if we're not affected? How is the And it was brought up, actually, another final note is that this past Friday, within the Emerging Technology Caucus, bipartisan group, we gathered together to talk about different technologies in relationship to energy producers, energy generation, and the state surplus. And we looked at the opportunities discussed utilizing this surplus of power and how it would benefit us if we were to separate, and how if it would cost us more to be on our own, or if we get the benefit from ISO New England to where it does benefit us already. And so that's pretty much in a nutshell what the bill actually is. I'll take any questions.
Questions for the representative? Representative Reynolds?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And thank you, Representative Summers, for taking my question. When you say things like New Hampshire generates 17% of the energy that goes to ISO New England and that we have a state surplus, do you understand that the generators, the electric generators that may be located in the state of New Hampshire are private entities, and that the energy they produce does not belong to the state of New Hampshire?
Yes, I understand that correctly. It is. What I'm basically utilizing there is that the generators that are currently, because they do sell contracts to other states. I understand that right now. For example, the Seabrook, I believe, has a contract with Connecticut, sells so much of their power to it. But what I'm utilizing is how much power by sites within the state, how much they generate, and then how much is utilized by the state itself. Is really what I was utilizing.
Right. Thank you.
Representative Wendy Thomas.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for introducing this bill. My attention is drawn to lines 4 and 5, where it says that the withdrawal from ISO New England and other strategies to insulate ratepayers from costs associated with New England's environmental policy. Can you please define New England's environmental policy, and what are you talking about here?
What I was trying to get at there was the differences of states. So I know I barely briefly engaged that, but whether or not that it's basically getting to and asking the question of the policies in other states, the other 5 states within New England, if their policy change actually directly or indirectly affect the rates that we pay in New Hampshire. And if it's their environmental policies that they implement, if they affect the rates and directly or indirectly.
Follow-up?
Follow-up?
So is that actually one of the questions that this committee would look at? Is that should it be under the questions that you've identified instead of up there?
I believe it is. I'm looking for it.
Lines 4 and 5.
Yeah. It's a generalization of what the investigation is going to cover, but it's covered again, I believe. I thought it was in the questions as well. I'm looking for it. I thought there was a question asking about that, but maybe not. Sorry. Thank you. Would there be costs associated with ISO New England that could be avoided even if New Hampshire were to leave? I even had that highlighted. Line 18.
Okay, further questions? Representative McGee.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Representative Summers, for taking my question. So my question is around whether you have any information on how much reliance we have on the flow of energy from the transmission lines that are part of the grid. If you have any understanding of, how much we rely on that energy going through transmission lines that run through the state of New Hampshire. Because if we pull out, I guess we wouldn't be able to use them anymore. I mean, I don't even understand how it would work. I guess that's the question.
Personally, I do not, and that's why I believe this investigation would actually bring out a lot of the questions that we've actually been looking for, and to basically explain that so that we would know the limitations of could we do this or could we not.
Additional questions? Seeing Representative Corman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Representative Summers. In terms of duplicative functions on line 16, I didn't get to go see the ISO control room, but wouldn't we definitely need our own control room?
That's very possible that we would, and that was, but again, that was the, again, that's just, it's basically asking the question, if we would, what would be the size and scale of that? How would it be compared to ISO? What would the cost of that be compared to what we, what the costs are now of being a member of ISO?
Representative Swanson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Summers, or Representative Summers, sorry. Regarding the original decision, was there an original decision to join ISO New England at some point in time, several years ago?
Honestly, I don't know the answer. I'm assuming yes, but I don't know that answer. I'd have to defer.
Question then.
Follow up.
So, assuming there was originally a decision that was made, some considerations had to have been, or alternatives had to be considered. Presumably, if we're going to investigate pulling out, wouldn't we look at why we got in the first place?
We could definitely look at that. However, what the, and it's possible that when they went into ISO New England, it was that New England was seen as a conglomerate where they had the same beliefs of what they were for, what they were against. And as policies have changed over the years, that it's quite possible that states differ in what they believe is important, what should be covered and what shouldn't be.
Thank you.
Thank you, Representative, for introducing this legislation. We have three other folks that would like to comment on it before we have to be kicked out of the room. So Donald Crease, you're up next to give us your perspective on this legislation. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. With your leave, I have just a little piece of artwork to distribute to members of the committee. Let me just say again that I'm Donald Crease, the consumer advocate. We represent the interests of residential utility customers. I am testifying in favor of House Bill 690, and I would like to commend the sponsor for suggesting an inquiry of this nature. And the questions that some or many of you have been asking so far go directly to why I think this kind of investigation would be useful. What I've given you, and the reason I characterize it as artwork, is that if you look at, these are two slides that I got from NEPOOL, which is the stakeholder advisory body to ISO New England. And the one that's marked page 64 reminds me of Picasso's Guernica, which is why I called it artwork. And the point I'm making is that ISO New England and NEPOOL and all of the arrangements that underlie and enable are so Byzantine and complicated that few, if any of us, understand them well enough to know whether our state is well served by perpetuating these arrangements. They did not all come into existence all at once. They are the sum total of a series of events, some fortunate, some unfortunate, that probably began either with the invention of electricity or more approximately with the 1965 New York blackout, which led to the creation of NEPOOL as a tight power pool. And so you've seen this accretion of arrangements. I think they all are in place to favor the legacy interests, which is to say the big investor-owned companies that built our legacy generators and our legacy transmission system. So I think it would be really useful to conduct a thorough investigation into the question of whether New Hampshire truly is well served by perpetuating something this Byzantine and complicated. If I have a legal question, say if I want to research How has the PUC treated a particular question over the years since the PUC was started in about 1911? I actually can do that. I have a great legal database at my disposal. I can search every PUC order ever written, and I can generally come up with an answer. If I want to know, like, what's really going on, like, how did we get here with all of this, and what does it all really mean? I can't do the same thing. It's that complicated. Nobody really understands it. Now, let me just be clear. I would be very surprised if at the end of an investigation like this, with the results coming back to you, what this state would decide is absolutely we must withdraw from ISO New England. That would require us to island our grid from our neighbors, and I think we would find pretty quickly that that is impractical. But that doesn't mean this inquiry wouldn't be worthwhile to determine whether there are improvements that we could make to the arrangements whereby we trade back power back and forth and interconnect back and forth with all of our neighbors, both fellow states and with the Canadian provinces that are also interconnected with us. So, excuse me, I think the bill's a good idea, and I want to thank Representative Summers for introducing it. I think all of his questions and concerns are valid and deserve answers. That's all I have to say, I think.
Okay. Well, thank you. Questions for Mr. Crease about this bill? Well, looks like nobody has one. So next we'll bring up Chris Elms and Dan Phelan from the Department of Energy to give us their take on this legislation.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. Again, for the record, Chris Elms, Deputy Commissioner of the New Hampshire Department of Energy, joined by Dan Phelan, Regional Policy Director. The department's neutral on House Bill 690, but if we are directed to pursue the investigation, we would do so happily. I'd like to echo a lot of what the consumer advocate said, and just say we are in a really interesting time in the New England energy policy sphere. A lot happening with our evolving resource mix, with making the right investments, whether we can build stuff, even the attitude to how we should approach electricity procurement in the first place. As we've mentioned, state statute directs the Department of Energy to advocate for New Hampshire's policy goals and against proposed policies of other states that would shift cost to New Hampshire, provided that those policies are not in our policy portfolio. You know, we've talked a lot about how New Hampshire is unique in the region. We undeniably have different goals. Every other state has aggressive decarbonization goals, while our focus has been on cost and affordability. We have been really market-driven for a long time, but as we've seen both in recent years and in bills proposed in this committee and in the Senate, whether it's expanding power purchase agreements or exploring energy storage, credits, utility ownership of nuclear, I think there is a lot of questions about whether or not the regulatory structure that we have today is working as designed. As Representative Summers mentioned, we consume about 10% of New Hampshire's load, while we, within state borders, generate about 17%. So the question I think that this bill is asking is a good one. Is this working for New Hampshire? Is being part of the New England grid right for New Hampshire? We've heard time and time again about how difficult withdrawal would be from a cost, technical, legal, regulatory, practical perspective. Undoubtedly, those would be really, really big difficulties, but what are they? Can we put numbers on them? Can we do that analysis, figure out what's surmountable, what's insurmountable, and what lessons can we learn? I have no doubt there will be value in investigating it. Again, the folks at ISO New England, I think they do a really good job, really smart folks who have a hard job. The question is whether or not the regional approach makes sense for us. These questions are great. To the extent that there are costs associated with the investigation, such as for specialized consultants, which might be necessary, we do think our current statutes give us authority to pay for those under RSA 365-37. So that should be fine. Happy to take questions.
Vice Chair Thomas has a question for you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for taking my question. If this bill is passed, does this bill give you the authority to petition the utilities in state and inquire about how they would react to this bill? In particular, the Eversource Command Center, which is second to none after ISO New England's command center.
I think my general counsel's back there, and he could talk about the legal authorities. I would imagine that the utilities and a whole bunch of stakeholders would be really interested in providing their perspective to us, whether it's the utilization of infrastructure or opportunities for further success, drawbacks they might see. So I don't think it would be a problem to bring people to the table.
Representative Kaplan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, gentlemen, once again. I wanted to ask the sponsor of this bill this question, but I didn't get the chance, so maybe you can answer it for me. Usually when there's a study committee, there is some vision of some sort of outcome or target or goal or just some kind of picture of where it might go. Can you provide that for us? Because otherwise it's just an academic exercise.
It's a really, really great question. Thank you very much, Representative. And, you know, it's one of those things that, especially as the department's been created and that investigative authority that we have has been explored. And I think, you know, this committee and the Senate have directed us to undergo a number of investigations. I think it's an exciting development with the creation of the Department of Energy. But to take it back to this specific investigation, I can't tell you that what the answer is going to be. I do think that there are going to be tremendous, hurdles, right, to actually leaving the ISO and cutting the wires, so to speak. But again, I think what we'd be looking for are those things potentially worth it? Are the benefits going to be outweigh the costs associated with it? What are those other lessons we can learn? What improvements, even if they're incremental, can we find to ensure that New Hampshire knows that we're going to be able to stand for our policy agenda in the coming decades? Because, you know, the question of how much it's going to cost is a very important question. How much is it going to cost us to not do something is something we don't necessarily know the answer to, but this might help us find out.
Follow up. So my question is, you don't really have an overall vision of where this might lead, which leads me to conclude this is more like a bluff in a poker hand. They're using this as a negotiating chip of some sort. Is that correct or not?
I wouldn't necessarily agree with that, but I'll let Dan.
Yeah. So I think one of the opportunities here is not just it's not just that it's a simple black white. We come out with a report with a big stamp that says yes, we should leave. We're looking, I think, here, and with these questions, we could see a lot of ways to improve current processes. So not only is something as drastic as leaving on the table, but what are the opportunities within the current system that we can better take advantage of? And that would inform our behavior going forward.
Thank you.
Representative Wendy Thomas.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So we've heard from testimony that we would be looking at regional transmission. We'd be looking at market outcomes. We'd be looking at the control room. Somebody would have to figure out the size and the shape of that. You guys don't have that kind of background or knowledge, so you'd obviously have to hire a ton of consultants. My concern, and again, there is no fiscal note attached to this at all. And what is up with the Department of Energy that fiscal notes are not provided on so many bills? I mean, we cannot go forward on this until we know what the price is.
Representative, I appreciate the question because that would be concerning. There is a fiscal note on the bill. It's been sent to OLS. I printed this off this morning. I'm looking at the fiscal note right here.
That's my fault. It was handed to me earlier today, and I forgot to pass it out. It's on its way to you right now.
You need a follow-up or?
No, I don't need a follow-up.
All right, Representative McGee, please make it brief because we have Ms. Connors who wants to testify, and we have to be out of here by 5 o'clock.
Yes, thank you. I'm aware of the time. I heard you say if you were looking at this in terms of New Hampshire's policy agenda, and I'm afraid I'm not sure what you mean by referring to that, even though I work in this all the time, because I would be concerned about reliability and resilience, which I think is a benefit of being part of the grid. So I'm just curious, what do you mean by New Hampshire's policy agenda? And can you speak to it in terms of reliability and whether that's part of it?
Sure. And so under RSA 374 F8, I didn't bring the actual text of the statute, but you know, when you look at the other New England states who are making investments and making policy decisions based on statutory decarbonization goals and carbon emissions reduction goals or clean energy procurement goals, those are all things that are inconsistent with the laws of the state of New Hampshire. We don't have those goals. And so to the extent that those costs or costs of those policies would have to be borne by New Hampshire ratepayers, we are instructed to advocate against those.
The reliability piece?
Follow up?
Well, I had asked it in the original question relative to reliability. So that's what I'm asking.
Okay. So you're all set then?
Answering it.
Sure. So reliability is a big piece of the puzzle from New Hampshire's, from the Department of Energy's perspective. Reliability, least cost electricity are the priority of the department, and we would be assessing whether or not ISO New England helps us meet those goals.
Okay, let's give the last word to Ms. Molly Connors, representing the New England Power Generators Association. Welcome, Ms. Connors.
Thank you, members of the committee. I am very sensitive to how you're probably feeling regarding time right now, so I will try to be concise and direct while also hopefully being helpful. For the record, I'm Molly Connors. I'm with the New England Power Generators Association. To remind you, we represent the non-utility owned power plants in the region. So that's about 27,000 megawatts across New England. The vast majority of the power plants in New England are members of our organization. Specifically to New Hampshire, we have about 4,300 megawatts of generating capacity. About 40% of that is carbon-free or renewable, and our members own, by owning and operating those plants, they employ more than 750 people, paying countless millions in taxes across the state. For the bottom line is for our members, and we think for the entire region, but specifically New Hampshire here, New Hampshire benefits greatly from being part of a regional grid that is handling the dispatch, the planning, and the financing related to electricity infrastructure and the services that come from that. For us, there is no need for a study. I can tell you right now that if New Hampshire does this study, they will learn that there will be a significant amount of work and cost from an engineering point of view, a legal point of view, and a financial point of view if New Hampshire tries to become its own system operator. There would also be the need to expand significantly the role of state government due to increased legal obligations. These costs would be extraordinary to do it on a go-it-alone basis. Because NEPCA represents the power plants in particular, I will focus only on the market aspect of this in my testimony, which again, I know to be quick. I think it's important. I should also say I understand that it can be frustrating for each state in a regional grid to have to navigate one another's politics and their policies. I've seen that firsthand because I do work across the region. I understand that diplomacy and working as a state with other states is very hard. It's a story as old as the country, I think, in terms of the Federalist Papers and the Constitution. But I want to remind everyone that the reason that we went to an independent system operator in a regional grid was for enhanced reliability and to really look at cost overruns that were being that were really out of control in terms of at least power generating facilities. Since the introduction of the independently run markets, there have been more than 10,000 megawatts of new power plants built in New England without any ratepayer subsidies. And so I have to emphasize that New Hampshire has long been a voice of markets in this region and strong supporters of competition. The New Hampshire policy, according to the energy strategy, is that government intervention in wholesale markets, especially with regards to electricity, should be narrow, limited, and time limited. When you do a study that says we're looking to just completely leave the regional markets, which is what this bill accomplishes, you are sending a message to people who have put billions of dollars of their private capital into this region and saying even New Hampshire doesn't believe in markets now. I'm happy to answer any questions, but also want to reiterate that I know firsthand the frustration that the states all feel in having to deal with each other in a regional construct. Thank you.
Vice Chair Thomas has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for taking my question. My question is predicated on the fact that this bill is only asking the DOE to do an investigation. It is not a study committee. It is not a commission or anything of that nature. So my question would be, should they do an investigation, would you be able to participate in the investigation and provide them with information that they would be asking?
I'm smiling, Representative, because the answer is of course we would, but I also, there's a quote in my family where we say, stress is when you say yes, but your mind is screaming no. I know that the question, I know that this will be a lot of work. And of course, we are totally committed to helping you guys navigate any questions that you want. I would also remind the committee that there have been 2 other states that have significantly investigated this. In 2008, the state of Maine, which at the time was very upset about transmission costs and cost allocation of transmission costs, did an extensive study. And I will say they were motivated to leave. They wanted to leave. And their ultimate answer was, it is not cost effective. The state of Connecticut, as recently as, I want to say 2018, started this process. They claimed that they were subsidizing the rest of the region, and they were committed to not doing that anymore. They did an extensive study. I remember this firsthand because I was working at ISO New England at the time, and the ISO complied with all sorts of information requests. It's a tremendous amount of work, and Connecticut ultimately decided that they were also looking at taking on significant work and significant expense at no better cost for their state. I think they all have been realizing that, as frustrating as it can be to have to work with other states that are not always on the same page as one another, it's more effective to work within the system that we have than it is to walk away from it. So to the answer, yeah, we'll help you with anything.
Representative Wendy Thomas.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. You may not know the answer to this, but again, you're the last speaker, so you get it. Do you know who oversees ISO New England and who keeps tabs on them? Are they the top dog, or is there somebody above them?
We all keep an eye on ISO New England, and they would probably be the first to say that we at NEPCA are one of their top watchdogs. ISO New England is ultimately a utility. It is a private company that is a utility. It is regulated by the Federal Energy Regulatory Commission in accordance with standards set by NERC and NPCC. And there are private contracts that govern all of those relationships that they have with generators, with states, and with transmission operators. And so it's not as simple as, do we leave the ISO? As Mr. Crease was saying, there are a lot of very complicated transactions that have led up to this point.
Thank you.
You need a follow-up?
Sorry, I was just saying thank you.
Okay. Seeing no further questions, I want to thank you, Ms. Connors. Sure. I think we'll see you again first thing bright and early tomorrow morning.
I can't wait. Thanks, sir.
Okay. We'll see you then. Take care. All right. With that, we'll close the public hearing on House Bill 690-FN, and we will conclude our work for today. We begin again tomorrow morning at 9 a.m. with a public hearing on a bill to exempt generation utilities from the utility property tax. We'll see you then.